and regulations and notifications. So this time, in order to have a entire one nation, one law system, wherein the central government has tried to introduce these bills, and basically it focuses more on trade and commerce, and it tries to do away, in not completely, but in a way introduce a new system where the farmers can directly buy and sell outside of the APMC markets. So basically, the purpose of introducing these APMC, that is the Agricultural Produce Market Committees and the Agricultural Produce Market Laws, was because at the time of independence, the farmers were not so well off, and they were. It was seen that they were quite in debt because they had to every year produce uh, uh, farming products, and they needed loans, and so therefore a lot of times the private players used to exploit them, and therefore it was felt that there needs to be a law to protect farmers from being exploited. And therefore in the 1960s, states started to introduce these agricultural produce market laws, and which regulated the sale and purchase, and every farmer as well as the trader who wanted to purchase had to be registered through those what is called as mandis, and every region and area had their own mandis, and through which the trader had to register, and then only he could purchase. And all sales and transactions were noted down and were kept in the register. So this provided for the laws to govern farm produce. It regulated the buyer trader registration, price information, recovery of dues, and dispute resolutions. Now, as time progressed, and as we saw that the APMC Act also was not in tune with the current times of free market and free market economies. And when liberalization has happened to such an extent that almost all sectors, now the government wants to take away its control and push things into the market. So these bills now introduce this new system wherein the farmer and the buyers or traders can directly transact between each other. So that is the purpose of introduction of the Farmers Produce Trade and Commerce Promotion and Facilitation Act 2020. The next act which has been brought is the Farmers Empowerment and Protection Agreement of Fair Assurance and Farm Services Act, wherein the farmers can enter into agreements with traders for selling of their agricultural produce. And the agreement and the contracts will be provided by the central government, the form its terms and conditions. And basically, it provides for the protection of farmers on price assurance and farm services. And the third act, which is the Essential Commodity Amendment Act 2020, which now uh, which has been introduced, is that it basically the Essential Commodities Act was originally enacted in the interest of general public, for which certain essential commodities supply, distribution, and production was restricted. But now with this amendment, the supply of foodstuffs, including cereal, pulses, potato, onions, oilseeds, etc., uh, have been removed from the purview of the Essential Commodities Act, and it can be restricted only in the times of war, famine, or extraordinary price rise and natural calamity of grave nature. So therefore, they cannot be brought within the purview of essential commodity, and there cannot be a restriction on its uh, production, supply, and distribution. So these are the three bills which have been introduced and which have now been enacted. And basically, the let me just read the object and purpose of the introduction of this Farmer Produce Trade and Commerce Bill 2020 is that it provides for the creation of an ecosystem where the farmers and traders enjoy the freedom of choice relating to sale and purchase of farmers' produce, which facilitates remunerative prices through competitive alternative trading channels to promote efficient, transparent, and barrier free interstate and intrastate trade and commerce of farmers' produce outside the physical premises of markets or deemed markets notified under various state agricultural produce market legislation. to provide a facilitative framework for electronic trading and for matters concerned therewith. So this is the aim and object of this act, which has been introduced. And the salient features of this act are that any person having a PAN card can become a trader and can enter into an agreement with the farmers, either through physical or electronic trading and transaction platforms, and they shall have the freedom to carry on interstate or intrastate trade and commerce in farmers' produce in the trade area. So, one farmer from Punjab and Haryana can sell his produce in any of the states in the country. So, therefore, it gives a wide variety of buyers, which otherwise was restricted to the APMCs of that regional areas. So, therefore, it brings more competition and it gives more options to the farmers to sell their produce. That is the basic salient features. But what is the objectionable objection and what are the dispute which has arisen is that one of the provision, section 6, provides that the market fee or cess or levy, which the state APMC acts was levying on the state for every transaction, cannot be levied under this act. Second, so therefore, what the states and the APMCs are contemplating is that it will ultimately uh, it it will ultimately be a loss to the state exchequer, and this is a state subject. So therefore, that will create a problem for the state's development, and uh, also it also provides for the dispute resolution, wherein the dispute, in case if there is any dispute between the buyer and the seller, then the same can be uh, put to an end through an conciliation process, wherein the sub-divisional magistrate would be acting like an umpire who will provide for a fair decision. And if that decision is not agreeable to any of the parties, then the parties can also appeal it. But those orders of these sub-divisional magistrate and the appellate authority would be final and binding. And what it does is it takes away the jurisdiction of the civil courts. And that is what is one of the objections raised by the farmers, that this would not be a fair mechanism for dispute resolution. So this is the salient feature of the Farmers Produce Trade and Commerce Promotion and Facilitation Bill, and also with regards to the Farmers Empowerment and Protection Amendment on Price Assurance and Farm Services Act. The aim and object of that act is to provide for a national framework on farming agreements that protect and empower farmers to engage with agribusiness firms, processors, wholesalers, exporters, or large retailers for farm services and sale of future farming produce at a mutually agreed remunerative price framework in a fair and transparent manner and for matters connected therewith. So, therefore, this provides for a national framework on a farming agreement. So, so this act provides that the salient feature provides that the price which is to be paid to the farmer for the purchase of a farming produce may be determined and mentioned in the farming agreement itself. And it also provides for a guaranteed price to be paid for such produce. So, therefore, it in a way tries to safeguard the interest of the farmers. And these acts would certainly benefit the farmers, and it would get rid of a lot of middlemen which are right now existing in the APMC mechanism. So therefore, this is the scheme of these acts, and this is what it provides and lays down.
Thank you very much for clarifying the law for the viewers. And I'm not a lawyer, and I'm also not a farmer, but I'm a businessman. So I understand the nuances of running any business. Farming is a similar business like any other business. It has a production phase, it has a distribution phase, it has a wholesale, storage, and then retail. So I think all these principles applies to farming. The farmers are producing and then selling it to the APMC mandis, who are then wholesaling it, distributing it, etc. I think you mentioned about the independence in 1947. Situation that time was that almost 80% of the population of India was involved in farming activities. And we have all studied in our books when we were young that 80% is the farming community, etc. But the situation is totally changed on the ground. Today, the farming community has reduced to about 30% population of India, and the farming industry is not similar to any other industry. Even though the law of the doing business remains the same, which is production, distribution, wholesale, and retail. In the event of farmhouse, what happens is that the land produce X amount of produce, whether you are producing a wheat or rice or vegetables, it has a capacity to produce X amount of vegetation throughout the year for hundreds of years. So one big difference in farming industry as compared to other industry is the other industry can actually grow. There is a growth element. Say, for example, if there's a car manufacturer, the car can double up its production and then grow the revenue and then also grow the company size. In case of farm, if you don't add up your land, you can't grow. The growth is only 1 to 2% year on year. So, in nutshell, what has really happened? I'm just doing this monologue with you just to explain to our viewers that what has happened over the last 70 years is that the farming community has reduced systematically because we have a finite land, and the contribution of farming has also reduced because the other industries like IT, manufacturing, automobiles, oil and gas have taken over those because there has been a lot of development in India. The GDP contribution of farming community is actually less than 20%. So 80% is coming from other industries, other activities that Indians do. So I think that is the reality of the whole situation. And then coming to the point where when Jeet had explained about the legal aspect of it, I think the very crucial point is that we have actually not given any elbow room and leg room to farmers. The previous law did not allow farmers to sell his produce in any other to even his neighbor. Suppose I'm a farmer, I'm producing wheat. I cannot legally allowed to sell my produce to my neighbor also. I have to go and have only one buyer, which is the mandi. And as you know, some of our viewers would know that there are two seasons, prime seasons for cultivation in India, and different producers are sold at that time. So the farmer has no choice but to load his produce in his truck or a tractor, go to the government warehouse, and take whatever money they get it,
Fine.
right? And if, they are at the mercy of the person there. So I think, from my opinion, as a businessman, not as a farmer, not as a lawyer, I see as a pure Indian, I see that these laws will free up the farmers from all these compulsion where they can sell to anyone, they can sell at any price, whatever price they can strike their deals at, and that will give them that will make them richer, just like any other businessman. So we should not doubt the intellect of farmers that they cannot do business. There are what I've heard so far is that there are e-portals also started by government of India where they can sell their produce. So I think we have to ensure that the farmers are intellectually more advanced, and they should welcome these changes because now they will be able to get more value for their produce. And last thing I want to mention, Jeet, last year itself there has been another farmer protest in Haryana, where the farmers came to know that the peas farmer, the chickpeas farmers, came to know that the APMC bought their chickpeas for 6 rupees. I don't know the measure. I think it's a quintal or kgs. And within one day, in the wholesale market, they were selling it for 20 rupees. So you see, the farmers are the wholesale market itself is selling it for 400%. So by these laws, I think you're empowering the farmers. But we'll go back to the legal discussion. Why so much confusion? Why the political parties are getting involved? Because We are now these laws will benefit the citizens.
Right, absolutely. Well said. You really put it correctly. But as you said, that farming business grows 1 or 2%, but you must also see that since independence, the population has also grown 2 to 3 times. So basically, ultimately, the consumers are the people of this country. So therefore, they are increasing, and the agricultural produce should also increase. But recently, when this bill has been passed, what it provides is that today India has become surplus in most agricultural commodity. So certainly, farming and agricultural produce business has grown tremendously. And though people are coming out and not wanting to do agricultural business and want to shift into other businesses, but still agriculture has continuously grown in this country, and it needs the basic fair market and a proper market where it can take it to a next level. And therefore this act is very important, because earlier what the act is to do, and if I may just give the supply chain how it used to work. So initially a farmer has to go to APMC and give the agricultural produce. Then in APMC the commission agent would take it to the traders, and there would be a price discovery where the price would be decided based on the demand and supply. Thereafter, the trader would take it to the transaction agent. The transaction agent would thereafter take it to the wholesaler to the retailer to the vendor, and vendor thereafter to the consumer. So the farmer would sell it at, as you said, 6 rupees, but ultimately it will reach the consumer at 25 or 30 rupees. Because in between, there are so many people who are doing business with regards to the agricultural produce. So now with this new act, the farmer can directly take it to the wholesaler, retailer, vendor, or any of the trader. It can be anyone, and at the price which they can decide mutually. So these people in between who were to decide these prices are completely wiped out in this new system. Though the APMC will still be there and those acts will remain, but the farmer will have a new avenue of selling it directly to other stakeholders. So therefore, he will get a better price. uh, I would assume that the prices ultimately of these farming products would also increase, because the business houses or the corporate houses who would also get involved would also sell it at a profit. So ultimately, the the cost of these products will increase, and ultimately the consumers will be at a loss. But I think the farmers would certainly benefit out of this system, and as it does away with a lot of middlemen who are in the existing system of APMCs.
So, Jeet, let me explain my perspective on this one, especially when you talk about the prices going high. Uh, in my opinion, what will happen in reality is that the amount that the farmers will get, for example, let's go back to our 6 rupees wala example where the farmers are selling it for 6 rupees. But in the new system, they will be able to drive more value for their produce. So they may get 15 rupees instead of 6, and the 6 rupees per kg feed, the consumer will have to shell out 100 rupees per kg. Ultimately, when I buy it, I actually buy it for 100 rupees. So my price of procuring it will reduce, and while farmers' income is increasing 300%, my cost of procuring the farm produce will reduce considerably, almost by half. So I will end up paying 50 rupees. And going back to the corporate buyer, I think the confusion has been created. I just like to clarify. Who's the biggest corporate house which is buying? It is the Nestle. It is
Right.
processed
Pepsi.
Pepsi, those kind of banks are
Right.
buying. And these places to go and buy from, they have to go to FCI and buy from there. So I think these middlemen will go out with more options for corporate houses to buy from multiple sources, and the farmers will have multiple options to sell their produce. And that is the confusion.
Right. Absolutely. That's correct. As you said. So middlemen. So it is required in that sense that these middlemen should go and farmers must benefit, because they are very important part of this country. So I think the farmers should understand, allow this law to operate, allow this to grow, and thereafter take a decision where what are the loopholes, and ultimately what can be corrected, rather than completely asking for the repeal of these three enactments.
So I think the people who are asking for these repeal of these laws are the people who are going to lose their jobs, and the population of those kind of people are the middlemen and the setup which is reporting this to the state government or different political parties. So I think the farmers of all other states like Tamil Nadu, West Bengal, MP, etc. They are not complaining about it. It's only the farmers from one or two states which are complaining. So I think in interest of 30 million farmers in India, hardly 3,000 are on the street. So I think we should just ignore them and move ahead and implement these laws. That is what, as a common citizen, I feel. What is your opinion?
Yes, you are right, but the matters are also before the Supreme Court, and I think the farmers should wait for the uh, judgment of the Supreme Court in this matter. Because if they say that the provisions are unconstitutional or without power, then the only authority which can say it is unconstitutional is the Supreme Court, and they are already before the Supreme Court. So, therefore, so they must trust the apex court of this country and wait for its judgment on this issue.
I think I appreciate your point, and Supreme Court is the ultimate authority. Since the matter is in front of the court, the honorable judges will decide for the benefit of everyone. And I leave it at that, and we can discuss this further because this is the matter which is still sub judice. We will come back on the subject, Jeet, sometime in future once their decision is made. But for the time being, this is what we feel. You have explained beautifully, and thank you for finding time to explain to our viewers what it means from the legal standpoint. I think this is going to be very valuable and knowledge-driven discussion for the viewers. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
So I will catch up with you next Thursday as usual. Until then, bye.
Sure. Bye.
Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out?
Hello friends, this is Chandra from Akulmac Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. Today we are joined by Ruchika Mehta. She is a well-known personality in India. She represents one of the leading hospitality brand which is recognized globally, and she's joining us now. She is going to share her experiences with the lockdown. Welcome to the show, Ruchika.
Thank you so much, CK. Thank you so much for inviting me in. These are exciting times that we are sitting in. So it's always fun to chat and understand what's going on with every one of us.
I'm glad that you found time. I'm sure even in the lockdown, you must be very busy. You are heading a team. You must be having a lot of conversation going with your team members. So would you like to share some experiences on how this lockdown situation has changed your working environment?
It's actually quite amazing, if I may be honest with you, because I feel that we are working a lot more than what we were working earlier. In fact, that's what we were discussing yesterday. I was discussing with my team. Why does it doesn't feel like a lockdown. It feels like, oh my God, we are working 24/7. We are also forgetting to be able to distinguish between when is it a Sunday, when is it a Monday. So we end up working almost all days. It definitely, to be honest and fair to you, I think it has at some level also increased our productivity levels because, we are not distracted so much. We are not wasting our times on travel commute. So, there's a lot more time on hand. And as I lead the communication piece for my brand, this is the time when there is a lot of communication that needs to go. So, there is a lot of conversation that is happening. There are a lot of engagement that needs to be done with the stakeholders. So at some level, our work has actually phenomenally increased. So it perhaps is a lockdown for a lot others, but it looks like, and it appears, and it does appear to me from my other friends and colleagues that I've been talking to, that the work has really not slowed down. The work is still on.
So the work is still on. That is where the message is. I think most
Yes.
of us are working more, and my comment on this one would be that the lockdown has actually brought us together even more than before. Don't you think so?
Absolutely, absolutely. I mean, it might be a social distancing phase, but I think we are all the more socially being engaged. So socially, I think we have just increased our engagement levels because we have never faced with something like that, right, in our lives. I don't know how it is. I'm sure none of us has, none of our parents have. So it never felt important enough to be so socially engaged earlier, and it feels super important now that we should be socially engaged with everyone because we really don't know what the life has in store for us. So it's a very different sort of time for us. I don't know how it is going on with you, CK. I'm sure, I mean, you're doing such phenomenal, you're not taking it easy, you're doing all these webinars, you are conversing with a lot of leaders around. I'm sure your workload has equally increased and you're highly and actively engaging with a lot of people around.
This is a great question. So, what we have done is because we are a quasi IT company, so we immediately transition all our employees into work from home, and we have used the technology to make sure that we are all connected. So all of us sees different windows, and it looks like as if we are working in the office. So the productivity
Yes.
has gone up. But more important, I would like to share as a leader myself. I would like to share some experience that now I'm actually seeing personal life of my team, which I was not aware of,
Hmm.
because there's
Hmm.
always two
Hmm.
parents, the small kids, babies. So all of that is now coming. So this is also creating a new scenario where you're working with your team and you are also exposed to their personal life.
Yes, yes, I agree with you. I agree with you because you are not seeing them just as a person. Now you're actually seeing them juggling so many things together. And I think this lockdown has also allowed us to appreciate each other so much more. We are able to appreciate each other so much more. We are able to unite with each other so much more. We want to be together. There is so much of support that is coming across, and everybody is trying to understand each other's issues, each other's problems. It's a lovely period at some level because it's allowing us as humans to really look beyond also work at some level, right? Otherwise at in office hours you always end up just talking about work, but right now you're pushed to look beyond, which is fantastic. I think it's a great learning for all of us.
Certainly, Ruchika. So let me ask you one another thing. Now we are all
Sure.
under lockdown, and we are all spending our professional time while being at home. So in your community, did you face any challenge or people having some sort of adverse effect on them because of lockdown? Have you noticed something like that?
Thankfully not where we live, thankfully no. I have to also go and say that it's amazing to see that how people are taking the lockdown so seriously. I think it is a fantastic thing. We are known not to really follow sometimes rules and regulations. We do have we are a generation that seems to not be following a lot of things and are rebel, but it is amazing to see that how people are taking this situation seriously and are following and abiding by the rules, which is fantastic to see. I see a lot of people in our community, um, are talking to each other. The neighborhood system is becoming super strong. I also personally didn't know a lot of them, but now I get to see their faces at least, and a hi and a hello that happens across the balconies, or the terrace, that oh, we are also there and what is happening. It's fantastic to see that. Thankfully, we do have the grocery shops which are open. We have the emergency facilities which are still available. Thankfully, I don't think in our area the pandemic has yet reached, which helps us, I guess, at some level to not panic. So sure, there are not too many shops that are open. If there were 4 grocery shops, there perhaps only 2 or 1 which is open. But I do not. I mean, there are people who are hoarding. I'm not going to say that they aren't. I mean, there is all set of people. But as personally, we all are taking also individual responsibilities of not necessarily going out and buying and hoarding things that are not required. I have to say, in our area, which is I live in the west side of Delhi, the police, I see police coming and patrolling after every couple of hours. I see a lot of, there is no noise pollution really. The weather definitely seems to be in our favor as well. The pollution has gone low, so it's not so bad. It's really not so bad, and I think we are thankful and grateful. I believe Gurgaon is facing a lot more issues, because I do hear from colleagues and friends. I'm thankfully we haven't faced that issue yet. So I would like to believe this will continue for a while. I mean, it's not been so bad.
Great.
How is it at your place? How's it at your area?
Yeah, so we are a community of about 3,000 homes. So we immediately created an app because the biggest problem we had was the provisions, basically, because you have to buy
Yes,
the provisions.
yes,
So we
yes.
have a supermarket in our community, and their main door is main gate is locked. So outside the gate there are police patrols. So no one is allowed to go out or come in. Uh, the rules and regulation around
Yeah,
who can go out and who
right,
can come in. So we are following that as
right,
a community.
right,
We have
right.
built an app. We have capped the per day purchase per family to 1,000 rupees, so that there is
Oh,
no
that's nice.
right. So we are ensuring that all of this is controlled by an app. You can book your slot. Each person is given 15 minutes time, and at any point in time, 1,000 rupees purchase you can make. So we are ensuring that everybody get the basic essential whatever they need, and it's also helping us control the crowd in the supermarket.
That's very fantastic actually. That's a very fantastic idea to use technology and to also show that everybody is together in it. It creates that whole homogeneity in this activity. That's a very great idea.
And another thing I will have to share, because I was watching the Prime Minister address in the morning at 9 a.m. today.
Right,
One of the
right.
one of the critical message which I as an individual got in his conversation is he's saying that he's grateful to the countrymen, to the citizens of India for following the lockdown. So which
Yes,
something I
yes.
really appreciate today, because as a leader also he's grateful to
Hmm,
us. So
hmm,
likewise,
hmm, hmm,
if I reflect that on myself, I have to be grateful to
hmm.
my team. So what I'm planning
Yes.
to do is have the last session of the week, because today is Friday, and tell them thank you to all of them to be.
That's fantastic. Yes. Yes. I've been also doing these no agenda calls with them, where we either get ourselves a coffee or a tea and just talk about each other and talk about life in general and the frustrations, because this is also a time when people get into a very, you're just sitting at home and you're not sure what's going to happen. It's the uncertainty level is so high right now. We're not even sure if the lockdown is going to get extended, not going to extend it. There's so much of speculations which is happening. So I think as a community, as a team, if we could do that as leaders with our team fellow members, at least they get an avenue to even speak out if there is something that's really bothering them. And there are multiple issues that are bothering, right? Both at the work level, at personal level. So it's a great idea. I think it's fun. I think everybody enjoys that also, that no agenda call. We're not going to talk about work but anything other than work, and being grateful to each other for being there for each other in this time and crisis. I mean, one cannot work alone. You need your teams and everybody to be aligned in the same wavelength, in the same similar thought, to be able to finish work. So it's a great idea. I think your team is going to like it.
Thank you. Hopefully they will also say thank you to me, hopefully.
Yes, yes. I'm sure they will. I'm sure they will.
So Ruchika, it was such a great pleasure to talk to you. I'm sure this lockdown is today's 10th day. We have few more days to pass, maybe slightly longer. So we will find another opportunity to talk to you after a few more days to see if things have changed and how things are at your end in your community. It was a pleasure talking to you today.
Thank you so much, CK. I look forward to hearing from you and the other leaders as well. How are they coping the lockdown period, and what are the things that they are doing to keep themselves engaged? It was a lovely session, lovely speaking to you. Thank you so much for inviting me again.
Thank you, Ruchika, and be safe, be positive.
Thank you so much. Same
Bye-bye.
to you as well. Bye-bye.
Hello friends, welcome to Akulmek Live. I'm Kanchan Verma and today is Wednesday. So we have a special guest today to discuss about the ragas and their effect on parenting and upbringing of children. So stick around to this episode till the end. It will be very interesting, very entertaining and very informative. Welcome back friends, and today we have Dr. Shambhavi Das, who is a well-known music therapist. She also teaches music. So without wasting any further time, we would like to welcome her in today's show. So welcome to the show, Dr. Shambhavi Das. How are you doing today?
Thank you, Kanchanji. Thanks for inviting me. I'm doing very good.
Well, great. And today, as usual, it's a lovely day for us because we'll be listening sweet songs in your voice and, of course, understand the raga of the day. So, what raga we are understanding today?
So today I just thought of discussing multiple ragas on one topic, that is parenting. What parents can do for a better living of their kids, a better understanding of their kids, plus vice versa. So I will be discussing multiple ragas today.
Yes, so we all are very eager to know about these raga which help in parenting. I think that is something very crucial for nowadays, especially when we are in pandemic and everybody at home. So yes, how we can do parenting with our for our children using music, Indian music and ragas.
So this is a very good topic because I always used to do the workshops and I have a lot of youths which are facing this problem because they are working plus they have to deal with their kids also. And since they don't give the time to their kids, they don't understand them. Obviously, it's family, it's the parenting process more than the kids process because the parents are those who have made the kids. So we have a lot of tools in Indian music therapy, which we normally in our workshops, like pre-corona period, we used to do the workshop and we asked the parents to do those workshops to the games like music compositions, then lyrical games. So I have one client who was telling me, not client, she was a friend who was telling me that they just by my suggestion, they just asked their kids to listen. Every morning they used to play मैं जिंदगी का साथ निभाता चला गया, मैं जिंदगी का साथ निभाता चला गया, हर फिक्र को धुएं में उड़ा, हर फिक्र को धुएं में उड़ाता चला गया. And it has such a good lyrics. जो खो गया उसी को मुकद्दर समझ लिया, जो खो गया उसी को मुकद्दर समझ लिया, मुकद्दर समझ लिया. जो खो गया मैं उसको भुलाता चला गया, जो मिल गया उसी को मुकद्दर समझ लिया. It goes like that. जो खो गया मैं उसको भुलाता चला गया. So ना बर्बादियों का शौक मनाना फिजूल था, बर्बादियों का शौक मनाना फिजूल था, मनाना फिजूल था, बर्बादियों का जश्न मनाता चला गया, मैं जिंदगी का साथ निभाता चला गया. So basically, this is very good for children to understand that these days children are so pressurized in their studies. They are unknowingly they have the goals, but still they are goalless because they are just seeing the very little picture, and just by securing little less marks than their pressure than their peer groups, they start getting depressed. So we didn't have such problems because our parents didn't expect too much, and our parents used to teach us that it's be ready for the worst. So this lyrics actually it's just for these kids. So my friend used to tell me that every morning when the kid was only 4 years old, she used to play this. So obviously the kids learned that, and for her astonishment, after few years, like when he was 5 years old, 6 years old, he loved the song and he started asking the meaning. And that was the time when she started counseling, when the mother started discussing that with the child, that this is such a good thought. Don't you think that this is that we don't find anything through pressurized work? Every time you get depressed, upset, so lyrics work a lot in these days, and even not only for kids, for parents also. It is very very important to sit together, have the family time, let's say have the family musical time. And so we have some tools which I'll be discussing uh, in in the more coming few minutes.
Well, surely, and you have mentioned a very, very crucial and important aspect of music, but it is so much related to the well-being or understanding that we cannot get depressed for everything on every day, because there are so many challenges we face on almost every day. And for children, these challenges may be small, but of course they are also facing challenges currently. Now, when we are talking about these songs and lyrics, as you said, it's very, very important. So what are those soothing ragas which really, as you mentioned, we'll be discussing multiple ragas which can help in parenting. So what are those ragas which work well on parenting aspect or understanding of children for a better life?
So that's a good question. Thank you. So normally like in every episodes, we always come to the chakras, and because chakras normally decide like why one parent is perceiving the child differently than the other parent, even in the same situation. So this is morely like Mooladhara Chakra. The kids, the family, the parents are more. Why I'm saying that parents have to improve themselves, because kids will naturally improve. Even if the kids are very like older ones, it might take time because now they get their own opinions, but it's very important for the parents to be to for their Mooladhara Chakra to get activated. Why? Because that Mooladhar, that calmness, that patience, that ego removal, that reside in Mooladhar. Not all the emotions, but especially this calmness thing, stability of mind. You are watching your kid watching TV and he's not going further, then you are getting agitated. That is the time when you have to resolve your reactive, you have to just suppress your reactivity. Why I'm saying suppress? Because first step is suppressing, second step is accepting, okay, I just cannot, like, I cannot control the kid all the time. You obviously you have to make a trick. You in the long run you have to find a trick. How can you just make the kid don't watch TV? But you cannot say no, go and study, you are watching the TV. You can't say that. The kid will the kid might go and study, but then they are losing your respect. So you have to find the root cause, and the root cause is that you have to subside your reactivity towards the kids. if you're getting agitated, so that agitation is your problem. So first you have to work on that agitation, you have to work on the relaxation, calmness. For that, even in your work, because the parents are working, so your workspace also has to be very calm, very stable peace of mind. You have to be there. Then if that stillness is there, now the second step is to give time to the to the kids, to teach them. So one thing for the Muladhar chakra is the mantras. We have worked with Sri Rudram mantras, Vishnu Sahasranama mantras, and the kids, what we do is, it's very interesting. First of all, it's Sanskrit. So it's wonderful when the kids, even the small kids, they don't know how to speak, and they say it, they render it. And we try all the ragas, like Muladhar chakra has the Bhairav ragas, so the Muladhar chakra has the Shadaj note in it. So the Bhairav raga is very, very good for activating the Muladhar chakra. Then it is another one is Mohana is very good for the parents and kid relationship. So Mohana or Bhopali, it's very, very good for parents and kid relationship, because it's a very pleasant raga. Bhopali, I have discussed this in the previous episodes. Then there are ragas like Durga. Durga are the ragas which work on the emotions. That once you just get subside your agitations, then what comes up, what replaces is the good emotions about your kid. Okay, you have to go to the rooter cause why your kid is behaving like that, and for that you have to have the calmness of mind and self and acceptance towards some other person. Acceptance is the petal which resides in the Anahata chakra, that is the Madhyama. Now, mixing these two notes, we have a raga called Bageshri, Durga. So these are the ragas, and can I discuss some of the songs in that?
Yes, definitely, because that will be easier for our viewers to understand, like what is the Durga Raga and what are the various rag we are discussing now.
So the songs like मेरे ढोल ना सुन, मेरे प्यार की धुन, मेरे ढोल ना सुन, मेरे प्यार की धुन, मेरी चाहते तो फिजा में बहेंगे, जिंदा रहेंगे होके फना, तननन तुम, तननन तुम, तननन तुम, तननन तुम, तान 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 तेरे ना, मेरे ढोल ना सुन. Then another song is वो तो है अलबिला. This is the parenting song which we normally take up for the parents to please understand the kids. So this is a very good one. वो तो है अलबिला. Yeah, tell. So this was in Bageshri. Bageshri is very good for the acceptance.
Okay.
So it works on the acceptance, the Anahata chakra. Similarly, Bageshri songs are घूंघट के पटना खोले रे, राधा ना बोले ना बोले ना बोले रे, घूंघट के पटना खोले रे, राधा ना बोले ना बोले ना बोले रे, ना बोले ना बोले ना बोले रे. So these two are Bageshri. Then we have a rag called Bilawal, and it's a very, very pleasant rag. It has all the Shuddha Swar Saptak. and it works on a like Bhopali and Bilawal. So these ragas work on the parent and kid relationship. Why? Like the way you understand them. So it creates the atmosphere of the family. So like हाँ, वो तो है अलबेला हजारों में अकेला. This is बिलावल. सदा तुमने ऐब देखा हुनर तो न देखा वो तो है अलबेला. फुर्सत मिली ना तुम्हें अपने जहां से उसके भी दिल की कभी समझते कहाँ से. जाना है जिसे पत्थर हीरा है वो तो हीरा. सदा तुमने ऐब देखा हुनर तो न देखा वो तो है अलबिला. So it has a very wonderful lyrics also that mostly through this lyrics we normally exemplify the people who don't accept their kids in the way they are, especially the boys. When they like music, they are always asked to study and to become an engineer. Even for the older parents, it has been a very big problem that no, music doesn't gain you money, so you have to go to the other line. So for especially for males, it is a big problem. I have IT students who work in IT, and they usually their complaint is that my father made me come here. I would have I would have sang. So I usually make them sing the song, and obviously I have to like direct them towards respecting their parents, no matter who they are. So one song is ये तो सच है कि भगवान है मगर फिर भी अनजान है. धरती पे रूप माँ बाप का उस विधाता की पहचान है. So obviously these lyrics are quite ma'am, this is very idealistic lyrics, can you come to the normal one and all. But and yes, I do accept that this is very very idealistic one, but all in all, you can just direct the kids towards the mantras, the shlokas, which are more drawn towards the Mooladhar chakra. And especially the parents also. It's very important for the parents to go to the tools. So we normally we did one workshop where we had one parents and the other side kids, and we asked them we directed them to the tools called music composition. They had to compose. So we gave them some of the words together. So the kids and the parents have to do it together. For example, we gave Badal, Savan, Jal, all the Jal tattvas. We gave all the soil, mati. We gave a lot of, and then we gave some of the notes. We gave the piano also, the keyboards, and we said that if you don't have, you are not a musician, you can play. And the kids helped their parents a lot, and it made a very good relationship. And so we just asked them to make it for 10 minutes, so they took 20 minutes, but that 20 minutes is a precious moment. So it's very important to serve time for both of them, for the kids, parents, both of them. Not only like that they are doing virtual classes, everybody is doing virtual in their own places. It's not we have to think of more things. Secondly, there was the tools that we had called the older people. Like we had been grown up with the older people in our home. So we have more, I feel that we are more social, we are more smiling, and we have a lot of stories which we can visualize. Ramayana we can visualize, Mahabharat, which without watching them digitally. Why? Because our grandparents used to tell the stories. So now the kids, obviously they are lacking, but then the parents can direct them towards any park or towards any any of the society older people, so that they create more wisdom in themselves, they have more respect towards the older people. So this is very important, and older people themselves will teach the kids 10-20 shlokas. It's normally it is like that. So this is also very important, and we have worked like that.
Well, you have mentioned very, very key, crucial notes, and like something like taking care, interacting with the children. And when you mentioned that, yes, we as a parent stress our children to pick up or train themselves for a money earning profile, and we sometimes neglect these rich aspect of human development, because what I as personal think that music will enhance your personality in a not in one way but in many more ways, because you become calm by yourself once you are learning music, and when you are interacting with other people, that calmness shows. So,
Definitely.
this is something very, very interesting discussion today. And in the end, I just want to hear maybe one or two lines of a song which you like and you want our parents to at least they can hum these songs in the morning, and we start, as we say, we should start our days every day by watching rise of sun. In the same way, what is 2 3 lines parent can hum or sing in the morning to start the day?
So, like I said, Rag Bhairav is a very, very nice raga. And there in a Bhairav family, there is a rag called Ahir Bhairav, which is very good for calming down. And it is a morning rag. So, songs like, first of all, we can do mantras. Mantras. शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धन संपदा शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योति नमोस्तुते. So in this shloka, normally sa is the base note is reflecting, then अलबेला सजन आयो रे अलबेला सजन आयो रे मोरा आत्मन सुख पायो रे अलबेला सजन आयो रे अलबेला सजन आयो रे. Thank you.
Wonderful, wonderful. It was so awesome to listen to all these shlokas, and I am sure that parents and the viewers will think about it, and maybe there will be change after watching this episode of Akmak. And as usual, Shambhavi Das, it is so wonderful to talk to you today and to understand how important music and ragas is for parenting and for relationship of parents and children. So we'll meet again with some more interesting and thought-provoking episode next time. Till then, bye-bye and take care.
Thank you so much. Thanks for inviting me. Thank you.
It is all our pleasure. Bye. See you. Hello friends, welcome to Akulmek Live. I'm Kanchan Verma and today we are discussing about one of the wonderful city of the world. So stick around to this episode till the end to know about this wonderful city which is very important for Indian subcontinent.
Friends, have you ever wondered that making a lasting impression online is similar to landing on the moon? If yes, we have a solution for you. Akulmek Genius program will help you prepare for your upwards trajectory towards success in the digital world. Our program consists of 12 unique tailor-made sessions of 1 hour each, spread over 6 weeks. Akulmek Genius program provide you practical knowledge about how to optimally use online video platform with lights, action, camera, as well as crash course in using virtual screens. The program also includes a session on the grooming and online etiquettes, which are important for running your online sessions and webinars. At the end of the program, our participants would be allowed to make their own videos, which will be published on a very popular business channel called Akulmek Live. This will provide global recognition to all our participants. If you like what you hear, then using the link in the description below, join the program straight away or visit www.akulmek.com and click on Genius program to know more.
Welcome back, friends. And today we have Mr. Sitesh Srivastav, who is a very interesting personality. He will be discussing about the places. We had been discussing this for many weeks now. And as you know, he's very much related and appreciated in broadcast industry. A part of this, he's an IT professional. So without wasting any further time, I would like to welcome him. Welcome to the show, Sitesh. How are you doing today?
Kanchan, good day. How have you been? It is a wonderful to talk to you once again.
I'm fine, and as usual, I also get a lot of information about the different cities of the world, and I always look forward to really hear what today we have, what city we are covering today.
Well, Kanchan, today's city is unique and probably kind of a rare city in the Indian subcontinent. It has been mentioned in the antiquity, in the ancient times, and it also shaped our modern history when it was synonymous with the British expansion in the Indian subcontinent. And Sangam Nagri, Tambu Nagri, Allahabad, and once again Prayagraj. You've heard about it, Kanchan.
Very nice. It's a wonderful city because here we have Sangam of three rivers. So that makes this city special, and especially for Indians who celebrate Kumbh after many years. So I think I would really eager to hear about the city. It's our own city, but I want more information from you.
Well, Kanchan, this city was mentioned in the Ramayana as well. This city was mentioned in multiple places as Prayagraj. I am told, I have learned that the Lord Brahma, one of the triumvirate between Brahma, Vishnu, and Mahesh, his first yajna after creating the universe. So called Pratham Yajna and then you say pra and yagya, that is prayag. 1500 times, 1500 years, you know, it was named as Allahabad by the some local legends by the Muslim Emperor Akbar. And in 2018, we brought it back to Prayagraj from Allahabad. And even Allahabad was kept the name as Ilahabas, the place of God. And then from there it moved as an Allahabad, and finally into 2018 it is Prayagraj. It's interesting to see the journey of this city and the people, and how it has remained in the conscious of the Indian subcontinent from centuries, and how it has helped shape modern India in terms of its people, in terms of its sportsmen, politicians, writers, literature folks, and many, many more intellectuals from the city. And it also has, I have read somewhere, Kanchan, it has a rare distinction of being the capital of British India for one day, just for one day. So this is something a very, very unique city where I have been fortunate to been there, and I plan to go there very soon once again. And as you said, Kumbh, the largest congregation on this planet of humans, is the Kumbh Mela, the Kumbh congregation. And the 12th year, the Mahakumbh happens in Prayag, because as per another Hindu mythological stories, one of the immortal nectar drops, which is Amrit, fell from Vishnu's, the bowl where he was carrying the Amrit. It fell in the place called Prayagraj, a place to the mystical connections of Ganga, Yamuna, and the hidden river Saraswati. And this city leaves you mesmerized. Your experiences, Kanchan?
Well, I have a lot of inclination towards this city because I'd been reading, though I am planning to go and visit the city very near future. But one thing which makes this city even more special is that it was a part of Kushan Empire, and it became a very important city during that era. A part of this, we also get traces that it was also remained a part of Kashmir, and when the Kashmir was ruled by one of the greatest king in India. So all this makes this city very wonderful, very much likable city of the world, and I think many people would like to visit and know about the city, because the city offers much more than just a name, or much more than the Indian culture. What are your ideas on that?
Well, Kanchan, as I said, my inclination is always towards the modern historical perspectives of any city. And my imagination takes me probably to 300 years back. So I can imagine this city when, the Emperor Akbar renamed it from Prayagraj to Allahabad and made a fort over there in somewhere in 1583. And the fort was made because of its military importance on the banks of Sangam, near to river Yamuna. It is being used by Indian Army nowadays. There are some portions of the fort where one can visit still. There is some Ashoka pillar, there is a Saraswati well, there is a Patal Puri temple as well in the vicinity. And this city also played a great role in the fall of the Mughals, somewhere around 1772, Shah Alam II, and when he was captured, he was brought to the Allahabad fort, and the same place. and he was kept here for several years. That time, Marathas were kind of the dominant force in the Indian subcontinent, alongside British, and then British were coming up. And it was a great phase that Allahabad has seen, or the Prayagraj has seen, that growth in the Indian subconscious. During the 1857 as well, Allahabad, which is Prayagraj, today has played a great role in shaping up the modern, the narrative of the Indian, struggle. This city is full of, British architectures, Indo-Saracenic architectures, plus some temples of ancient times temples, some great parks. I remember one of the park as Alfred Park, where our Chandrasekhar Azad laid his life in the year 1939. And history also brings us closer in Allahabad when we visit Anand Bhavan, which is also called Swaraj Bhavan, Minto Park. There is a Shringverpur, very interesting, excursion out of the city, where it is said that Lord Ram, Sita, and Lakshman crossed the river Ganga here, and the boatman Nishad Raj basically helped them and had a bargain while helping Lord cross. So this city is actually mixed, blended into history, fiction, mythology, mystery, as well as intellectual capitalism of this country's consciousness. There is no history of modern India which will be complete without mentioning Prayagraj.
Definitely, because this is a city which is there from very olden times. We can say it is one of the ancient center of Indian culture and tradition. And a part of this in modern times also, it is one of the important city of one of the very important state, Uttar Pradesh. So that makes the city entirely very special for Indians as well as for visitors who are coming from outside of India. So what are the places which are important, and we can visit them and collect our memory regarding these places in Prayagraj?
Well, Kanchan, this city is something, for everyone. What you want to see, you will get it in this city. But my attraction is more about the culture. It's about the intellectual capital that is present in the city and into its various structures. And so, for me, it's Allahabad University, a couple of engineering colleges, Jawahar Planetarium, Allahabad Museum, Khusro Bagh, Alfred Park, I have mentioned to you. In temples, Mankameshwar Temple, Samudra Koop. It is said, Kanchan, in the Samudra Koop, the water is salty because it has got a connection from the sea water. Now think of where is Prayagraj and how far is sea from there. The salty there. And it is an amazing place to be. Shivkuni is another place. Lots of places from the British architecture side is available in the city. Annual Magh Mela, which happens in the January somewhere around the Makar Sankranti, and it is a 45 days. Kanchan, I'm always surprised how in the ancient Indian tradition, people could go to a place and stay there for 45 days to enjoy the Magh Mela and take a dip in the Sangam. Similar is the case with, the Kumbh Melas also, where people stay for months at one place. It is so interesting to think we today go to these places and we ask like 2 nights, 3 days, 3 nights, 4 days. and we try to match our budgets around it, where the people in the olden days would go to some place and stay there just for some divine gain, which is like I can't comprehend in my mind, Kanchan, about this. Similarly, this city is also full of lot of government institutions, and sometimes people also forget this is also the judicial capital of Uttar Pradesh, because Allahabad High Court is the biggest high court judicial authority in Uttar Pradesh state.
Well, you mentioned that no duration is enough to really visit Prayagraj, because you find one or another, anything which can make you to stay there in this city. And I think this is a city when, if you want to attain salvation, I think this is the place to go. So I will not ask how many days and nights is required to visit Allahabad, but definitely I will be asking you about the food, because UP as a state offers a wonderful variety of food, but there are few recipes, few food which are very, very Prayagraj centric. So let's discuss about that.
Yes, Kanchan, and I must, my earliest of the memories go back to something which is so unique that I found in Allahabad from the food perspective, and that I have to name it in the Indian terms or the Hindi terms only, because I don't have the English names available with me, and that is something which is called Makhnaiya Dahi. Makhnaiya Dahi, which is a special kind of a curd from which the butter has been pulled out, and very good, very, very good for while recovering from some stomach related issues, and also it is tasty, it is less fat, and it is available across the town, and it is very unique, to call it like Makhnaiya Dahi, give me Makhnaiya Dahi. Other things that are like the kachori, the sabzis, the lassis and chole samosa, dahi bhalla, and all of these things, and Bengali sweets. I mean, I must not forget the Bengali sweets, and so food is never a challenge in Prayagraj, and I'm wishing to go there soon again and enjoy my culinary taste buds.
Well, I think this is a place which is safely can be said that this is a place of vegetarian people's delight, because it offers a variety of food recipes for the vegetarian. But do we also get some Mughlai items in Prayagraj?
Oh yes, Kanchan. Oh yes, Kanchan. The city has been always known for its Mughlai cuisines, British cuisines, and the array of intellectuals who have been in this city, who have visited this city. They have always brought back the fine food that is available, but nothing beats the street food one must enjoy in Prayagraj. And I would, and if you see the image behind me, that's a bridge which also makes it a very modern city. It's not just about a mythological city, it's not just about an academic city, it's also a thriving city, and also a modern city in all its senses. Lots of opportunities in this city are available, and well-connected city by air, by railways, by road, and it is also sometimes called the city of prime ministers, Kanchan, and because it has given us Indira Gandhi, Jawaharlal Nehru, Chandrasekhar, and Vishwanath Pratap Singh. all from this city itself. And another, I'm so interested to tell the viewers, Rudyard Kipling, the noted author and the Nobel laureate was from this city. Prasad Chaurasia, the flautist, and in the literature, Hindi literature, Mahadevi Verma, Dharamveer Bharti, Suryakant Tripathi Nirala, Subhadra Chauhan, we all know. In the media world, Amitabh Bachchan, his father, Harivansh Rai Bachchan, Vikas Swarup, the diplomat who has written The Slumdog Millionaire, the book, and Shubha Mudgal, the musician. Oh, this list is endless. Kanchan, Dhyan Chand, the magician of hockey, and Mohammad Kaif, the cricketer. I mean, this city is gem. It's a gem.
Well, I think Prayagraj is a city which we cannot be described in words. But still, we are making an effort to describe this wonderful city, which is existing since the antiquity and carrying a lot of gems of tradition, culture, and achievement. For you, how you describe in one sentence this wonderful city of the world?
What else, Kanchan? Sangam, Triveni, confluence, and that's what this city is all about. It is the conscience of this country, this subcontinent. It has got tentacles across the world, and I think being very, very closer, or I can say equal distant between Delhi and the northeast part of India, Prayagraj can be termed as the real heart of the mainland India in the modern sense.
Well, as usual, it is so wonderful to talk to you and know about this wonderful city where you lived, you traveled, and we got an insight. And again, this is, I can term this city as one of the greatest cities of the world, because this city offers so much to mankind, to Indians, to people who are visiting from outside. I think this is the place at least once in a lifetime one person should visit. So once again, thanks for sharing about this wonderful city. We'll meet again with another city. Till then, bye-bye.
Thank you, Kanchan. I look forward.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmac Technologies, and welcome to this edition of Branding for Beginners, and why this subject is so important and why it is relevant to learn what is branding. So we are bringing this course for the benefit of the young budding entrepreneurs who are basically trying to set up their company, or to orient them in terms of what they should do when they set up a new business, especially when the business is being set up, but we don't have a frontline strategy to promote it. So the idea being is, when we set up our business, we should also think about how we will generate business, what will happen to our promotion strategy, what will happen, how customers will perceive us, how future employees will perceive us, how we will make money.
So all of that is very, very important when you start your business. And often this aspect of doing business is ignored, because people tend to focus most on their offerings and their product development, or solution development. And then once the solution is ready, then they start thinking about what is to be done in order to promote ourselves to generate business. So this is the course meant for people who want to learn how to do branding, how to set up their business, and this is for beginners. We also have an advanced course, but the advanced concepts are not covered in this particular workshop. So this is basically going to help people, give them directions, give them idea about how to set up your brand in terms of when you set up your business. What is the right timing? What are the different kinds of brands? What is the best branding method for me? What I should do to set up my business and also generate revenue. So I think some of these aspects we will be covering in this workshop. To start our discussion, let me take you to the definition of the branding. So many people say that branding is A type or B type, but I think let's understand the definition of the branding itself. The branding as it is basically nothing but it could be associated to a name, it could be a term which is used in the market, it could be a design, it could be woven around a symbol, it could be any other feature. Even perception can create a branding impact on the society. And the brand is then attached. So you have a branding which is separate from your offerings or service offerings. It is then attached to the product or services that you're selling. So the definition is much bigger. It creates a much bigger ecosystem. When you start your company, I think you have to think from that point of view. Even though you're doing something very small, but I think branding plays a very important role. As the definition itself suggests, it is a perception that is being created in your target audience, whether they think that this is a very good quality or they drive some value. The beginning of all that starts from the branding. And when we talk about branding, then there are different methods of doing branding. One of the methods is direct branding, where you say that, hey, this is my product, this is my service offering, and this is my logo, this is my company name. So this is your direct brand which is getting associated to your offerings. There could be indirect branding, and we will cover all of this as we go along in detail. There could be indirect branding, and there could be a brand which is influenced by something else. So there could be influence branding, where and this is very interesting, because you don't talk about your product, your company, yet it get influenced by an event or something that goes on, and it is neither direct nor indirect, but it is influenced, and people don't even think that your branding, your brand, or your popularity is growing because of something else which is happening in the field. So let's discuss about different types of branding. And I have taken some pictures out here just to give you the idea of what you can do, what fits your business, where you are, and you can draw then inspirations from some of these examples. So let's look at the individual branding. That's the first subject that we want to discuss today. The individual branding is something that is your own branding. Say, for example, if you are a well-known professional in the corporate arena, or you are a very good trainer, so you have built a brand of yourself, and then you want to leverage that and run your own your own business or your own college or something like that. So your brand becomes an integral part of running your business. So the brand is also very important, the personal brand. What is the person behind this company? So I'm trying to draw the inspiration from Mr. Amitabh Bachchan, where you can see that his personal brand is so powerful that when he talks about a product, he is actually attributing his own brand along with that product or that merchandise that he is trying to advertise. So his brand is much bigger than he himself. Amitabh Bachchan, as we call it, Big B, is such a big brand. So many times when you start your journey as an entrepreneur, you must think about how much is your brand value, your personal brand value. And if it is not, then you should try to make your personal brand into a reality, so that at least 100, 200, 300, 1000 people start knowing you by your first name, last name, and they trust on you. So then this personal brand will play a major role in basically propelling your business forward. So that is one type of branding. Second type of branding is directly associated with a product. So we know that Mercedes cars are one of the best automobiles. So it does not matter which company manufactures Mercedes. The brand, the company which is behind producing Mercedes is not very well known, but Mercedes car is it is equal to the just like quality of the car itself. So they never break down. If they break down, there is an entire support structure. They're very robust. They can go for very long distance without failing. They provide ultimate comfort. They are the marvel of engineering. So like that, there could be many other products which are brand by itself. So Mercedes can be one brand, iPhone can be another brand. So there are several examples like that. So the brand itself is attached to the product. So when you say, hey, if I buy an iPhone, all your problems are solved. That's how people will say it. If you buy Tata, it is going to be quality product, and the company will treat you nicely. So things like that. So there are brands which are associated with the product directly, and it is not a material thing that the company has to build its own brand. So many times when the product becomes very popular, it becomes a brand by itself. So there could be product like that which has a brand. Then there could be branding with regard to regions. For example, there is one region which is safe for doing business. So once it is safe for doing business, people are honest, the law and order situation is very good, and this all is branding. Somebody has to say that come to my region and do business, because I provide you rule of law, I provide you clarity of thoughts, I provide you safety, I provide you workforce, and hence that becomes branding for popularizing your region. So for instance, India could be one region, EU can be another region, United States can be one region, and that is why these brands are associated with this region. Now the fourth example is the analyst. So the analyst job is basically to study what is going on in the industry and make forecast. So they basically talk to a lot of people, a million companies, and they understand what is going on. They apply their formula, they apply their brain, they apply their knowledge, and then they will come out with a forecast for next 1 year. And about 80 to 90% these forecasts are always true. So when an analyst speaks about the trend, the industry trend, the industry tend to believe them, and hence the analyst makes a brand for themselves. If analyst says something, it is going to be true. So for example, Gartner, if they make a business prediction, it is going to be true. Nobody can dispute it. So it's a brand by itself. It's a branding exercise that Gartner has done for themselves. It is a different kind of branding. It's about predictions, it's about knowledge-based assessment, data collection, what is the type of footprint they have when they make these predictions, and so on. So which cannot be copied by any other company. It is different. It is a separate segment of branding activities that Gartner will take up.
The Gartner, as a analyst, will have a marketing team which will develop all of these infrastructure and create the brand which is relevant for the analyst. Then there could be a different type of branding services required for just services. So if there is a services vendor, then you need to be able to convey to the customers, your clientele or your consumer, that if you take this service from me, it is going to be top notch. So things like just dial. If you dial just dial, you can get number of anyone in India. That's a service order. So they have given a branding color for themselves which are very, very specific to themselves. They have built their name and their fame, and hence that drive their business. So if you call just dial, you can get number of anyone. So this is service oriented example of service oriented branding. There could be other examples as well, where service can be sold with a brand. For example, if you look at Reliance, they provide telephony services. So when you say Reliance, it is good quality telephony, it never breaks. You have engineer always available and things like that. So there could be, now Reliance may not be a good example, but there could be other examples which are similar to this. So services can be branded in a certain way. Similarly, a country also requires branding. A country can have a bad image, can have a good image. All that is created by the branding for that company. And there are people who actually build a country's brand. The country is safe, it is not safe. If you come as a tourist, what will happen to you? Will you be taken care? Will there be hospitality? If you come as a businessman in that country, what will happen to your investment? Will you get the money that you invested with profits? Will there be any regulations? Will there be any clean practices? So there are a lot of other issues. It is safe, you can travel in night, is there going to be entertainment somewhere, and so on. So even country requires to build their brand, and they need to propel themselves. So if the country is very popular globally, then obviously somebody has done the branding activity to build the name and fame of the country. Now a company can also have a very strong brand name associated with themselves, just like Tata. Tata is more than 100-year-old company out of India, but they have built a brand over the years. The Tata brand has become so powerful that whatever they do, the brand has an impact on the product, even though if they make salt. So it's simple thing like salt, if you put Tata, then this salt is going to be the best salt which you can buy, best iodized salt. So it is better than other products which are salt. A simple thing like a salt can also carry a brand of Tata, or a very large machinery of which are used in mining, etc., can also be built by Tata. So when Tata build a product, whatever they do, the brand of Tata is so strong, it is going to be good. So there could be examples of other similar company branding. For example, when you say India Inc., there are very few companies brand that comes to our mind. One is Infosys, other is Tata, then Adani, and Reliance. So some of these companies are there which are doing groundbreaking work and a lot of work in India, a lot of pioneering work they are doing. So they are ensuring that the brand value, if somebody says, hi, I'm working with Reliance, that means they will have a clean practice, they will get the right product from that company. And hence, because I'm dealing with Reliance, I'm dealing with Tata, I'm dealing with Adani's, I'm dealing with Kirloskar, the brands has a lot of weightage, and half the battle of basically selling your merchandise, your product, is won if you have a very strong brand. So things like that. Now branding is also required for things like forums. For example, NASSCOM is a good example. Now NASSCOM has to also promote their services for the sake of selling
helping their partners sell them outside India, and the partners which are in other countries to sell and find IT companies out of India. So IT companies need to sell to other countries needs to buy from India. So that is the activity NASSCOM does, and it's a forum. It's a forum which will make two businessmen meet each other. Now, what is the advantage if I go to NASSCOM? What will I get if I pay their annual fee? What do I do? Will I get new business? So that is a question of any member joining NASSCOM, and that is a basic question. And in order to establish themselves, being a forum where people can buy and sell, they also have to establish their brand. That if I go to NASSCOM and not anybody else, there is always a competition between different NASSCOM and other agencies which are doing pretty much a similar work. So why people basically go to NASSCOM? Because they get the best outcome out of it. They will be able to find buyer in other countries quickly, faster than any other forum which can provide. So they have to also ensure that when they provide all these services, they have to also do branding. They have to talk about this data point that, hey, we do these for you. If you come to us, we will help you grow better and faster. So this is what the branding will bring to NASSCOM. And last is the website. So if you have a website, you need to do branding. For instance, Naukri. Naukri is such a powerful brand because it provides employment opportunities to so many people. But we don't know what is the company behind Naukri. We know Naukri will give you, if you go to Naukri, register your profile, there will be a call from a employer. There might be a situation where you may get a job. But there is a company behind this website. So nobody knows the company. I mean, I'm sure many people will know what is the company because it has been there for a very long time. But nobody knows the kind of work the company is doing to build Naukri as a brand. So Naukri has become a very big brand on its own, being just a website. And the company behind it is Info Edge Private Limited. So you see that Naukri brand is so powerful as compared to the company behind it. Now I'll give you another example. Google.com. It is obviously much bigger than Naukri. Google.com is such a big brand globally as a search engine. All it does is it gives you search engine capability and other things which are associated with it. Search. You can search pretty much anything on Google. But the company behind it's called Alphabet Inc. So people don't know what is the company. But the Google is such a big brand today, controlling almost like 30 to 40% of the global businesses, and the company behind it is Alphabet. So the Google brand is much bigger than the company which looks after that brand. So you see, the whole objective of having this discussion was that branding is absolutely important. Everyone needs it, and if you don't do branding, you are not going anywhere. Whether you are a forum, you are a website, you are a company, you are a country, you are a region, or you are an individual. So you need to work on your brand first. I mean, when you start your company, even if you are a trainer, you need to develop your brand. Very important point that I want to drive by these examples. So now we will understand what is the importance of branding. See, if you do branding properly, then you will actually gain a lot of customer awareness. So why we do branding? See, branding is that you establish yourself, your company, your work should be displayed in front of people, in front of your target audience, and so on. So when you actually brand your company, your work, it is the customer awareness that you achieve. And when I say customer awareness, see, it's like this: if 100 people watch your advertisement or some information about your work or your company or your website, the chances are 1 or 2 will come back and like to show interest in what you do. 98% of the people will keep that in their memory, and probably in future they may become your prospects. But the thumb rule is, say for example, if you start your branding today, the thumb rule is the conversion of percolating your messages out in the field will result in a certain percentage of gratification. However, you have no control on who can be your customer. So, one of the activity which is a mundane activity of increasing your customer awareness all the time, but who can buy from you? Many people say that, hey, I will send email marketing, I will do digital marketing, I will do XYZ, reach out plan to the client. The problem there really is that all of this will not work if you have not worked in developing your brand, because people don't know you. If you try to reach to somebody who's not aware of what you do, he's never seen your face, he's never seen your logo, he's not even seen the website, he's not seen any advertisement about you, the chances are they will not be attracted to what you're saying. And if you try to reach out to him, it will result in a something which will become sort of an exercise where you actually end up telling him what you do. So you can actually bridge the gap by increasing the customer awareness. You start advertising early in the life cycle based on the branding techniques that we will discuss later on in our workshop. But I think increasing customer awareness is one of the critical tasks, and that is why you need branding. And don't think that if you do customer awareness campaign, you will get thousands of leads coming out from there. It is a constant activity which you have to continue doing, keep increasing the customer awareness all the time. And even though if you are like 100-year-old as an organization, you still need to continue doing your customer awareness, because the customers are X number of customers which are limited in the market. And then you have to keep on telling them what you do, what you are, what is the company logo, etc. Once you have garnered certain X amount of customers, then you have to also ensure that the customers who are now buying from you are not going in any other direction, because the market is such that there is always competition. And then when you are doing business, there are others also, 100 other people who are doing similar business, and they will find innovative ways to attract the customers, because everybody is trying to do innovative branding and also customer reach out plans. So the chances are that when you are doing your branding and customer reach out, you have to ensure that the customer loyalty is also maintained with you. So you have to keep doing what you're doing, any customer success, anything that your extraordinary innovation that you have done, which will bring advantage. And what is the reason that the customers stick around with you? That you offer something which nobody else can match in the price and performance. So branding is a very good exercise which will ensure that the loyalty is maintained with you. For example, if you buy a car from let's say a Japanese car, people know that you don't never have to open the hood of the car. It will never break down, it will give you comfort, it will keep running for 10 years without any flaw, and after 10 years it will attract a lot of resale value. So that is why people buy Toyota cars and any other Japanese or Korean cars, because they run. You see, by virtue of branding themselves on the basis of their product, they are garnering the customer loyalty, right? So whatever happens, the customer is not going to go away to any other brand, because the cars that they buy, the product that they buy from this car, they have complete faith on the car. It will never break down. They have got very good service, value for money, and hence the loyalty is maintained. So that is one example of increasing customer loyalty.
But the point I'm trying to make here is you have to do branding to ensure that your customers are sticking with you. And why this is so important? Simply because that there are X number of customers which can be counted. You cannot keep finding new customers every day. You have to ensure that whatever customers you have, the growth is only 20%. Say for example, suppose you have 100 customers, the new customers that you will find will be only 20. It cannot happen that you have 100 customers and next month you will have another 100 customers. It is not going to happen. So that is why keep that in mind, that if you have a continuous business from existing customers, you are better off as a business rather than thriving on finding new customers, because finding new customers is more difficult than maintaining the existing client. So that is why you have to ensure proper branding to make sure that you have done something to increase the customer loyalty. So you may have a survey, you may have advertisements, you may have innovation, that you are adding new features to your service offerings or your product for free, whatever, it can be anything. But you have to think as an entrepreneur, as a startup, or as a small medium enterprise business owner, or as a leader, you have to think about this aspect also when it comes to branding. Now we come to the third subject. The branding will be driven by the quality of the product that you provide. If you give a product which is not up to the mark, then obviously with that just one instance, your branding will go for a just go down. It will go for a toss. So the whole point is that you have to ensure that while you're talking about XYZ, you are also translating your brand in reality into your products. So when you come out with a new product, make sure that there is a saying in English, walk the talk. So when you are doing branding and you are saying I am best quality, and then the product comes out, it is not as good quality. So you have to keep ensuring and keep thriving that your brand is actually translated into your product, the quality of the product. So in fact, if you keep saying, hey, I have the best product, and your product is not so good, then actually it will bring down your branding itself. So it will not be sufficient to just keep talking that, hey, I have the best product, I have the best innovation, I have the best price performance, and in reality it does not happen that way. It will actually spoil your branding. So you have to ensure that whatever you're offering is very good quality, and it is up to the mark, so that you have customer loyalty. So going back to the previous slide where you will talk about customer loyalty. So by ensuring that your product branding is similar to what you're talking about in your advertisement, in the field, and to people. Branding will also bring competitive advantage. So even though you have X number of customers with you, and there are prospects which you want to engage with, but everybody is looking at the alternatives. Everybody is all the time, it's like this. If you are a consumer, you'll always look at an alternative. Suppose you have a car from Toyota, but then if you get a similar equal product from Hyundai, then you can shift there. So you have to ensure that the branding is perfect. You keep telling your client or your prospect that this is the advantage if you buy from me. So you have to completely keep ensuring that the competitive advantage is always maintained in your favor. So you see, this is not an easy task. So far we have discussed that you have to do branding in order to find new customers. Once you find customers, you have to do branding to retain them, so that you have customer loyalty. Then you have to also provide good quality product, so that customer feel satisfied. They feel that they have paid the right amount of money for this product. And now you're talking about also doing branding to ensuring that you have a competitive advantage as
compared to other players in the market. So, so your branding strategy should encompass all these aspects. You cannot ignore one and just look at the other one. So your branding strategy has to be consistent across the landscape. Branding can also be developed by introducing new products and services. So say for example, suppose you're already providing one side of product, you can then after 6 months you can diversify and have a similar product but of a different kind, so that say for example you're selling a fountain pen, and you know that fountain pen is purchased by certain set of people, and these people will never buy anything else. They will like to have only fountain pen. So you have found 100 clients which are using fountain pen. Now you have exhausted your client list by selling 100 fountain pen in previous month. So what we will do in the next month? You know that I have exhausted the list. There are out of 1,100 like to buy fountain pen, and they have purchased from you and they are happy with it. You have done the customer loyalty branding. You have done everything. So as a growth of the company is now stopped. You know, you have developed, you have reached the market cap. In that market area, you have 100% clientele for fountain pen. So now what you could do is you can then launch a ball pen, because now you establish yourself as a good quality fountain pen, and then you can now address the other segment of the market who don't like fountain pen. They can buy a ball pen from you. So if you keep diversifying into similar areas, slowly finding clients by introducing new products and services, then your branding will also keep increasing. And slowly I picked up example of writing instruments. You can develop fine art pencils, and then you keep growing like that. Similarly, there could be a car manufacturer. They can start with tires and then they end up after a couple of years producing the full car. Similarly, let's look at example of electric vehicle manufacturers. They can start with a moped, then they can come out with a scooter, then they can come out with a bike, and then they come out with a three-wheeler, and then they come out with a four-wheeler. So this is how they can progress. And this is very important to keep running the business, because if you produce only one idea, the chances are that idea has a limited shelf life. So your branding exercise should be complete, should encompass that activity where you have to ensure that you keep launching new product and offerings. Very important, to grow you need funding, and the funding will only come if the people invest in your business, and the investment will happen only when you offer them a growth path. Say for example, if there is an investor and he has a lot of money, $1 million with him, and he is looking at making $2 million out of his investment. Now what are his options? The easiest is he go to a bank and he will give it a fixed deposit, which will give him 10% or 8% yield. Now with that kind of investment, he is not going to make 2 million. I mean, he can make 2 million, it will take him 10 years. So you have to offer something which is better than what the bank can offer. So obviously you have to give some very attractive figures. If you give me money, I will give you a return on investment like this. I will make sure that in 2 years you will double it. So now this is very important. If your product sales are also branded, that hey, you have grown like this, you are $100,000, now you are $1 million. So obviously you are growing, and this kind of branding can help you find investors. So when you get investment capital, the chances are that your company will thrive, and then you can look at new avenues, expanding markets, opening new offices, hiring new people, building a infrastructure for manufacturing. There could be endless supply of capital, and if you don't do this branding around, the growth element of your company, innovation, growth, customer loyalty, the chances are the investors will not come to you. They will find some other avenue, and that is where the problem is. So you should always look at investment for growth as a business owner, so that your brand is very strategically strengthened, and people are willing to fund your brand, so that there is a growth in the brand. We have the funding now, but who will work for us? So now there is a different kind of branding that you have to do in terms of the human resources, human capital. Because if you have the funding, you have the capital, you have the clientele, now you want to grow, you want to set up a new office in a new city, or you want to set up a new office in a different country. So who is going to work for you? So people are very smart nowadays. They like to see what you do, how people rate you, and so on. So now you have to look at branding which is related to how good you are in terms of treating your own people. So now you're treating your clients, you're treating the industry, you're treating the analyst, and you have to also focus on how you treat the people. And to give an example, some of these IT companies, they actually do branding only about their subject, how their human capital is, how good their HR department is. And so it's a question of demand and supply. So you have a demand, and the supply is the people. So if you have people, then only you can fulfill the demand. There's no point in having demand and not having the supply. So you have to look at that you are sending the right message by doing the right branding, so that people are attracted and join you. And in the end, by doing proper branding, if you follow all of these ideas that we are talking about today, you can become a market leader. And the idea is that it's not the fame that you're looking at. It's basically looking at how do you capture the maximum amount of business. When you get into any business, the hunger for revenue should be there. If you don't have hunger for revenue, the chances are that you will not succeed in the business. So if you want to do some business, you should always have hunger for revenue, and you should always look at what will give you maximum revenues. So a branding around becoming a market leader is also very important, and that will propel more business for your company, more growth for your company. So that is why you may have heard about people talking about, hey, I'm the best in the industry, best product in the industry, and so on. So I think these are the things that people have to do in order to build their company. And I think the law of doing your business is the same. You have to start with branding. You don't set up your business without doing branding. Many times people commit a big mistake. They don't actually build the name and fame for themselves, the branding for themselves, and they start the business, and then they start investing in doing branding, and then after 6 months they lose. I think the branding is such an important aspect. We discuss all these things simply because to drive that point that branding is such an important aspect of business, where people tend to ignore this. They focus more on building their company, building a product, not knowing how they will promote it. Once the product is ready after 6 months, who will buy? And many times you don't even get the feedback from the field. Say for example, today you decide to you manufacture something, and you feel that there may be a lot of requirement for it. But when you launch after 6 months, the chances are that the market may have changed, regulations may have changed, and people may not like to buy that product. So the feedback is also important. So if you are not doing branding, there is nothing coming back to you from the field itself. So you may talk to a lot of gurus, but everybody has the same problem. Unless you do your own branding, the direct feedback, direct gratification will not happen from the field itself. And that is where people go wrong. The reason for covering the branding subject in such length is to drive the point that you start your branding even before you establish your company.
So here, friends, we will stop for 2 minutes, and this is a quiz that we want to run. So welcome back. I'm sure you have noted down these questions. You can write to me giving your answers, and we can have a one-to-one discussion later on. But I think let's move on to the next section. Which is about different branding techniques. So you see, each category of activity will define that you know each category will be a different type of branding services, which will be a different activity altogether. So just give me a moment. So a product, suppose you are coming out with a product, the branding for the product will largely depend on the type of product that you're developing. Now if if your product is sold in retail market, then your branding will be about the consumers. Your messaging, your marketing messages, your branding, your logo should talk more about how public will benefit by using these products. But then that is not the only business happens in the field. There are people who are doing wholesale kind of business. They produce something which does not go to the market directly. It becomes sort of an input to some other business. Your offering is then used by some other industry and then assembled into something else. So there could be instance where you're actually a product manufacturer, but your market segment is not retail. There could be a market which is meant for OEMs. So your offerings will be taken by the OEMs. They will assemble things, customize it, use it, and so on, and then they will resell it to retail. So it depends really. When you are actually into product arena, you have to ensure that your messaging should be proper and in line with the market that you are addressing. There could be a raw material manufacturer. The branding for the raw material manufacturer will be different than OEM clientele and then the retail business. So things like that. So it's completely different. For example, if there is a steel manufacturer, the steel cannot be used directly by anyone. So steel is selling to XYZ client. So if you convert iron into steel, who's going to buy that? Somebody has to buy that steel. So your clientele is the manufacturers who are producing special pumps, cars, heavy machinery. So those factories becomes your client. So your branding is related to those clients. You produce highest variety of different variety of steels. So anybody needs different variety of steel, they can approach you and so on. If you actually advertise different variety of steel in the retail segment, where people are looking at buying mobile phones and your clothes and cars, the chances are your branding is going wrong. So I'm not saying that people will do that. I'm just using this as an example to drive that your product offering and what segment you're selling into, your branding strategy will be driven mostly by that. For instance, let's take another example. Rolls-Royce. For many years, it has been known to everyone that Rolls-Royce is selling by invitation. So you see, their branding is so strong. you simply cannot go and buy a car. You have to be invited to buy a car. So their branding is so important that if you have a Rolls Royce, that means you have been selected as a client. Right? You see, so their product branding is different than let's say Hyundai product branding. Hyundai, you go to my dealer and pick up the car. Anyone can buy the car. So that is why you don't see Rolls Royce advertisements in any of the magazines. You will probably see in a very selected kind of media, and they have their own method of reaching out to people whom they feel fit for using their car. And even though if you're a very rich man, you're an extremely rich man, but they will not give you chance to buy the car. If you are a god man, for example, the chances are you want to buy a Rolls Royce and you can afford it because you have so much of money, but Rolls Royce will not allow you to buy these cars. So things like that, so each product has a different branding, and when you do product branding, you have to use the right technique to address your clientele. You have to understand what are the clients who are going to watch who are a target audience. These clients can be prospects, they can be clients, or they can be future clients. So what are the types of activity you're doing so that you're conveying the right message? Then you're using the right medium to reach out to them. You can use mailers, you can use website, you can use personal phone calls, you can use advertisements, you can use social media, but in all of that you have to ensure that you're reaching out to right audience, right type of clientele. Now if you want to promote your company, a corporate, then you have to you cannot talk about your products. When you say Tata, you want to brand your corporate itself, corporate culture, then if you keep talking about your Tata Salt and eatables and cars and heavy machinery, it will not build your corporate brand, a cultural brand. So you have to talk about how good you are in terms of solving the employees' problems, what kind of job satisfaction you give, what are the growth prospects for Tata, what is the the place in society you build for your employees, are there any health plans, health benefit if you join Tata, any company. So if you look at Tata, they are actually doing a lot of their branding around these activities, so that people now say, hey, if you join Tata, you will get growth, you will get job security, you will get money, you will get help in terms of children education, you will get help in terms of your accommodation, you will get health cover plans paid by the company, you will get to see travel the world, you will get paid holidays, and you will have nice place to sit, you will have nice colleagues to work with, and so on. So the branding around building your corporate is different than doing your product branding. So I think we need to understand this very clearly, even though this workshop is for beginners, but I think everyone should think what they are doing, and that is why I am trying to bring different aspects of different branding which can be possible. And mind it, all of this is useful even for a small business. You have to separate yourself, you have to build your own brand as as the promoter of the company. Then you have to also ensure that your company has a brand associated with it. Then you have to also ensure that your corporate culture has a brand, your human capital has a brand, and also your product and services has a brand. So you see, it is an overall picture that you send to the field that will drive your business. Personal branding, your corporate branding, your product branding, your company branding, and your human capital branding. There are more also, we will come to that in a bit. So in terms of personal branding, you have to talk about things like you are doing some course, you have done your
Harvard, you have completed executive MBA from Harvard. That can be a star in your personal branding. Or you have gone on a whitewater rafting. Every year you go, so you are a sportsman. That can be a brand. Um, Now, this brand should not be linked to your company. You have to thrive in building your own brand separately without any influence of your company, because company will do a different kind of branding, and it doesn't matter even if you do the same branding, it doesn't matter, but you have to ensure that your branding is differently driven, and it is not the same branding that your company is doing. Even though you're a small businessman and you have sleep and breathe your company, but you still need to look at what you do to build your brand, and your company will build its brand, which you are only driving it, but it has to be separate branding. So in nutshell, the brand itself on the personal level is very very important, because if you are known, if even though your company is small, but if you are able to build a brand of some way or the other, then people tend to have faith in the company. They know that this is a person with this kind of fame behind this company. So they try to bring, when they actually start buying from your company, the leadership brand is very very important, and it's absolutely clear that you need to do that. And that is why don't ignore building your personal brand. You have to ensure that your personal brand is always highlighted. Even though if you're in a company, your brand is very very important. Even if you have grown, your company has grown quite a bit, but your personal brand is still important. To throw an example, you look at Narayan Murthy. His personal brand is so huge. His company brand is also big, but his brand, his personal brand is that he's the MD of the company. But then he has other personalities. He talks in other forum, and he's indulging in other activities which are related to nation building. He's doing a lot of work in education, youngsters. So we can go on. There are people who are basically investing in building their own brand of different nature and different kind. Because if you actually increase that, then your perspective, your whole area of achieving the proper branding is increased. So you have to ensure that your personal branding is always developed as a leader, as an entrepreneur, or even as a trainer. Because then in the case of trainer, your personal branding is very very important. If you are a professor with 30 years experience, that is driving your training institute or training online business. So things like that, you have to ensure that you think about these concepts. Now the cultural branding is something which defines you as a human being. So what type of post you like? Say for example, let's say in the today's context, when everybody is on social media, you are liking, sharing certain type of activities on Facebook or on Twitter, etc. That is going to drive your branding in terms of your friend circle or the kind of activities your company is indulging in. So it becomes a culture thing today, and now it's a lot easier to make or break. Earlier, you could have ignored it when the social media was not so active, like 10 years back. You could have ignored this aspect, very important aspect. But now, since everybody is on social media, the cultural background of the organization that you are building and your own personal image will be very heavily affected by the culture output. So you can try to make a cultural branding about yourself, that you tend to dislike certain things or you tend to like certain things, and that will stick onto you. Say for example, if you're indulging in too much of a religious rhetoric, then this will stick onto you, and then after some time your branding will take a totally different turn. It depends, what you're looking for. If you're looking for that kind of orientation to build your brand, it's okay, it's fine, but you are the best person to decide. But then your branding will, the culture of your branding or your organization branding will be having X number of buyers which are of the same culture or society. So you have to ensure that you send the right messages, you make the right plans to convey the right messages overall by building your branding services. Now, one of the thing which is very important now at this point I would like to mention is when you have taken all the steps of building your brand, building your company's brand, you have taken the right decision to build your employee capital branding, uh, you have reached a certain level where you have been doing this work for some time, but there is no growth, because it happens to everyone. You reach the certain level and then it saturates the market. So you need to do something else. You need to shake up things, and co-branding is one of the activities which you can take up very easily. Uh, what is co-branding? Co-branding is that you tie up with some other brand, well-known brand or similar brand, or a lower brand or a higher brand, doesn't matter. Co-branding basically means that you tie up with another brand, another company, or another person, and jointly come out with an offering. So that is what the co-branding is all about. It doesn't matter that you are a big brand or a equal brand or a large brand, powerful brand. It doesn't matter. You can co-brand with any type of logo, any type of company. The example that I want to give, there are many examples like that, and what I feel as a trainer, that everybody today talks about, hey, let's do collaboration, let's do this, let's do that, let's team up and work together. But the point is that they have no idea how to do collaboration, because if you can't do co-branding, there is no question of doing collaboration. So first thing is that you have to coexist with another brand. When you are doing co-branding, you have to also ensure that you don't think about things like, hey, I will make more money, he will make less money. The co-branding does not define what kind of money you will make. Co-branding is you are just conveying your teaming up together, conveying a certain message, and it is not that you are dependent only on that business. So the idea being that when you co-brand, you shake up market so that you can grow beyond the saturation point. For instance, if you buy a BMW car, you can buy Louis Vuitton bags which are perfectly made for boot of BMW and with the BMW logo. So if you pay extra XYZ amount, you can get the customized Louis Vuitton bags for your BMW car. So it's a very good example of co-branding. It is not that those products are not sold. They are obviously sold separately, but then when you buy a car, you have an option. If you want a customized luggage for your boot area, you can get it from the best quality Louis Vuitton manufacturer, and with lot of style and stuff like that. You can customize them the way you want. So this is a great example of co-branding. There are other examples. There are many other examples of co-branding. For example, if you look at the today's context in India, there are a lot of co-branding happening which Netflix is doing. Netflix is the OTT platform which is providing a lot of video content for the consumption of Indians by and large. So the OTT is now tying up with all these TV broadcast services companies like Reliance or Tata. So if you take their connection, you will get X months free viewing of certain content. So this is nothing but a co-branded where the two brands are coming together and selling their separate merchandises. So this is a very good technique if you are say for example a small businessman. It's a very good technique to start, pull up two small business people can come together, build their strengths together, and then go to the market, and then with co-branded, and then sell under these two umbrella of co-branding. It does not mean that your brand will not sell your own product. You have other offerings. So what you have done is you have defined a different product offering which is co-branded. So it is a very good idea when you are basically setting up your business, to also think of tying up with other brands and launching in collaboration. And I think this will give you a chance to even talk to other business people when you start sharing success with others also. Now, the last branding technique is a composite co-branding, which is different from the co-branding what we discussed in the previous slide. The composite is that product that you are using has another very powerful brand associated with it. For example, I am trying to say that if you buy a Dell, you will always see, in fact, if you buy a Compaq, you will see Intel inside logo. So it shows that Intel is a very, very powerful brand. But then if you buy a certain brand, they are co-branding, but it's composite. It is basically into one product offering. You buy a laptop from Dell or a PC from Dell, it will have Intel inside. So it's a very powerful way of doing co-branding. Co-branding, composite co-branding usually work in a situation where it may not be very good for all the situations, but it is good for a very powerful umbrella brand coming and then helping other smaller brands. So then there is no question of uniqueness or anything. The large brand will influence other brands. So, you know, at the beginning of the workshop, I talked about Amitabh Bachchan. So it's a very good example of composite co-branding, because Amitabh Bachchan has a brand of his personal brand of his own. But then when he talks about Samsung, when he talks about a car, when he talks about XYZ, he is actually rubbing off his brand onto that brand. So Amitabh Bachchan's personal brand is huge. But then when he talks about Hyundai car, Santro, that I go to work driving a Santro, then his brand is influencing Santro. So this is an example of composite co-branding. It may not be relevant for all situations, all businesses, but yet it is one of the tool available for increasing your business. So summarizing this session of what to do when you're doing your branding. First, as I said, you have to look at creating your personal brand also. If you are a leader or if you are an entrepreneur, you are a leader of a team, you are a CEO, CIO, CXO, you have to look at building your personal brand. Many people tend to ignore it, but I think that is not the right attitude. You have to build your brand at par with your company's brand. So you have to ensure doing whatever it takes to build your brand. And that gives the confidence to your client, to your prospect. When they actually deal with a company, they know that this is a person behind as a leader in that company, and you know, they recognize you as a person. So you have to keep ensuring that. Now in nutshell, you also have to do your company branding. So you have to ensure that the company's logo is visible quite often, because if you're out of sight, you're out of mind, especially when you're a small player. If you're a large player, you will have a lot of budgets, you will have a lot of muscle power in order to spread your messages, flyers, and put board outside your branch offices and across the city, multiple offices. So they have more muscle. The problem is when you're small, then you have to ensure that you are visible. So there are different techniques we will talk about after the small quiz. We will talk about what are the different techniques to build your brand being a small business. However, your company has to ensure that their logo, their work is visible. That means the company is always moving. It's not stagnant. Then all of this, so what is happening? You're creating a hype, and then you also have an heritage, because the person's leadership team behind the company is also building their brand, sending their individual messages out, doing something else other than the company is doing, and things like that. So you're building a package, sort of a aura for running your company. And if you don't do any campaign, then the campaigns, how will you reach to the market segment. So you have to continuously keep doing the campaigns, keep running those campaigns to ensure that every second day or third day you're in the news somehow or the other. So we can come up with these ideas, and we can have an advanced course next week where you can learn about these ways of doing campaign. Fourth, very important, you have to keep the field motivated. When I say motivated, it's not only the client which is motivated, it's not only the employees which are motivated, it's not only the investors who are motivated. So when you keep your messages keep going out every second day, people start seeing your logo and your work, your innovation, your white papers, your new activities that you're indulging in. You found a new client, you announce it. You open a new office, you announce it. You come up with a new idea, announce it. Why keep it to yourself? So by doing all of these different activities, you are actually motivating your clients in terms of clients, your employees, your investors. Hey, these guys are doing something. These guys are very active. These guys are very aggressive, and so on. And then by doing all of this, you will be able to connect to new people. You have your own connections, but then you keep building your network. And business today is about networking. So if you have a right network, you will be able to make money. And if you don't have a right network, then you will not be able to make money. So it's like that. So when you do right branding, you reach out to the people, you convey the messages that you have, you keep motivating all these people who are watching you, and then you keep connecting with a similar type of people, because that's the market segment you're working with. Above all, you have to be creative. You have to know exactly how you will do all of this. So you have to do in a very imaginative manner. You have to be creative, and then you have to be strategic, because you cannot keep repeating those things. Say for example, suppose you went on a whitewater rafting, you cannot continue that messaging for a month. So you have to at least apply some strategy. What will happen? Usually what happens is that these are the activities that are planned at least for 2 months, and then there is a calendar which is produced, a branding calendar, and then the calendar is then followed religiously. So you as a leader, or your employee who's running these campaigns, or if you have engaged somebody to drive this, you have to ensure that the branding calendar is followed, adhered to, and the strategy has to be in place. So with this, we'll stop for some time, for 1 minute or so, and there is a small quiz that you can attempt, and you can write to me with these answers if you like these, and then I can respond to you, connect with you, and we can have a debate on that. So welcome back, friends. We'll move to the next section, which is about the actual branding for small businesses and for beginners. First thing that is required here is you need to have a very strong research based strategy. You see, when you're running your own small business, what makes you think that you can run this business? What makes you think that, say for example, if you open a restaurant, it will run? Because 80% of the restaurants fail. That's a reality. Not everyone succeeds. So there has to be a proper messaging that has to go out. That messaging will not go out properly if you don't have proper surveying capacity, a research based decision. Because you know that, say for example, let's go back to the example of restaurants. There could be vegetarian living in that area where you open your restaurants, and then you open a non-veg restaurant. The chances are that this is a very simple example. There could be many things to it. You can open a Chinese, and the people there in the neighborhood don't like Chinese, and so on. So there could be many examples like that. I think the net point I'm trying to drive is that the research is the key to start any branding. And then before you start, so I'm taking you one step back from branding. As I said so far, is that before you start your business, you have to do branding. But before you do branding, you have to do research. So I'm saying that you have to have a proper research in a very systematic manner, and the research will be based on various factors in terms of market size, in terms of how much customer will pay for your product or services, um, in terms of how you will reach out, what is the best method to reach out to them, how long you see this business running. If you start today, will you have a 5-year life, will you have a 10-year life, or will you have only 6 months life for that product offering? So I mean, there are thousand other things, I cannot talk about all of them, but I think the whole point is that you have to have research done. If you have a proper research, more data points, then that will help you drive the right branding strategy. As I talked about the branding calendar, you cannot work on a branding calendar if you don't have a research data with you. Second thing is, when you have a research based approach, then that research will also tell you that how the input from the market is helping you. Say for example, after doing research, you created a branding calendar, and then it's a 2 months branding calendar that every 3 days or 4 days you will publish something or the other, some infographics or some video or something else in various format. So when you do that, the chances are that not many people are engaging with it. So that is one feedback that your research team has to get, or you when you're doing research for your business, you need to get that input from the market. See, whatever you learn from me, or you learn from your experience, or you learn by talking to other leaders, will be of zero value if you don't hear from the market directly. So when you actually do your business, you have to ensure that the market has to give you direct feedback. You cannot get a Gartner report and apply that to your business. It is a good starting point. It is a good starting point. But when you build your business, you have to ensure that what is the market segment you're trying to reach out to, what is their feeling about you, and that feedback has to be there. That feedback will happen only if you have a proper research document with you. So I think before you start your branding, you have to do research, and this is something that I want to emphasize on. Collect as much data about the product, about the services, about the clientele, about the industry as much as you can. Build a model. I'm not suggesting that you should use this model or that model, but have some data available with you, and then decide what messages you have to send out as a branding, and then decide when you want to start manufacturing your product or services. Having done your brand research, then you have also built a branding calendar, marketing calendar. Remember, I was talking about the feedback. Now the feedback will give you this kind of picture. It will be a SWOT analysis about your business. See, you have come out with an idea. You've done research whether this idea will be successful or not. And today's world, to run different research is very simple. There are a lot of free websites which will conduct surveys for you, or using some of these social media, you can conduct these surveys. You can ask questions. You can build a survey form and ask the question. So that could be one starting point. I'm not saying it's the best, but I'm just throwing some ideas. So for free, you can start doing some research. You can do it for some time, but this research will give you a lot of inputs. What people think about you, what people think about the product that you are trying to launch, what people think about the services. Will they pay for it? I think that's a very critical question, which you as a businessman has to understand that. So all of these inputs will give you information to build a SWOT model. So some of you, in fact, everybody knows what is SWOT. SWOT is nothing but, in short, strength, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. So what are your strengths which you will build, and what are the weaknesses which you need to reduce? So until unless you have a research platform, until unless you have a feedback mechanism by doing proper branding, you will not be able to build your SWOT model. So you build on your strength, so you know that these are my strength and nobody else can match that. And if you identify your weaknesses, you have to continue reducing those weaknesses. And then if you come across an opportunity, you have to ensure that you exploit, capitalize on that opportunity. And if you come across a similar threat in that, try to avoid it, bypass it. So if you have not made a model, you will not be able to come out with a SWOT analysis. So I think it's very, very important, very step by step method of building your business. You first do your research, then you do your branding. The branding will also build a mechanism to get the feedback done, either through polling or word of mouth, or send people, or conduct some actual research survey. Put that data into your SWOT model. That will give you a clear indication of how much money to invest and what to do. So the whole idea is that when you start your business, you continue doing all of these activities, and that will help you succeed in your business. And if you don't do this, then the chances are things will be at luck. The success and failure will be purely on the luck basis, not really scientific in any way. Once you have built all of these models, then you build a branding hub, a branding strategy, which will be running for forever almost. So you do your research. It's a continuous process, repeatable process. The research keeps happening. Then your SWOT models keep evolving, and then your branding will keep coming out of it. So usually what happens is that how do you take your messages out in the field? It could be related to the name of the company. Now your product offering is something related to education, but you want to call it your company name is something else which has nothing to do with education, like disco, let's say, right? So their mismatch happens, and that reduces your brand value. So you have to ensure that your name, your website, and your everything is properly designed in such a way that it sends the right message out for the offering that you have. Then when you decide your logo, it should convey the right meaning again. You cannot decide a logo using your creative license and design a logo which is a mismatch to what you're offering. For example, I'm offering consulting services to startups and SMEs, and my logo is very simple. It's the name of the company. It's a very simple, well-spaced name of the company is my logo. So if somebody is using my services, they know my company and they know me, and this is the logo that I have, and I have registered this logo, so nobody else can copy this. So things like that you should do, and all of this will be done easily if you have a proper research and proper branding mechanism in place. And how do you reach out to your client? You have to build a website. So your website should be in line with what your business is. And and website is nothing but is your window to the world. So is the flyer. So is the presentation. So you have to ensure that whatever you have done have a consistency across. So you have a logo, you have your company logo, your website, your flyer, your business card, and your collateral carrying the same color, same logo, no difference at all. So make sure that it is talking about the same thing, no spelling mistakes here and there. That basically makes the brand more strong. Now once you have established the basics building block of doing this, then you come to medium of what you will be doing. So if you are say for example, if you are running a small business which is servicing the close by clients, then you can choose various methods of sending your messages. You can use a banner, you can use leaflet flyers, send out to their houses, or you can also use social media. telling them, hey, I'm doing this XYZ, and there is no second thought about it. If you don't do advertising about yourself, nobody will know that you're here, you exist here. You have to tell the world. I mean, if you don't put a board outside your office, a small office, how people will know that you're doing this XYZ activity inside this office? So you have to talk about what you're doing. You have to ensure that you reach out to the client, telling them, hey, I'm such and such person, I'm providing these services. So you have to ensure that you can reach out to, depending on what clientele you're trying to attack. Choose your method of sending your messages. And in today's environment, you can actually advertise on social media. We can choose what you want to do, what type of age group, and so on. In all of this, since in this subject we are discussing only about the how to start your business and all that, but all of this requires a lot of in-depth analysis and research, because a wrong move can spoil your brand itself. So you have to keep ensuring that you follow the best practices. You don't deviate from this practice. Even if you deviate, there has to be a proper thinking behind it, and it has to be done seriously. So you cannot execute an idea which came to you today. You have to think through. You have to also apply the SWOT model to it. Cause and effect. If you convey this message, what will be the effect? All that has to get into your model, and then you keep churning. I mean, you don't do anything ad hoc. Even though if you are a solopreneur, you are running your own one-man show, you need to be very watchful of these things. We talked about co-branding, composite co-branding. That will give you something called influencers. Now, influencers are becoming very, very critical in today's world when it comes to the small, medium enterprises and also the startup. The problem is that the startups and SMEs don't have a reach like a large corporation. So that is why the influencers plays a major role, because if somebody else has bought it, it must be good. And somebody else has conveyed the right message, it must be good. So things like that. So you have to ensure that you have roped in the right type of influencers, and you simply cannot afford to ignore this aspect of influencers, because that is a reality. You have to collaborate, you have to co-brand and influence your brand, because in absence of your brand being visible X number of times, if you don't have influencers, that limitation will stick onto you. So you have to ensure that you rope in right type of co-branding influencers, co-branding people with you, or tie up with other brands, and so on. And then you can think about advertising. You can start thinking, once you have all of these things that we discussed today in today's session, then you start thinking about how much money you want to spend on advertising, and then advertise, because advertisers will take your message far and wide. So you have to ensure that when you advertise, you just simply don't advertise by paying X amount of money in a newspaper, for example. And if you're running a business which is catering to X type of people, because going to a newspaper advertising, what is the point in doing that if people don't watch it? I mean, your target audience don't watch it. So it is important to decide what budget you have, what is the reach, and how you want to advertise. So you have reached to the point where you are thinking about advertising now by spending money. All this will not happen if you have not done the groundwork, and all of this groundwork is ignored many times, because people concentrate on the offerings. They cut short all of these activities and they straight away jump to offerings. And the problem is that when you start offering, you have to continue doing that, and you will take more time to succeed. So we'll give it a break for a few minutes and come back. In the meantime, you can look at this quiz question and try to attempt it.
Welcome back, friends. We will have a Q&A session. If anybody has a question, we can take that up. Or at the end of the program, we will give the email. You can reach out to us. Anything specific you have or any suggestions you have, we can take that up separately with you after this session. So to summarize, the topics that we discussed today is how do we build our research hub that will give us to create a branding strategy that will help us create our company itself. So your research will lead to your brand, will lead to your company, and then after that you have to do your SWOT analysis. That should become your continuous improvement process. And then once you have done these basic things, then you start thinking of roping in co-branding partners. You can start thinking of roping in your influencers. You can start thinking of building your advertising strategy, and that will take you to the next step of the business. So next steps are much more elaborate, and in the next discussion we will discuss about how do you take this to create your sales strategy. You have built your company, you have built your brand, you have built your personal brand, you have built your co-branded strategy, you have also built your influencers, and you have built your advertising. Now the leads are coming in. How do you convert them? So if the lead keeps coming in, doesn't mean that it will convert automatically. You need to do something else to convert those leads, because otherwise those leads will be wasted. So you have to build a sales activities around those leads which you are getting because of your branding. Then you have to look at how do you monetize your brand itself. So that is a high level subject that we will cover in the next workshop. And over time, how you can diversify it into other businesses, because if you stick around to one business, the chances are that your business will go down after a few years of success. So you have to keep diversifying and keep doing new things. That is a rule of any business. And then when you diversify, you have to keep building your very strategically driven marketing hub, so that your brand, your personal brand, your company's brand, your product offerings, your advertisers, all are part of that ecosystem. So next workshop we'll talk about that. Business is nothing but networking. So how to become a good networker? Because if you are a good networker, then you will grow, your business will grow, people will have faith on you, and so on. And last subject in the next workshop would be how to cultivate loyalties among employees, customers, and investors. So with this, I thank you all for watching this workshop. If you have any questions, please write to me and I will take them up either in the next workshop or one-on-one. I will reach out to you, and we will see how we can address those challenges that you're facing. I will meet you in the next workshop. Until then, I like to say goodbye. Hello friends, welcome to Akulmak Live, and today I want to talk about something which is very close to our heart. What is happening today is, because of various issues related to environment and other issues like how much my old car cost me, we are forced to basically look at acquiring new vehicles for our personal use, which is electric vehicles. But we also love our cars, just like our family members. All of us, in fact, I would say 99% people love their vehicles as if they are the family members. However, what you do when there are situations like this, where the old car are gas guzzlers, are polluting, are expensive to maintain, and here is a cheaper option, which is electric car. What you do with your old car? Can you still own them? And this is exactly what we want to discuss in today's program. One of the big reasons for opting for an electric car is really the environment, because now we know that the most pollution which comes in our environment is one of the reason is the vehicles, which are quite polluting, and also from thermal power plants. But then, opting for the right car is something which we can do. We can take a decision on that, and there are different pollutions. There is oil which is put in the car, there is fuel which is put into the car, uh, there are various gases on combustion of these fuels, and these different oils uh, uh, basically produces an environment hazard. And recently COP26 also happened, they emphasized on this point. So India as a country has already committed that by 2030 they will be fully electric. So they are coming out with this government regulation, which we will discuss in a bit. But I think one of the major reason is environmental awareness, and also we want to take care of our environment for our future generations. The good news is that we love our cars, existing cars, we maintain them, we keep them as if they are our family members. And now we can retrofit the old cars, convert them into electric car. In fact, there is an aftermarket kit is also available for old cars, and you can then transform your old car into new shining electric car by replacing the parts which I'm going to talk about now. So the old component that goes out from your old car are the engine, which is the power plant. So it can have a petrol engine or a diesel engine, both needs to be replaced. You need to get rid of your gearbox, because electric engine does not require gearbox. The speed variation is controlled electrically. And you would also need to replace few other parts. One of the major part is the gas tank, because electric cars runs on battery, and if you remove the gas tanks, it will free up a lot of space where you can put extra batteries. And then there are other systems like indicators and other things, which are again slightly differently connected. You may continue to use the same indicators, but those will be slightly differently connected, because those require a rewiring of your car. So it is a major overhaul. But the good news is that you don't have to get your car scrapped, sell it at a lower price. You can just do a math of how much you will end up spending, especially if you have a very expensive car, by selling it off at low cost, or retrofitting it using the aftermarket electric conversion kit. Now friends, we know that we can convert our old lovely cars into shining new electric cars, and it is not very expensive. I think we can do that analysis. However, while deciding the next step, you also need to understand what type of motor you want to fit in your electric car, which is you're retrofitting your old car into a new car. Because there are two kinds of motors available in the market. One is AC, which is alternate current motor, and DC, which is direct current motor. Both of them have advantages and disadvantages. However, the choice of electric motor will determine the next component. That is why it is very, very important to decide which motor to use to upgrade your car. And personally, if you ask me, I prefer a AC motor, because there are other advantages. It is much more robust. It has the capability to regenerate the electric current, also in a degenerative manner. I will explain that in a bit. But I think this is an important step. Before you start embarking on a journey of converting your old car into a new electric car, you must decide, consult some specialist who can guide you, on this aspect. But I think it is very important to decide which type of motor you want to use in conversion, and from there your journey will start towards other components which are compatible with this electric motor. So friends, once you have decided that you want to convert your old car into new electric car, you have also decided on the electric motor or the technology you want to use in your conversion process. Uh, However, you even using the retrofitting of aftermarket components, you cannot do it yourself. In my opinion, you should find a right outfit who can help you do this, because there are a lot of weight balancing required, where the batteries need to be put, what type of batteries need to be put, and therefore you have to take help from a authorized refurbishing unit or a plant which is doing this kind of activity. That means you take your car, deposit your car with the objective of making that into electric, and after a week or 15 days they will give you a shining new electric car, by taking care of all aspects of safety, security, putting all the airbags, air conditioning, which is a different unit. In our electric cars, IC, which is internal combustion engine, a different type of AC is used, but in electric there is a different type of AC. So ACs, all the light indicators, all sensors, if you want Wi-Fi connectivity, it can be put. If you want control to be done from your mobile device, it can be done. So all of these things can be done through a specialized refurbishing unit or a plant or a factory which will help you doing that. Make sure that those units are authorized by government and not an amateur. This activity cannot be done by an amateur or by yourself. So friends, now your car is fitted properly with all the components, and old components have been taken out. The oil and the grease and everything has been taken out. Your tires have been balanced completely and the car is ready to be delivered. But the unit which has helped you cannot deliver as it is to you, because they would still need to conduct a lot of street trial testing of the vehicle before delivery. Pretty much like a new car, like the new car is tested in a particular format. This car is sort of new also, because this is now retrofitted, completely refurbished, and hence this car also need to undergo certain trial, because the unit which has converted your car, old car, into new car will have to give certification, and they should maintain all the data points when it comes out after the testing of the car. So that is why it is very important that you actually take help from a authorized refurbisher who can help you convert your old car into a new car, and also conduct the road trials, so that they know exactly what are the thresholds of this new car, in what conditions, what are the optimum conditions this car will operate nicely, and those things need to be told. Maybe there are some market standard which needs to be followed, and therefore this company will then make sure that the car which is now produced for you meets all those market thresholds and market limitations. Friends, after the car has been completely tested, they have fixed all the issues, bugs found during the testing phase. Still, the car cannot be released for use by you, because the car is as good as new, and that is why this unit which has done the work on your car, they will have to assess the warranty, and they will have to give you a warranty. In case something goes wrong with the car, then under a stipulated time frame, they will have to do the replacement of those parts for free of cost, or whatever the warranty conditions applicable. There will be an insurance element also, because now you have converted your old car and refurbished, and you are now buying a refurbished car. What are the implications of the insurance, on street insurance? Sometimes you drive your vehicles under a comprehensive scheme or a third party scheme. All that will be will change, and therefore it is important that I cannot emphasize this point more, that you have to take help of a authorized refurbishing unit or a refurbishing factory who's authorized to do this kind of work. You should not do it through an amateur or through yourself, because you don't know how all these aspects will play. Even if you buy the aftermarket kit, you should always go to an authorized player in this segment. You are very familiar with the process. My objective was to tell you the process. However, one last thing remains, which is the recertification of your old vehicle. As we know that the vehicles which we are authorized to run on the street, we need to pay road tax. Whichever country you are, you need to pay some sort of tax, and those vehicles will be issued number plates which you need to put in the back as well as in the front of your car, and which means that the transport authority allows you to run your vehicle legally on their on their roads, on their infrastructure, on their cross sections, etc. That is why now your old car is refurbished into a new electric car. It does not have the same number of same parameters like engine, chassis number, etc. So it will have a different type of engine. There is a different engine, therefore it has to be captured in the transport authority certification. So there may be a need for a recertification of your car. There are certain countries which also provide scrape policies of older cars, so that you can actually scrape your old car and move on to the new one. So in that case also you need to go back to the transport authority and get a number or a re-registration of your car with new parameters, like it used to be a diesel or a petrol car, now it is an electric car, AC or a DC motor. So all these parameters will be captured in your certification, and that will be also done by the company which has helped you in retrofitting your car. Friends, I think the time is right for you to start planning retrofitting your old car. I think you should also do a little bit of math to find out how much you're going to save if you buy a new car, or comparable investment you want to make, or maybe less investment in order to save your old car which you love, and also retrofitting it which will benefit the environment or also your pocket. So I think this is the right time where you can do that analysis before all the regulations or the environment friendly policies kicks in. We have a couple of months. Friends, do engage with me if you think this is a right topic for discussion. Tell us something more that I have not covered. Share your thoughts about retrofitting your old cars which you like as your family members. What do you think about it? And I will play your messages in the next Accumulate Live. Until then, I like to say goodbye for today. Hello friends, this is Chandra from Commodities Technologies, and today I would like to draw your attention to the emails that your company or organization is sending to thousands and thousands and thousands of prospective buyers, and the return on investment on sending such emails is less than 0.0001%. All these emails are getting deleted. I personally delete hundreds of emails every day. I'm sure you're also deleting hundreds of emails. Some of the companies have set up the spam engines which filter all these emails out. Yet most of the industry feels that this is the only mechanism to grow your business, by sending emails, by flooding somebody email boxes, by talking about your technology, your white paper, etc. At the same time, as a organization, we also need to understand what market needs, and it's not what we are selling. So we have to bring to certain agreement between the buyer or seller, or demand or supply, where we bring these two parties together, where the demand is fulfilled by the supply. And it is not necessarily means that you keep sending emails. By sending thousands and thousands of emails every day, every week, you start generating business leads out of that. The reality is, the cost of sending 5 email today, in today's money, is more than $2 to $3. And then suppose you send 50,000 emails, probably you will receive responses from only 100. So the efficiency of the system is now going down. I think the time has come for organizations to look at alternative methods of generating your sales leads. Then another thing that has happened in the field, that is the emergence of Me Too service providers, because the cost of providing different services and different sort of new generation activities, the time has come to also rethink their strategy in terms of how all different companies want to position themselves. If it is sort of a Me Too email that is going out, the chances are your email will get deleted. So the requirement of today's world is not to send emails by finding out new methods of communication with your prospects. Number two, offer something which is which is very appealing and it is not Me Too. So you have to look at what are you doing today and where you want to achieve, and by doing these activities that you are doing to achieve your goal. So to order to address these issues, we have created a platform which will solve many of these challenges, and it will give you a platform which will allow you to be more creative. You can reach out to your clients without spending a dime. You can reach out to your prospects without collecting the client database, building client database, building expensive sales and marketing campaigns. You can still appeal to them. The platform website is listed here, as you can see where my finger is. So I encourage you to visit this website and explore. This is a very low cost method where you can reach out to your prospects. You can create a differential for yourself. You can be non-intrusive. You can be creative. You can come out with new methods of communication rather than sending a HTML based emails using your CRMs and so on and so forth. So with these small messages, I would like to talk few things about my platform. The platform has two main features. One is it allows you to share your success stories and your ideas of innovation and so on and so forth, which necessarily may not be related to what you're offering. Because if you sell yourself, if you sell your idea, it will result in a business for you where you can actually pitch in what you have. So you can actually think creatively and come out with an offering which is appealing to the prospects. So this platform allows you to do that. Second thing is it also allows you to your prospects to reach out to you directly without need of sending emails and building campaigns and building databases and so on and so forth. So it's a very intuitive method, low cost method to reach out to your prospects and also to your client, and it's non-intrusive, and you can come out with new methods of reaching, because you may think you would like to talk about your innovation. You may like to address your clients by way of a video. You would like to talk about your innovation in a group discussion, or you want to just write a lot of words and you distribute these documents. So all these things are available in our platform. So I invite you to experience this. Come to this website, explore functionality. Just in case if you have any question, reach out to me. My emails are also listed in the website, and then we can have a conversation. I will be more than happy to bring you on board. I will personally help you to get on board, how to use these functionality which are provided in the platform, and you can be more successful without spending a lot of money. So with this small message, I will look forward to you joining my platform, which will help you reduce your cost, increase your business, and it will give you avenue of reaching out to new prospects in a new way. Thank you so much, and I look forward to working with you.
Hello friends, welcome to Top Brass Skill. Hello friends, welcome to Top Brass Skills Gap discussion. I am Kanchan Verma. Today we have Dr. Bharat Bhushan Singh, who is the head director of. Welcome friends, I am Kanchan Verma. Final. Welcome friends, I am Kanchan Verma.
From Akulmac.
Welcome friends. Welcome friends, I am Kanchan Verma from Akulmac Technologies. We are in the show, as you know, Top Brass Skill Development. Welcome friends, I am Kanchan Verma from Akulmac Technologies. Welcome friends, I am Kanchan Verma from Akulmac Technologies. You all are welcome to our show, Skills Gap Discussion. ठीक है? Top Brass नहीं
How never?
नहीं मैं
4 सेंटेंस है तुम्हारे पास, तो दिमाग में होनी चाहिए. पढ़ के बोलोगे ना कभी.
पढ़ के नहीं बोल रही.
Hello friends, this is Kanchan Verma from Akulmac Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass Skill Gap Discussion. इतना बोलना है ना?
हाँ बस.
उसके बाद डॉक्टर भरत भूषण सिंह.
Hello friends, I am Kanchan Verma from Akulmac Technologies. Welcome to Skills Gap Discussion. Hello friends, I am Kanchan Verma from Akulmac Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass Skills Development. Hello friends, I am Kanchan Verma from Akulmac Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass Skills Gap Discussion. Today we have Dr. Bharat Bhushan Singh, who is the director of Vishwani Institute of Management and System. एक बार और कर लेते हैं. Hello friends, I am Kanchan Verma from Akulmac Technologies. You are welcome to Top Brass Skills Gap Discussion. Today we have Dr. Bharat Bhushan Singh, who is the director of one of the premium institute in Hyderabad. Hello friends, I am Kanchan Verma from Akulmac Technologies. You are welcome to Top Brass Skills Gap Discussion. We have Dr. Bharat Bhushan Singh, who is the director of Vishwani Institute of Management and System, Hyderabad. We welcome Dr. Bharat Bhushan Singh to the discussion of skills gap in India.
Hello friends, welcome to Akulmac Live. My name is Chandrakant. We are now experiencing the second wave of COVID, and a lot of people have got infected, and a lot of people got cured. The medical establishment facilities are running at full capacity at the moment, and because of this, doctors and the medical staff do not have time on their hand. At the same time, there are scarcity of supplies of vaccination, oxygen, and so on. So there are a whole lot of issues which are happening because of the number of patients reaching hospital. And in such a situation, what is the effect of the mental well-being of everyone, doctors as well as patient? This is something that we will discuss today in our show. But before that, a word on our giveaway. We have some unique Akulmac memorabilia which will make you look outstanding. The graphics on these corporate gifts are based on the global best business practices. To become recipient of one of these gifts for free, you have to watch this video till the end and provide your valuable comments. or you can also share your experiences. The person who makes the best comment would be chosen to become a recipient of this beautiful Akulmak gift, absolutely free, delivered to your doorsteps. The winner would also get a chance to be invited live as a distinguished panelist during our next video. What are you waiting for, friends? Please subscribe Akulmak and smash that like button. Now let's get back to our discussion. Hello friends, today we will be discussing about the mental well-being from our guest Dr. Pooja Bedi, who joins us from Shimla. So let me present Dr. Pooja Bedi to you without further ado.
Greetings, CK. Hope you are doing fine. And this was nice to catch up with you.
Thank you, Dr. Pooja, for asking. In fact, everyone in my family is doing fine. All the adults have been given first jab. We are waiting for the second jab. I think we are waiting for the call to come from the hospital now after 1st of May. Otherwise, we are maintaining social distancing, following all the norms. We are all doing fine.
Great. That's really nice. Nice to hear.
Well, doctor, I think I want to ask you a very specific question today, which is related to the mental health, mental well-being of everyone, which is related to elders, middle-aged people, and also kids. We have seen the first wave. We have now seeing the second wave. And since you belong to the medical fraternity, you meet so many patients and doctors, and you have a lot of friends all over the place. What is the kind of difference in attitude you have noticed between the first wave and now?
Let me first start the conversation, CK. It's a wonderful question. We are very well familiar one of the term that is adaptability. This is how and why the human race has been surviving and is still in the process of surviving in this pandemic. But during this adaptability of the phase, I myself have seen two drastic bifurcations in the attitude, you can say, of the human. When the first wave was there, and now we are undergoing the second wave of the COVID. In the first wave, we were more scared, we were more disciplined, we were more, taking precautions, we were getting ourselves more aware, we were more adaptable to many of the norms that were set by the government and many other factors. But when we are going through the second phase of the pandemic, there's a total reversal of all these things that have happened. You will see people have become less scared. That is fine if they are aware and they are following all the protocols. It is very good to stay aware. We have become less disciplined when it comes to wear the mask in the proper manner, to follow the social protocols, to follow a diet, a regime that we were following in the first wave. Somehow you can see the dip has been there in the second wave as far as the attitude of the individual or the concerned population is in question. But the only thing, CK, that has not changed, in fact, we are just seeing a soaring in this, is the mental health issues. In the first wave also, we have seen number of cases of mental health issues. In fact, I would like to do a study sooner or later in which I really want to calculate the number of mental health issues as compared to the COVID, because people who were having COVID were having a mental health issues, people who were not having COVID were also having mental health issues. They were scared, anxiety, irritability, and many other this peripheral kind of mental health issues were popping up. So the number of mental health issues have not changed. It's the same in the first and the second wave. But yes, correctly mentioned, attitude of the individual, or you can say the population, has changed drastically. So my humble request is there to follow a prescribed protocol, prescribed diet, a regime is very, very important to if we really want to combat this particular situation.
Well, doctor, usually when we go to hospital and we consult our doctors, they are very, very humble and very polite. They are usually listen to your problems very calmly. Even sometimes, patient vent out their anguish, They feel that, hey, you're not giving me right medication, or I'm not getting cured, or whatever you gave me has not worked. But I have never seen in my so many years of 20 years of going and meeting the doctors, I've never seen any doctor losing cool. I think they have been trained to do that. But something has happened in the last 15 days. There is so much of pressure that every doctor is in so much stress, and they themselves are losing cool. So I think the both parties, which is doctors and patient, are losing cool on each other, which is very very different, which we don't see usually. What is your opinion on this observation of mine?
Yes, CK, it happens. If you overuse a generator till the time it is giving you cooling by different electrical appliances, it is absolutely fine. But if you are going to overheat it, it's definitely going to have some kind of repercussions. So the same thing is happening. It's not that it is coming from the patient side. What I feel like, it is not that we are not used to the rush of the patients in the IPDs, OPDs. They're pretty used to that. So this is not a big question. But the question is, when you don't have the resources, so if you don't have the resources, how are you going to cater for the people who are actually looking at you for a need? And if you are not able to fulfill that, it somehow definitely will generate some kind of anguish. So the conflict, the reason behind the conflict for whatever is happening between doctor and patient is not because between them actually, it is the non-availability or the very low amount of availability of the resources in terms of, you can say, oxygen supply, in terms of vaccination, so and many other things. PPE kits for them, the kind of hygiene facilities they require at their front, those are lacking. So all these factors which are contributing is actually leading to this kind of conflict. But there has I don't think there has been a direct conflict during this pandemic between the doctor, physicians, with their patients. This is the profession, and we should be dealing with it in a more gentle and a humble manner. But it's a resource and resourcefulness which is uh, doing all this stuff.
Yes, doctor, I think I agree with you, because there are overwhelming crowd at the hospitals, and different hospitals have different processes to manage the crowd, crowd management and all that. Eventually, everything lands at the table of the doctor, and doctors are aware of the situation more than the patient, because the background of what is going on, doctors are much more aware. They have a network, so they feel sometimes helpless, and because of that they are losing cool, it looks like. Um, but patient must also keep calm, because this is a pandemic that we are dealing with, and it's an act of god. It is something that nobody has control. End of the day, even doctor has come from us only. We are all human beings. So if I'm a patient, doctor is also a human being, so we have to treat the doctor also like a human. Considering all these things, what is your two letter mantra for patient as well as doctor to maintain their mental peace?
CCK, first, for doctors, though, it's very difficult for me to recommend anything, but only to have patience. We have to be very precise with the kind of conversation we have, since we don't have time so much these days. So it has to be very precise, of a shorter duration. And yes, some kind of resources are to be made available by the government and at the end of the hospital itself and the pharmaceutical companies. For doctors to maintain peace, they don't have time for that, CK. At least till the time we don't see the peak of the second wave, which is expected to come in next couple of weeks. So somehow we have to be on our toes, and which is pretty fine. This is what the soldiers have been doing it since so many years, for our country. So we can be on our toes as well. So it's not a big deal. But coming down to patients specifically, see, first, CK, the factor is the knowledge, the kind of knowledge and the kind of correct facts are there in it. Till the time the correct facts and the logical facts are there, it is fine. But when they are mixed with the unlogical and the things which are more mythical in nature, they tend to somehow generate some kind of irritability and anxiety in the patients. So my request to all the people, first, is to please be nicely aware of what exactly is happening. Be prepared for the unpredictability that is happening. The only thing we can predict these days and for next couple of months is the unpredictability of the pandemic, how it is going to, go into what way it is going to turn out to. So be aware, please be very well prepared for the kind of unpredictable predictable situations that are going to come. How we can handle is a thing. Now, CK, when the first wave was there, we were adapting in nature. Now, in the second wave, we have already adapted to the changes. My own parents and in-laws were not very, apt with the virtual media usability, but now they both are actually at both the ends. They are very apt calling on WhatsApp or Zoom calls or any virtual media calls. So now we have adapted with the time span of good 1 odd year. So when talking specifically of the children, the schools are open, perfect scheduling, a good timetable is to be maintained. See, 4 5 hours are already gone in the school, then homework consumes some time. So as a parent, it becomes a responsibility to give them some time for the recreational activity as well. The exams times are coming, we can't just push them for one odd thing, studying all this thing. But the social factors, since the physical communication is also not there with the kids, so it becomes a very crucial responsibility on the parts of the elders in the family to look after children in a manner where they can actually spend a good quality time on recreational activity. CK, if please I may add, one of my friend's son is in class 10 and he has already got 1 odd certification animation. So this is how the kids are smart these days. So it's a very good time where we can adopt to a skill, and since the time is there with us, we can actually make it applicable as well. So I highly endorse to please go for kind of skill development, and there are government portals actually. If I'm not incorrect, I think Swayam portal is there by the government, in which it is so cost effective. Some of the courses are in fact free of cost. So and many more sites are there from where they can do the skill development probably after seventh or sixth class onward. So this is how they can actually engage themselves mentally, physically as well. But on the physical aspect, it's very crucial to make them do some kind of exercise and meditation. Very, very important to generate the patience that they require. You know, talk to them. Let the communication be there. Don't block the communication. Even if we are working there, we were working prior to this pandemic as well. So the same scenario is there now. We have to uh, spend the same time with the kids and elders in the family in order to bring the mental peace in them. And trust me, when you're doing good as a parent, if you're putting ticks on all the responsibilities that you are doing, it somehow brings the kind of satisfaction and mental peace for the parents or the elders in the family as well. So it's become very crucial how to handle the kids, but it has become also a boon. It's been a year. They are more used to virtual media. They are more active on it. They know better things than us. They are, making apps and they are doing so many things. But the main pressure, I think, basically is on the parents. Elders in the family, they are also happy, enjoying learning the new skills or new apps or some new tech features. But when it comes to parents, especially working parents, I'm talking about, it has become a very monotonous kind of lifestyle for them. So my recommendation for them is to please don't cut off your diet. When you have a very fulfilling, nice, rich diet, we tend to feel very happy. So have a relaxed meal at least twice a day. One can be a little hodgepodge, but the couple of meals are to be a very good relaxed meal, especially for mothers. And take bath every day. It soothes the body if possible, considering the conditions. Please take it couple of times. It relaxes the mind and the body. Maintain the hygiene. It's very important to maintain the hygiene because of the pandemic and for the other factors as well. By the hygiene, I'm not just concentrating on one factor, taking bath, but how we cook food, how we prepare meal, and how we serve it. So these are all become very crucial factors when it comes to the hygiene. So it's very crucial to cater for the mental health of the kids and of the middle age group and of the elders. There's one last point that I would like to add. If in the family we see there's a gradual, now there's not a sudden mental changes that are coming, the gradual mental changes that are coming. So if you are witnessing in your family somebody is talking less, somebody is not having meals properly, somebody is not taking bath, has become suddenly or gradually lethargic, not wanting to dress themselves, and the usual thing they were doing and now they are not doing, it's an indicator that needs to be catered for on priority.
I think this is a good indicator, doctor. I think what you are saying is absolutely very, very sensible, and it is a very good generic advice for everyone, every human being, whether you are a senior guy or a middle-aged person or even a kid. And you rightly pointed out that there is a department of the government which is called Skill Development Corporation of India, which is a government body, and they have tied up with IBM, and they them together are providing a lot of skills for free. There is not even a penny charged. So people, especially kids who are below 21, they can actually go and register for various skills available from Skill Development Corporation of India. Absolutely free, and I think one of the skill is a digital skill, which even the elders can join the program and acquire. So I think the only thing that I get from this conversation is to maintain mentally fit, you have to engage your mind in something new. You have to learn something new, which you have not done. Maybe you want to do carpentry. People like us can get into creating some furnitures and those kind of skills. What do you have to say about that?
Yes, CK, you just telepathically something just went into your mind, which was going in my mind. I always wanted to learn the skills of a barber. I really enjoy cutting hair, but because of some reason, everybody in the family was scared getting a haircut from me. You know, so but now it's been a year, and I am giving haircut to everyone in the family. So yes, there are so many things that we wanted to learn from our own, and this is one of the skill that I've developed recently. It's been a year now, and I really love to do it, and it's totally free of cost how I have learned it. It's just the YouTube videos that were available, so I just watched couple of them and then just tried and tested kind of thing happened. And this is how we can actually utilize some different tech channels and also channelize our energy which is just lying like this, or the procrastination. It can be channelized into such a wonderful skill that we can develop. Let it be anything, let it be singing, let it be writing kavitaएं, poems, so many things we can do. They don't involve any cost, and in fact they actually involve the participation of the family member, which is so great. So maybe simple painting, something, some of these kind of gestures, they make you mentally engaged, physically engaged, and when they get socially appreciated, or even if the family people are appreciating it, you get socially engaged also. So all kind of mental health needs are being catered. Just getting yourself mentally occupied by learning a skill that you really wanted to learn, or if the time is demanding, or your situation is such that the kids are wanting you to learn it, it's very apt. Learning anytime make you mentally active.
Doctor, I think I would like to share one of my personal experience with you. This is like last month or maybe 40 days back. One of the light in the studio from where I'm actually speaking with you got, it basically there was no way to repair it. It actually got spoiled. So what to do? We have to create a studio light for ourselves, and then with little application of our gray matter, which is between our ears, I was able to find out what is the way out, and I converted this deliberately to engage with the kids and made it as a DIY project using the old dish antenna. Because what you actually need is to make a parabola and use that parabola to send the light waves in a parallel beams instead of scattering them like a bulb. So then, by stroke of luck, we had a couple of old dish antennas lying on the roof. We went with the kids. Three of us went up and selected one of them, cleaned it, polished it, made the surface shine like a mirror, put a very a small bulb, LED light, and voila, we had a studio light up and running. And that is still, I mean, this is on this my left hand side. This light is actually giving light to my face right now. So I think what you told us today made a lot of sense. I think we need to do things as a family. I think we should also develop some games which all of us can play, kids, elders, and even the middle-aged people. So all three generations can play, sit together on a dining table and play some games. I think this is what is required. I actually learned this from you after talking to you today.
I really appreciate there's so many things I keep on learning from you, CK, and many other friends of mine, and people who are stranger to us on media, virtual media. It's so grateful. We should be grateful to God. So my last message, CK, is to everyone, please follow the social protocols. Those are very important. Even in spite of you getting infected once in the first wave or in the second wave, please be responsible for the people who are around you. Second, please follow a very good diet. Don't do dieting, and don't be so much worried about getting couple of kgs in next 2 3 months. You will have enough of the time to lose it on. Please, but consider the comorbidity factors in this case. Follow a regime, uh, exercise pattern, some mild things, and as CK yourself very correctly mentioned, family involvement, which is no cost effective. There's no cost involved, and no time, so you can flexible timings can be catered for this particular activity. So great going. Please do the family activities so that you are socially, mentally, physically engaged. Stay safe, stay healthy.
Thank you, doctor. And I will update you what games that we have invented in our next episode. Until then, I'd like to say goodbye for today and only to catch you in the next episode next week.
Thank you so much, CK. Thank you.
Hello, friends. Welcome to Akulmak Live. My name is Chandrakant. Today, we want to discuss the very matter which affects all organizations, small, large, and medium. It's about finding the right leadership skills for them to run the business. And that has become a big challenge because now, because of lockdown, the HR functions are not functioning appropriately at the appropriate level. At the same time, finding the right skill with the right attitude is also becoming a big challenge. So this is the matter of discussion for today's program. Before we start a discussion, a word on our giveaway. Akulmak works with many SMEs and startups world over, helping them in not only building their sales and marketing teams, but also help them in improving their success rate. As you can see, we have summarized our years of knowledge into these easy to follow steps which can be used by any smart leader to promote their group or a company. In order to encourage people to take the right step at the right time, we have used this proprietary graph in our corporate memorabilia so that the knowledge can be accessed by whoever, whenever, wherever it is needed. You can become eligible to get one of these beautiful gifts delivered to your doorstep for free. All you need to do is to subscribe our channel and smash that like button. Also, please watch this entire video and provide your valuable comments, suggestions, or you could also share your experiences. Person with the best comment and interaction would be chosen to become a free recipient of one of these displayed items here. In addition, we would invite you to Akulmek Live to participate in our show as a distinguished panelist. What are you waiting for, friends? Go for it. Now, let's get back to our discussion. So, friends, let me introduce the guest for today. Her name is Aparna Ranadive. She joins us from Mumbai, and she is actually wearing three hats. She is the CEO of Practical Magic Advisory, which is a high level CEO level advisory, which basically deals with matters which are related with the chief executives. She is also the CEO of Gateway to India, and she is also wearing another hat, and she's working as executive director of Global Chamber of Commerce, Mumbai edition. So, without further ado, let me present Aparna to you. Welcome to the show, Aparna.
Hi, good afternoon, CK. How are you doing? And thank you so much for welcoming me to the show.
It was always a pleasure, Aparna. And today we want to take advices from you around how to build a leadership team for your organization, and what is the important aspect of the trait of a leader which you want to be working for your organization. So over to you, Aparna.
Thank you so much. My corporate experience has been over 2 decades now, roughly around 26 years to be more precise, and have cut across different industry sectors. So, right from media and entertainment to financial services to retail to engineering and what have you. And I've seen different stages of organizations at different points in time, and that I was a part of. And at every point in time, I realized that the leadership capability in the organization. Now, it could be at different levels. And leaders are not just at the top. You have leaders at all levels. But how does the organization spend time and effort and take the initiative to develop this leadership in the organization is what really decides the future of that organization. Because it's very easy, I feel it's very easy to bring in people from the outside at all points in time. It's very easy to kind of say that, okay, these are the positions that I have, I will give it out to a search consultant, and I'll get in the best of talent inside. But and I'm sure a lot of chief executives also understand the fact that by the time the talent comes on board and starts performing, so at that level, if you're talking about T-1, T-2 kind of levels, at that levels, anybody has roughly around anywhere between a month to 3 months in terms of notice period. So you spend about 2 to 3 months for the time for that person to come on board, and another 3 months at least to get adjusted to the environment, the culture, the working, and start delivering. So we're talking about anywhere like a 6 month period before you can actually start seeing tangible results. The predominant work or the groundwork can start happening, but actually in terms of tangible results, it's anywhere between 6 months to a year that you can start. And then by the time it's 1 year's time, it's the end of 1 year, you have time for assessment of what this leader has delivered and not delivered and so on. So it and then in times like these, especially in times like these, the uncertain times that we're living in today, I think it makes more sense that the organization starts looking inwards, starts this, because this is a period of sustenance. It's a time that you can actually build, so that you can build sustenance in the organization, in the business for the future. Now, if you start looking inwards and start seeing that there are people who are, everybody comes with talent, right? Now, there could be levels of talent, there could be levels of talent. Right? So if you start looking inwards, start identifying these talent and developing them, and not just leave it onto the heads of HR to really do this as an initiative or as a intervention, but collectively the leadership of the organizations should get involved in this entire process, and then start developing these leaders. Now, if I have to give you an example, may not be from the corporate, and I don't want to deliberately give it from the corporate, but if you look at the military service, right? So the military is an organization in itself, and every individual who's joining that, so whether it is in India, whether it is internationally, if you look at the top military academies in the world, so I will take NDA, the National Defense Academy, is one of them. And if you look at maybe the Sandhurst in UK, or if you're looking at the US military academy in the US, at every point in time they have this young blood which is inducted into this organization, which is brought in, so that you're constantly training, you're constantly developing. Now these are the very people who go on to become generals and brigadiers and starts chief of staffs at all levels. If you look at it today, in today's day, the chief of staff of the Army, Navy and Air Force in India, they were all NDA students at the same NDA cadets in the same batch at the same time, and they've now risen to become the chief of staffs here. So the point I'm trying to drive home is that I'm not saying organizations and corporate can become like the military, but the ethos is pretty much the same, right? So the organization as a structure, as a being, came into force looking at what the military, it kind of draws its own working and everything from the military as a point of reference, right? So now, if that be the case, there are no silos there to say, oh, I'm a gunner, so I will only do that. I'm this one, I will only do this, or I'm a technical guy. Now these guys, if you look at the people from the special forces, if you're looking at these people, they're all like task force developed within the organization. That should any calamity come by, should any requirement come, this force is a ready available force to be deployed at any point in time, at any place, right? I'm saying, why not use the same analogy within an organization as well, in the corporate, that you have this ready available talent with you, rather than going through a stage program of just a high potential development, or whether it is a leadership development in the organization as a intervention, and putting them through a series of training programs, sending them internationally for certificate programs, and then you come back and you kind of just come back and blend into the same culture, and then everything goes back to where it was. As against that, if you really look at TAS as an organization, so I was lucky enough to be a part of a small bit of TAS at that point in time, and TAS is the Tata Administrative Services. And as a young manager with Tata's with the Tata group, I was involved in some sense or the other with this group, and trying to develop it. Now TAS, if you're a TAS pass out, or if you're a TAS inductee, or a candidate, there is a certain amount of already assumed pedigree associated with it. That you come from a good college, or you come from a good institution, and then you have been groomed by the organization, within the organization, with a clear objective that tomorrow, sooner than later, if there's a business which is launched, you will then sort of become you will develop the capability of leading that business. So that's a one point agenda that they have, that that you are developed to become the top leader in that organization, and then everything around it is developed like that. So you're put through different functions, you're put through different competencies are developed, you're put through different situations, all of that, so that you turn out to be a leader who's capable of leading a business, and not just a P&L, but the entire business, as it were, right, as a CEO. Now, if not every organization has that vision, or has that capability as well, and that is where I strongly feel that this is especially the time where you can actually make use of interventions like that, where you can start identifying these people from different from different parts of the organization, who come in with different capabilities and competencies, and yet show that spark, and yet show that potential to be going on to lead your organization. right? So that way you develop sustenance as well in the organization, because tomorrow should should a time come where something happens, and there is an exigency that you need to manage, or then there is a internal growth level that you have to start looking at, then you're not just looking at performance, you're not just looking at potential, you're not just looking at appraisals, and kind of matching it all together and concocting it together, and kind of creating another leadership level of sorts. Yeah. Having said that, a lot of the number of futuristic organizations or future looking organizations, forward looking organizations, they have a well planned leadership development plan in place. But having said that, the need is very different today to look at it very differently, and that is something that I'm trying to bring home. Yeah.
All right. So I think this is a
So
very
that's what I had to say.
Oh yeah, it's amazing. I think when you explain it, it sounds so easy. I have a question, Aparna ji, that is regarding the leadership itself. So while a lot of people go through different courses, you mentioned TAS and you mentioned armed services. There is a very clear mandate to develop leaders of tomorrow who will lead the platoons into the battle. The problem with our industry today is who will identify what leadership is. There are two kinds of leaders. One is a leader which will sit in the boardroom and make spreadsheet graphs and plan things on a paper. There are other leaders like General Patton who will go out and fight it out and do it, lead it from the front. Now, the problem is who will identify these leaders? Is it Eisenhower you're looking for, or is it General Patton that you're looking for? Because the deciding authority between these two leaders is someone else. So I think the challenge is to identify what type of leader you need. And my question to you is, therefore, is that how do you identify what type of leader you need for your organization?
Okay, so I think general pattern is a favorite example I often hear and I give, but at the same time, Field Marshal Manik Shaw is one of the classiest examples of a leader that one can think of, and homegrown again, right? But having said that, these people have been gems who cannot be recreated. They came at a certain time. They came with a certain mental makeup. They came with a certain ethos, and they came during situations which really required that kind of. Today, thankfully, situations are different. They're not really as critical as they were back then. But nonetheless, I mean, nothing really takes away the kind of credit that we have to give to our people as well. But all that said, I think to answer your question, um, there are organizations and there are organizations, and there are leaders and there are leaders. So now, just because I was reading a post put up by somebody on LinkedIn some time back, and he said, it's nice to hear about something about whatever. There was a topic being discussed, and he said, thanks for giving this to us as leaders. Now, if you're declaring yourself as a leader out there, and saying, okay, it's nice to have given this thing to us leaders, that in itself for me is a big is a big flashpoint, because you are calling yourself a leader, uh, which ideally somebody else should be. A leader has to have followers, right? And the followers need to look up to you. You cannot go out and declare yourself to be a leader just like that, you know. And it's like Modi saying, "Oh, I'm the leader. I'm the prime minister of the country. Therefore, I'm the leader of the country." Not so. He may or may not have those capabilities. He may or may not be a good leader material. But just because he's sitting at the helm of affairs does not really make or not make him a leader. That's it's controversial, but all the same, I'm just saying. I'm just putting a perspective to it. So coming back to your question in terms of what is it that leadership as a quality that we are looking for, is I believe very strongly that a leader, and especially in these times, are people who are able to look into the future, who are able to identify and understand where is this world going to go to. Of course, these are different, very difficult times, very different times. Nobody's experienced these times before. But having said that, if you have that foresight to say that this is where my organization is, why did I start this organization, the purpose was different at a different point in time, the purpose still remains the same, but can I just tweak it to suit the future, or can I just tweak it to make sure that it is aligned and can give back to the society, to the business world, or to my employees or to my stakeholders in the future. If that be the case, what is the kind of competence that I need within my organizations? What are the different things that I need to do? And so basically I'm trying to say, somebody who has the foresight, somebody who has the willingness to look at people internally and to grow people internally, because unless and until you take your own people with you, you will never be able to succeed as a leader. You should be able to take your own people, and your people should be there ready to back you up. If you turn around as a leader and say that, okay, we heard about Lee Koka taking $1 as a salary back in our MBA days, but how many people today will do that? And if you're doing that, will somebody come up to you and say, okay, if you're taking $1 as a salary, I'm going to take maybe 50% of my salary today because I have to support what you're doing and yet support my family as well. If that, and not in literal terms, but I'm saying, even philosophically, if somebody just comes up and is there to support you as a leader, you've arrived. I think you would have made that impression, that feeling, you develop that feeling within your people. I mean, we've heard of so many historical instances or historical leaders. Now, I always believe that history is always a guide for the future. May not be in the true sense, in the essence, but there are things that you can always take away from history. Yeah, times are different back then. Times were different, but there were leaders for whom their own people were willing to lay down their lives. Why? Not because they were in service, not because they were mandated to do that. Yeah, but they were doing that because for the love of that purpose, the cause, and for the love of that leader as well, that leader is going into the trenches with them and leading from the front. Now, today also, there, I mean, I have a lot of friends in the forces as well. They all, some of them tell me that it's not always the case that the leader leads from the front, as far as the top notch leaders and so on, but it's a different ball game completely. There they know that there is somebody who will lead them, who will take care of them, who will manage them, who will make sure that their growth is ensured. Now, if you take the same analogy back to an organization, if you keep saying that the people who are with me are not competent enough, a large organization was looking for the top the top candidate, the top leader for that organization, and for many years that organization was not able to find a leader. Now, whose failure is it? Is it the failure of the people who you've grown for years in that organization? Or is it the failure of the leader to not be able to see that leadership competency in people? Or is it the failure of the leader to have not been able to develop another leader under you? So it leaves me with that question, that whose failure is it really? So are we developing the right leadership competencies? Are we developing a right succession to the to the positions that are there? Or are we looking at things arbitrarily and saying, acha, aaj ye chala gaya, to uska replacement has to be found quickly, or somebody else? Now, a lot of professional organizations don't do that, but there is a whole host of them who are still in that process, and where the churn is much higher. So then, unless and until you develop this next level of leaders, you will never be able to have a sustainable organization. The third thing that comes to mind is that every time you lose out on a senior individual from the organization, imagine the kind of data and the history. I'm not saying he's going to steal data, but the experience, the knowledge of the business and with the business, the experience of having worked with different stakeholders within the organization and outside the organization, the relationships that he would have developed, all of that just goes away with him. How much can you keep taking backup of? You can't take a backup of what's here. You can't take a backup of what's in your heart and your mind. So then it just all goes away, right? So all of these things are very, very critical when you're looking at leadership at a larger level. And if you're developing a think tank, I believe every organization should have a central think tank, and which kind of is like a special forces group, which is ready and developed and can take on any project. They'll be the best people to be deputed on projects, new projects, rather than putting in management trainees, and rather than picking up people from one place or the other, or developing a project scheme and sending it. You can have this entire task force created from across the organizations and put across. So it's leadership, as far as I'm concerned, is a favorite subject and a worst subject at the same time. So yeah.
Well, Aparna ji, you mentioned about leadership must have a foresight and strategic thinking. I think you mentioned that briefly. My question, therefore, would be conflict management, because you also mentioned that you have to take the team along. You can't
Yeah.
say, "Hey, I mean, you don't know anything." You can't disrespect your team. You are leader because your team is working for you effectively.
Correct.
But the problem is then when you are developing leaders within your team so that your workload can be reduced, the challenge is that there are two leaders who are reporting to you. One guy will say, let's go left, other guy will say, let's go right. So, in those cases, how a leader should manage the conflict which is arising within his own team?
Okay, so it's a very interesting question. I have seen a lot of such situations. And then finally, what happens is that when the leader or the supposed leader cannot resolve that conflict, that entire thing is deflected to the HR, saying HR said, "Put for they will manage it." Or then the HR head is called and said, "Okay, these two are fighting, resolve it, or help us resolve it." But that's really not the case. That should be. Now, first and foremost, if you're thinking, and conflicts will happen because no two individuals will think alike, right? So the thinking may vary. The other question, or the other thing that may be one of the reasons, is could be a difference in understanding or difference in communication, a vested interest somewhere, strategic vested interest somewhere, that I score a one up on the other, so that these things happen, right? It's a politically challenged environment when you're time, so that is the reason why these things happen. Now, in such a situation, it is the duty of the leader to try and see how best this conflict can be resolved. Now, the best way, I think, and I've seen certain leaders whom I respect manage it like that, and I've sort of tried to imbibe that same style in my own working as well. Is that you understand where the conflict arises from and why. Understanding the why is very critical, and then once you understood the why, sitting and explaining it to both parties is equally important. The third is that when you see that I think the worst thing that a leader can do is listening to one party and depending on that arriving at a decision for the other party. That's the worst thing. You completely lose out on your entire leadership credibility the moment that happens, because you start playing favorites in that case. But in a situation like this, I think the best way to resolve conflict is to be able to sit with both parties, conflicting parties, understand the reason of the issue that is causing that conflict, trying to resolve and reason it out to both of them. And then finally, when both of them are not aligning, there will come a time when the leader will necessarily have to step in and say, this way, or this is the way to do it. But ultimately, the objective or the cause should not suffer because these two parties are not aligning with each other. Finally, the cause is more important than the two parties, right? So the leader has to have that capability and that understanding to say that, okay, now this is going a little beyond what it should be, and this is where I will call it short, and I will say that this is where my decision will hold right and hold correct, and both of you just simply follow my decision, because you're not able to fulfill your leadership duties and not able to live up to what you're expected to. So now here is my order, and or rather my recommendation and my suggestion, and you will follow this suggestion. That is the only way to, if resolving goes beyond the point, you can't really resolve it.
Okay, so I have come to the last question of the show today, and which is related to the current economic situation.
Right.
It has been predicted by everyone, all the
Mhm.
gurus and all the strategists, if you look at world over, that going forward, 50% of the jobs will be outsourced, including the leadership roles. So people like CFOs, CXOs, CMOs,
CEOs will be outsourced, principal of the schools will be outsourced, teachers will be outsourced, and everyone will get remuneration based on fixed deliverables. And that is how this decade will go. And the number of jobs are almost like 50 to 60%. So that means it's going to be a paradigm shift for the organizations. In such a scenario, how organizations should figure out what are the leadership chunk that they are looking for and attach it to a deliverable. Is there a method that you have in mind and you would like to tell our viewers?
That's a very tricky question. Um, Okay, so if you ask me personally, I think while a lot of jobs will be outsourced, yes, we've heard that. But there are still certain jobs which are which will be or which will continue to be very integral to the organization. So you can't have a CEO who is somebody who's come from the outside, maybe like a consultant, but you can't have somebody who's coming in from the outside leading the organization. It will be a very detached kind of a relationship. It will not have that kind of sense of ownership associated with it, and then it will be very what should I say, it will, for the want of a better word, I'll use mercenary like, because then that person will be gunning for his or her own benefits and profits, and then the larger good of the purpose for which that business existed will not remain valid anymore, is my way of looking at it. But having said that, jobs like the CFO, the CHRO, the CMO, all of these will definitely they stand a chance to get outsourced. Even today, we're saying that if HR is really not adding that much value to the organization, is not making business sense. So if you don't start talking the language of the business, if you don't start getting involved in the business, and you're siloized in your ivory tower and saying only HR and nothing more, then there will come a time where business will not want you anymore, and there'll be somebody else who will be able to come and take on that role. That, yes. Now, the second part of your question about productivity. So this is an ongoing debate that a lot of organizations and even bigger organizations are also dealing with. So one is the element of work from home, where every possible parameter of monitoring the person or monitoring performance that used to exist while the organization was still in force, and the working from office was still in force, has been completely turned on its head. Right now, the other aspect being that am I so effective that I'm doing the work in like 2 hours or 4 hours or whatever, an 8 hours job? Am I even still expected to do an 8 hours job working from home and working from or working on the same deliverables? These matrices are still to be sort of designed, and I'm sure a lot of organizations are doing it. But I think at the end of the day, productivity is what will really make the difference, or be the only deliverable at the end of the day, because it is finally what you produce and what you sort of deliver, and the measurables of those deliverables that will really count, and not how many hours did you put in weekdays, weekends, weeknights, whatever. That will really not make any difference whatsoever anymore. It will be how much have you been able to deliver as against what has been asked for you from you. That will be the only currency of performance going forward. you know
So I think we got some answers, and I'm sure in the following programs, when you talk about the leadership, I think there will be, because it's, the subject itself is very vast, and what strategy works for company A may not work for company B, as you rightly mentioned in the beginning of the show itself. So thank you so much,
Right.
Aparnaji, for coming over and opening up your minds. I'm sure our viewers will pick up some of the key elements of our discussion and implement in your organization. So I hope to meet you again in the next show.
Thank you so much, CK. Really been a pleasure being here.
Bye bye for today and have a nice weekend. We will catch up next week again.
Bye bye. See you.
Hello friends, welcome to Akulmek Live. I am Kanchan Verma and today is Wednesday and we are discussing music. And you know that Indian Raga is a unique and central feature of Indian classical music tradition. And to discuss this, we have a special guest in our episode. So stick around to this episode till the end. It will be very interesting episode for you. Welcome back, and today is Wednesday, and you know that we have Dr. Shambhavi Das with us, and with whom we will be discussing Raga of the Day, and we'll also be listening songs she will be singing for our audience. Dr. Shambhavi Das is a well-known music therapist, and she also teaches music. She has her own academy, Sur Demi. So without wasting any further moment, I would like to welcome her. Welcome to the show, Shambhavi. How are you doing today?
Thank you, Kanchanji, for inviting me once again. I'm really glad to be here. I'm doing very good. Thank you.
Well, as usual, we would like to know what rag we are discussing today.
So today I will be discussing Rag Shiv Ranjini, which is very popular in Bollywood songs. I mean the old movie songs, and it has a lot of therapeutic aspects as well, which I would like to discuss.
Well, before we start and discuss this raga, we would like you to sing something so that people can correlate and understand the raga.
Sure, sure.
It's really I really feeling very good after listening this song. So let's discuss the raga of the day today.
So this is Shiva Ranjini, and it's a pentatonic raga. It's a 5-note raga. Sare, and as you just heard, it's a pathos raga, and it is very, very important for depression patients. Because it vents out the feelings in the depressed people. So if you are a very sorrowful and if you listen to this song for a longer time, it will create a little urge to cry, and chemicals which normally built up during the depression, and it may result in a very dangerous diseases like heart attack. So if you cry and vent out, so when your tears come out, it is very important. And now even the big researchers have shown that crying is very, very important if you have some stress, tension, and if that stress takes a very advanced stage like depression, MDD, major depression disorder. So obviously it may create a lot of problems. So tears are very good for the survival of your brain and for your life. So that because it actually saves you from many major problems. So this rag is very good for venting out, for releasing the tears. This is the psychological one. And one issue, physiological, is that it reduces the Agni Tattva, the heat in your body. So, sa re ga pa da sa da pa ga re sa. Just 5 notes are there. Ma and ni, as you just might have observed, it's not there. Ga is the lower ga. Sa re ga, it's not the pleasant one. It's lower, so it's giving a very pathos, sorrowful meaning. It's a very good meaning. Shiva Ranjini means Shiva when he got fearsome. So this Shiva Ranjini, Shiva is Lord, Shiva Ranjini is to please. So this raga was used for pleasing Lord Shiva when he was in a fearsome mode. So this rag is very, very effective when you have certain feeling like fear, insecurity. Actually, fear and insecurity are the root causes of stress and tension. You might not know, but you have some certain fear, financial fear, family fear, any fear or stress or insecurity. So this rag makes you vent out that fear in many ways, and it reduces the heat which is coming out. It's a midnight raga also, so it's very, very important. It's very effective when you listen to certain ragas at a very correct time. So this raga is meant for 12 at night to 3 at night. So when at that time when you listen to the raga while asleep, it's very, very effective at that time. And it's a pentatonic raga, and it gives you a pathos feeling. Even it's a Shringarik raga, and sober romance means not a very pleasant one, but sober romance means viraha. Romance which is more mixed with the sorrow, agony.
Well, we had been discussing raga for such a long time, and as a person, I came to realize that music is a very important aspect of well-being of human life, and everybody should learn music. So now, when I have this realization and really feel that music in the school has to be taken as a major subject, not a kind of a extra activity. So, what you feel about this?
It should definitely, but the problem is our culture or whatever culture, when people always run towards the streams where you are more financially secured. Now, when it comes to arts and music, we all know that the policy makers are not doing much for anything because they think that it doesn't have that usefulness. If you go to the science side, then you have a lot of funding. If you go to the technology side, if you're an engineer, so the moment you finish the studies, half of the companies are standing beside you to recruit you. But in our cases, we have done PhD, and there are a lot of people who are doing so much in this area, but to some extent, it will take a long time for music and arts to come into certain mainstreams because of the policy making problems, because of our. Although in the West now they are still funding, they have that feeling of usefulness through music and music therapy. Now music therapy as a field is emerging, so when it goes to the hospital, maybe in another few years, when it goes to the hospital, when it goes to the educational centers, when we make it like a department, when they see the change and when they see that the holistic treatments are changing people from the root, then it might take a change, and it might, in schools also, the kids might learn that it should come into the mainstream. But as of now, it's a very big problem, especially in India, because because it's not giving you money. If you are really, if you are really have some wisdom, and you feel that, like we do always feel, okay, whatever less we are getting, it's okay, at least we are enjoying our lives, we are not stressed out, we are lesser stressed out. So this feeling has to come from the family, that the parents should tell the kids that it's okay whatever field you take. In these fields, when it comes to the financial, you have to work a lot harder to achieve that, financial positions. Because even in these fields, I have seen in the COVID areas, many maestros died because of the deprivation of money, and they appealed to the government because there were no concerts. Even big maestros, the Padma Shri, Padma Bhushans, they appealed to the government to have the money, like they wanted money for the survival. And yes, government did help little bit because they were maestros. But what about the veteran people who are still, and there are many. So I think the change will come, but right now it will take time. And there are many ways for the kids. When I teach kids, I always tell them the purpose of learning music and what ragas, how the ragas help you. So when you teach your kids that okay, this raga should help this, and this is why you are learning, because of your good focus, because of your good memory, this is why you are learning music, then the kids will crave to become a musician. So that element will go, that okay, whatever the money problem, I just want to pursue this field. So I think in the kids in the schools, they should be told about how music, what is the purpose of music, what is the scientific use of music. So they have to be told in a very logical way. Otherwise, it will be, roll up behind.
You mentioned a very thought-provoking point, and I think that policymakers, as you mentioned, they should be more concerned about these streams like music and, of course, other paintings and frescoes making, because even if we go behind, in the antiquity, I feel that we can come out of the life of the people by really going looking into the case painting and other stuff, which are I can say it's more of artistic manufactured in those time in antiquity. So yes, I think music has to be given a due place in our curriculum in the school, and parents along with the policy makers, even the school professional should think about it, because it is a very, very serious aspect of well-being and human development, right?
Definitely.
So before we close it, this episode, I would like to hear one more song based on today's raga.
So there are many ragas in Shivaranjani, like तेरे मेरे बीच में, तेरे मेरे बीच में कैसा है ये बंधन अनजाना, मैंने नहीं जाना, तूने नहीं जाना. This is one. Then दिल के झरोखे में तुझको छुपा कर, यादों को तेरी मैं जोगन बना कर रखूंगा मैं दिल के पास, सुन लो मेरी जामदार, बना के क्यों बिगाड़ा रे नसीबा, ऊपर वाले. So you can just see that even the lyrics in this rag are so pathos, agony oriented, karun ras. So there are many songs, especially जाने कहाँ गए वो दिन, कहते थे तेरी राह में ना 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 बिछाएंगे, चाहे कहीं भी तुम रहो, चाहेंगे तुमको उम्र भर, तुमको न भूल पाएंगे. So there are many such songs in Shivaranjani, and it's a beautiful raga to listen.
Well, as usual, it is so wonderful to talk to you today and listen to the music and understand the raga of the day. And somebody who wants to learn music, I think they can contact you directly, or they can contact us. We'll pass your link to Dr. Shambhavi Das. And it is the right time to really introduce your music with ourselves, and people can learn, because they are following social distancing. So as usual, I said it's lovely talking to you. We'll meet again with different raga. Till then,
thanks for having me.
Yeah. Till then, bye bye and take care.
Sure, bye. Thank you.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant, and welcome you again on Naval Gun Live. And we are continuing from our last week's discussion, which was about self-worth. And we discussed few things. And if you have not seen the video on how to prepare yourself on self-worth, I think it will be a good idea to go back and see that video. I will share the link along with this video as well. But today we want to give three most important tips to the audience. And for doing that, let me invite my friend from UK, Mr. Naval Gun.
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. And yes, this is week 2 of self-worth, how to value yourself in front of your clients in many respects. That's where we're getting to today. So just a recap of what we said last week. It's about how do you value yourself? Do you really know who you are? So look at yourself in the mirror and write down the good and the bad about you and be able to live with that analysis, that review. Because if you can't be honest with yourself, you can't be honest with anybody else. And as we've said on many occasions before, CK, people buy from people they know and like. And this is where we're in the world of consultancy. So there are many Me Too's out there. So the first thing we're going to say today is do not be a Me Too. Okay, so it's the negative of what you should be, because Me Too's get thrown into a box, and you literally get put along the conveyor belt, and it's people just pick which Me Too they like, and Me Too's are typically picked up on price. The cheaper the offer, the more likely people are going to pick it up. And although I'm going to say something about Fiverr.com, it is a Me Too arena. But it's a good Me Too arena because it gets you into a window of opportunity. So this is where you can use the being a Me Too, being someone that's good at SEO, someone that's good at digital, someone that's good at design, and put yourself into a marketplace where everybody else is. So that's the positive side of being a Me Too. So there's two parts of it. So go to where people are looking for you. But now the most important one, the third one, being able to value yourself. So CK, I'm going to put you on the spot now. We never do any rehearsal for this, and you never know what's going to come. So this is live, ladies and gentlemen. So how do you value yourself when you're talking to a client?
Well, to be frank with you, Naval, I value myself a lot.
Good. I'm pleased to hear it. So do I. If you're talking to me, you can only just about afford me. But it's a difficult one, isn't it? Because when you're in this, the thing about the digital world, as you and I both see it, there's lots of people offering platforms, from the mass platforms like LinkedIn and Facebook and Instagram to the very bespoke platforms that you get on a very local basis. So it's really hard, actually, to value what you're doing, isn't it? Don't you think?
Yes. So let me ask. In fact, I will give a complete answer now, since now you have clarified. I've got some ideas, and I will also ask you a question related to Me Too. I think the question that you asked is, how do you value yourself? I have to offer the value to the client. How much I am worth in my own as a personality is not relevant at all, because if I'm not able to draw value for the client I'm talking to, that is really the crux of the matter. So I think one of the ways that I found uh, is basically telling them the numbers, where if they deal with our company, the numbers are very clearly defined on our website, their circulation, their visibility, in terms of click-through rates, in terms of how many visitors we have on our website, and the companies who are dealing with us can get leverage around it. And that clearly is a differentiator because that is the data which is real data, and I provide it to the client. Now, this data is not really the best data. There are people much smarter than what we are doing, much more mature. They have been in this business for many years, and their data when they present is better than what I present. I think that brings me to the second point of how much my circulation costs to the client, and then we can do a simple math. So obviously, if the circulation and the visibility that we offer is lesser than XYZ, then obviously my value will be lesser than that. So I think we go with a simple mathematics. However, my question to you, Neville, is when we talk about Me Too, and if you look at the consultant, and if somebody is saying, hey, I'm executive coach, I will train your leadership team. There are dime a dozen floating around. I mean, just look and you will find, I mean, a simple Google search will get you thousands. So they are, by virtue of saying this word, executive coach, getting into arena of Me Too. So the question is really is that how people get out of Me Too syndrome when there are so many around.
It's a really good question, and like anything else, there's ways that I've done it because I'm in that executive coaching arena, as people might call it. Although, frankly, I don't do much coaching. If truth be known, I just do lots of questions, and I ask people questions. But that's what good coaching is all about in many respects. But there are a million and plus executive coaches, lifestyle coaches, personal coaches, performance coaches, and that's just one typical profession, if coaching is indeed what they call a profession. A lot of people will know of a coach as a sports coach, someone that is there to help you improve. And that's where we need to start with. You mentioned executive coaches, so we're talking to those people out there that are in this Me Too arena of being an executive coach. Obviously, people are going to say, where's your background? Where's your proof? Who have you done this with before? That goes without saying. If you've not done that, then you better go start producing that list. Where's your case studies? Where's your testimonials? I'm not talking about huge, lengthy case studies. Remember, executive coaching is very personal. You're not going to be able to say, I mean, I know some people that do say this, they go very personally about some of the coaching that they've done, and it's very clearly who they've done the coaching with. That person is really not going to be happy about having their dirty linen exposed in the public arena. It's an executive you're talking to here. They've taken you on in confidence. It's a bit like a psychiatrist or a lawyer or an accountant. You're taken on in confidence. So you can't really, or you shouldn't really, be promoting yourself on the back of a list of people that you've been an executive coach to. At the very best, you can actually put out the companies that you've been connected to. And that might be enough, actually, if you've got a company list which are A-listers, the FTSE 150, 250, or NASDAQ, or Fortune 500 companies, or whatever the equivalent is in India, that may be enough. But the point is, you've actually got to get your message across in a very short period of time. So, yeah, you've got to put your testimonials out there. That's number one. But then you've got to be giving in other areas. So, write an article on LinkedIn. Put out some social media on a regular basis. So, you need to be consistent. And I get a lot of people coming to me to say, I've seen you over the last 6 months and I like your consistent message. And I go back to them and said, well, I'm glad you like it. What have you done with it? You know, because if they've come to me and they now want me to coach them, if they've done nothing, just following me and other people for the last 6 months have done nothing with it, then it's an uphill battle because you're not going to take action. So this is where you are a Me Too, but you need to stand out in the crowd. The crowd will be saying everything about themselves. They'll be putting their ego out there. They'll be saying me, 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 me. And that's why we call them Me Too's. Whereas executive coaching or any support is about you, how you've achieved, what I helped you to see, where you've gone without me being a crutch and picking up my regular retainer. And if you're a really good coach out there, never, never go for retainers. Your job is to get in, do the job, and get out again. And there is a trick here, CK. When you're working with a new company, let's just say Tata, you know, everyone knows the name Tata, huge organization. And I'm sure there are hundreds of executive coaches that have been through the Tata executive arena, senior leadership arena, even junior leadership. If you're new to Tata, they want to see who you are, what have you done, where have you done it. Of course they do. So they want to see your portfolio. But you can go and offer to say, give me some control parameters here. Give me someone that's been on a coaching program before and it hasn't quite worked for. And give me someone who is a complete nutcase. Some really difficult member of your team. They're still there because they're performing. But they're really not a team player. They could be obnoxious. They could be very toxic, but they get brilliant results. So you can go in and say, well, give me an opportunity for someone who didn't make it with someone else and someone actually you would never, ever put on a coaching program. You might even do 2 for 1. You know? There's so many opportunities here for an executive coach, any type of coach, to go to an organization and say, you don't know me. I've been very successful over here and here and here. How about if you're into this type of performance improvement, how about you give me a chance? Now you can flower that up in any language you like, but that's effectively what you're saying. You're basically saying, you don't know me, I've got a good track record, let me show you what could be a possibility for your organization.
So
But you need to caveat that, you know. They need to believe that coaching is going to work anyway. Because if they don't, frankly, there's no point in having the conversation.
So if I summarize the learning that you have given us is first we need to know how much we are worth really in terms of value to the client, not to yourself, but to the client. So you have to have some impression about that. And second is you need to summarize your experience in a way that it is quantifiable. So I think these are the very clear tips that is offered today by you to our viewers, where they can get out of Me Too in a very systematic manner.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And the thing is, we are Me Too's. You know, just have to accept it. But now is an opportunity to stand out from the crowd. Why will they engage with you as opposed to somebody else? And it could be hard. You know, this is where, you know, this is not for the faint-hearted. This is for people that are confident in themselves. This is the whole point of doing week 1, self-esteem, valuing yourself, what you're good at, what you're not so good at, where your weaknesses are, where your successes are, etc., etc. We are all we've all paid the undergraduate fee into MIT, but it's not the MIT you know, it's management in training. And we all are management in training, because that's, you know, that's where we're all growing to, whether we're in a junior management for all of our life, or a middle management, or a senior management. The point is, we're all in MIT. So now the opportunity is to get out there and show people who you are, what you've achieved somewhere else, and how it's going to be great for their organization. And let me just summarize this even further. It's exactly what you do in an interview if you're going for a job, because it's the same process. There's lots of Me Too's out there that can do the job. Why you? Why would you stand out in the crowd? You know, a job is just a long consultancy in many respects, you know, and, you know, all employers are taking probably more of a risk giving you a job, because it's difficult to fire someone, more difficult to fire someone than it is to fire a consultant. An employee is a bit more complicated, not impossible, but a bit more complicated. So we're not saying anything different from any other walk of life here. It's just a matter of engaging your brain, having the right attitude, and getting on with the job in hand.
So I think the second tip that you're giving is having the right attitude in order to do self-worth assessment. So I think that is number 2 on our list, where improving your attitude. And there is nothing called positive attitude or negative attitude. It's just the attitude to gain a market share, to go and get things done. So I think you can talk a little bit more on the attitude development for people from all walks of life.
Well, our attitude is really where we all should come from, and it's having, as you say, it's not about positive or negative. It's what attitude you've got. And again, what we covered in our first session last week was to cover those very issues. You know, write down on a bit of paper what you're good at and what you're not good at. And don't beat yourself up if you're not good at something. That's actually a learning opportunity. You know, there's lots of people in the past, several people in the past have said, you know, I'm not failing. I'm either succeeding or I'm educating myself. I'm learning. So there's no concept of failure. I'm not saying that failure isn't in the dictionary. The word fail, failure, failed, I failed. Say it, I failed. So what? You know, what did you learn from that failure? You know, was it really a failure? The answer is, well, you didn't quite get what you wanted, but does that mean it's a failure? So this attitude issue is massive. And all we talk about is having a can-do attitude. And no matter who we are or what we're doing, there are 4 elements at play every time we think of doing something or we physically do something. And the 4 elements are simply how we think, how we feel, how we're connected, and what's driving us. And when I say about driving, what's our purpose here? So it starts off with purpose. So we're driven. What's our drivers? We're driven by sense of purpose. Our feelings. We need to be in control. We need to be emotionally competent and resilient. Our social drivers. To be socially connected. So how we get our message over in a social basis, and how we think, effectively thinking, not procrastination, because that's not really thinking. That's taking time away from real thinking. So to think effectively and appropriately, how we focused. So if all of these 4 elements, thinking, feeling, social connection, and what we're driven by, are all positive, guarantee you've got a can-do attitude. If any one of those are negative, you haven't got a can-do attitude. And whether it's an employer of someone who's going for a job, or whether it's a client or future client for someone who's going for a contract, for a consultancy, you need to have a can-do attitude. And the other thing, the last thing we're going to say today is it's not about you. It's about your customer, your client. Customer is king, as people will say. Accountants say cash is king, but it's two C's anyway. So it's either customer or cash. But in this particular instance, the customer is king. What do they need? What's their problem? How can you help them fix it? Because it's not about you. You're going to go in, do a job, and get out. Once you've left, your legacy is the job is still being done. The company is still moving forward in the way that you've helped them design. And remember, you've helped them design it. You haven't designed it for them. And I'll make that difference here, because the large consultancies of the world, the big management consultancies, will go into an organization and they will impose a process on the organization. And they'll stay there for 4 years, making the process work. And it could be quite painful, by the way, because I've been through this. And then they leave. And then after about 6 months, the process starts to fail and people start to do their own thing. And the consultancy that's just left is never blamed for it. The employees are blamed for it, because you've had long enough to change. Now, I don't think we should be getting into that arena, particularly this is the 21st century, not the 20th century of imposition. So today is all about engaging, empowering, inspiring people in your organization. And you can do that through coaching, or you can do that through lots of other ways. But the key thing is, from a consultant's point of view, go in, get the job done, and then get out. Leave them with a legacy that you have then as a testimonial. And just like anything else, CK, if you get a really big client on board, but you only get them on board in a small way because they're testing you, and you do a great job, guess where your next job's coming from?
Right.
The same client.
Same client, or probably his competitor, because if we are able to showcase, hey, so much advantage in terms of value to the client, and the competitor starts seeing you, and probably you can get more business from a similar industry or similar clients.
And interestingly enough, I can't say who this is for confidentiality reasons, but one of my founding partners in MindFit had a very good colleague in the 1980s, in the 1990s, and that person was so good that one company said, "You're too good to leave to our competitors. We're going to make you an offer you can't refuse." And they literally gave that person a golden handcuffs contract. It was so good, they couldn't refuse it. And it took that person off the market. Simple as that. So it can happen. I look forward to that golden handcuff offer in the near future. And if anyone's listening, by the way, you can't afford me. So there is absolutely no golden handcuff offer you're going to get here, because I'm doing too many things for young people, and I want them to succeed, and you can't afford for them. So let's bounce that one off the target immediately. But yes, your next client will come from your current client. You've done such a great job, and they're a huge organization. what a surprise. Or it may come from a competitor.
Right, Naval. So at this juncture where we have almost come to the end of our discussion, I have to ask you one last question, which is not related to our subject today.
Go ahead.
We are going through COVID, and whatever we have discussed, these multiple points about attitude, about self-worth assessment, and how to get out of Me Too. Um, will it change because of COVID, or there is anything specific required to cope up with the current situation?
It's a good question. COVID, as we know, is here to stay. So our world has changed, shifted its axis, certainly on a business concept. More people are going to be working from home or from anywhere going forward. There are obviously going to be some exceptions, like manufacturing. You can only manufacture in one place, so majority of people would still need to be in that manufacturing plant. So I think it's the way businesses are maturing. We're seeing lots of challenges in the banking sector, financial, tech, the apps that are coming through. So there are things that are changing irrespective of the COVID arena. But I suppose the simple answer is it's going to be different. You as a person of interest in the consultancy world, let's talk to these people, the consultants, you need to be aware of the impact you can have in this new world. Remember, as a consultant, you've worked from anywhere for the last however long. I mean, when I left corporate life, I left an office. I also left a boss, so it was those unusual occasions where I left the company and I left the people out of choice. And I started to work from home. That was a massive difference for me. That adjustment was interesting, frankly. I mean, it took me a little longer than I expected. But then again, I wasn't going to work anyway, so I was sort of semi-retiring. But you, as a consultant out there, you've done this all your life, so you've got actually quite a lot to offer. And I think there's a lot of people don't realize actually that you really do have a lot to offer, because you not only work from home, but you work from one organization to another, to another, to another. So you are a very flexible type of individual. If you've got a number of clients in different sectors, you're incredibly flexible. And the interesting thing, CK, is that's what your customer will be buying. Remember, this is a supply and demand market. If they want what you've got, and you know where they're looking in that marketplace, then you have an opportunity to offer what you've got because they want you to tender. And the more you have to offer, the more variety you have, or actually the more specific solution you have, could be what they're looking for. But until you ask them, you don't know. Let me give you a simple example here. 10 years ago, I was introduced to a company, and they asked me to come and coach the senior team. So I did what I normally do. I say, why? Because I want to work with an organization that wants to be successful, really wants to make changes and prepared to make changes. So I went and talked to several people in the senior leadership team. One or two asked me of my background, so I gave them it. It's pretty obvious. You can see it on LinkedIn. You can see it anywhere, really. And Then I had a meeting with the chief exec at the end, and he said, "You've got no specific industry knowledge of what we do." And I said, "Specifically, no, you're right. Why'd you ask?" He said, "Well, you really need to know about our industry." And I said, "Well, hang on a minute. You said about specific knowledge and now knowing about your industry. I actually know quite a lot about your industry." And I started to say things that he'd never heard of in his industry. And then he said, "But you don't know much about the specifics of the industry." And I'm thinking, this guy is absolutely never, ever going to change. So I said, "Thank you very much for the offer, but I won't be working with you." And he said, "Well, we weren't going to offer it to you because you don't have specific industry knowledge." And I said, "Well, in that case, then we're both happy, aren't we?" And I shook his hand and I left. 48 hours, I think it was later, I got an email, "Could you come back in and we'd like to make you an offer." So I politely sent an email back to say, "Thank you very much, but I don't think you're ready to change." So there you have to know your parameters as well as their parameters. So I suppose the last message I'm going to say here is, if it's a hand in glove solution, so you're the hand and they're the glove, or they're the hand and you're the glove, and it's got 4 fingers and a thumb and it's about the right size, okay, then it's going to work. But if it's only got 3 fingers, no thumb, then your glove isn't going to fit that hand. So walk away. Don't force what you're doing into what they want, because it's never going to work. The marriage is not going to happen. Easy for me to say, very hard for people to do, especially when it's the only offer out there.
You're right, Neville. I think you have shared a lot many stuff today. Lot of advices you have given directly, indirectly to our viewers. I think it's going to help us a lot. And you're always available to help people, executives. So any viewer who are watching this and want any specific help from Neville, you can reach out to him directly, or we can reach out to us, and we will connect you with Neville. So with this, I will end this discussion, Neville. Thank you very much. We will catch you again on Naval Gunt Live next Wednesday. Until then, bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Have a good day, everybody.
Hello friends, welcome to Akul Mac Live. My name is Chandrakant. Today we will discuss about Mahatma Gandhi. You remember in 1922 there was a sedition case on Mahatma Gandhi, which was basically charged by the British government of the day. And in this particular case, Mahatma Gandhi said, "I am guilty," because he said, "I'm an Indian, I love my country, and I will talk for Indians. So if you think this is against your laws, please come and charge me." And he actually pleaded guilty. And he also gave a very powerful speech during his trial. So to discuss this matter further, I have a very distinguished guest in the studio. We will start our discussion after a short break. Don't go anywhere, as an outstanding show coming up right now. Welcome back, friends. And in today's session of the legal matters, we will be discussing something very, very interesting and something which has happened and related to Mahatma Gandhi. And to discuss this further, I have my friend joining from Ahmedabad, Mr. Jeet Bhatt. Welcome to the show, Jeet.
Thank you, Chandrakant, for having me on this show, Legal Matters. And yes, today we are going to discuss a very important part of history, the modern history in India, when Gandhiji was tried by the Britishers under the offense of sedition, and when Gandhi had put the entire colonial system on trial after being charged of this offense. And so it's absolutely interesting and very important event that took place in history, and is also a lesson that why sedition, which the Mahatma Gandhi preferred as the prince of the Indian Penal Code for subjugating the liberties of the citizens of this country, should have been done away with.
Well, I think this is quite interesting subject because sedition is still being used and the same law continues. And so what really happened and which year was this? And what are the background of this case? We would like to know more about it.
Yes, Chandrakant, absolutely. In fact, there is a brief history because Gandhi ji had come to India after a brief stint in South Africa, where also he was involved in the freedom movement. But thereafter, in India, he completely devoted his time for the independence movement. Initially, though he says that he was cooperating with the Britishers and wanted to gain independence, but thereafter, due to certain events, which he mentions is that the Rowlatt Bill, which was placed in 1919, due to which the Jallianwala Bagh incident happened because there was a protest, and Gandhiji himself had protested by non-cooperation movement from 1919 to 1922, and that event led to Jallianwala Bagh assassination, and also certain other events which he talks about in his speech given in a statement given before the Ahmedabad District and Sessions Court. But he wrote 3 articles in a Young India magazine on 29th September, 15th December of 1921, and the third on February 23 of 1922. And the title of these articles was Tempering with Loyalty. The second one was The Puzzle and Its Solution. And the third was Shaking the Mains. Now, in his article titled Tempering with Loyalty in 1921, he noted that I shall not hesitate at the peril of being shot to ask the Indian sepoy individually to leave his service and become a weaver. For has not the sepoy been used to hold India under subjection? Has he not been used to murder innocent people at Jallianwala Bagh? Has he not been used to subjugate the proud Arab of Mesopotamia? The sepoy has been used more often as a hired assassin than as a soldier defending the liberty of the weak and the helpless. So this was the first article, Tempering with Loyalty, wherein he says the sepoy must leave his service and become a weaver. So this is showing disaffection towards the British government established by law in India. In the second article, he says that sedition has become the creed of the Congress. Every non-cooperator is pledged to preach disaffection towards the government established by law. Non-cooperation through a religious and strictly moral movement deliberately aims at the overthrow of the government and is therefore legally seditious in terms of the Indian Penal Code. In the third article, he says that we are challenging the might of this government because we consider its activity to be wholly evil. We want to overthrow the government. We want to compel its submission to the people's will. We desire to show that the government exists to serve the people, not the people the government. Free life under the government has become intolerable, for the price exacted for the retention of freedom is unconscionably great. Whether we are one or many, we must refuse to purchase freedom at the cost of our self-respect to our cherished convictions. So certainly through these articles, he wanted the overthrow of the British government because he had developed such disaffection towards the entire system of governance established by the British in India. So the British, in retaliation, had responded by framing a charge of sedition under Section 124A of the Indian Penal Code against Mahatma Gandhi. Now, because of this offense, he was arrested on 10th of March 1922. And on 18th of March 1922, he was brought before the district and sessions judge in Ahmedabad, wherein his trial was to begin. Now, normally in every trial, we see that the accused do not plead guilty and they want a trial. But in this case, Gandhiji was asked whether you plead guilty or not. Gandhiji said that I plead guilty to all the charges. In fact, he was also tried with one Mr. Banker, who was the publisher of this magazine, Young India. And he was also charged with the same offense. And he also said that I also plead guilty. Now, the judge immediately wanted to hand over the sentence, but the Advocate General, Mr. Strangman, said that the procedure must be followed. And that was a great statement made by the opponent when he says that the procedure must be followed, because he wanted the procedure to be fair. And he wanted the accused should also be given a fair trial. So on basis of his request, he was heard and he made his submission. And thereafter, the judge asked Mahatma Gandhiji whether he wanted to make any statement, because on the basis of his pleading guilty, he was going to pass a sentence of imprisonment. So the court asked him whether you want to make a statement on your sentence. Now, to this, Mahatma Gandhiji made a wonderful speech in the Sessions Court at Ahmedabad, and he submitted that how, from the starting, being a cooperator to the British system, how he developed disaffection to the entire system, and how he was completely he did not want the British to continue, and he wanted independence for the country. Now he says in his speech, well, he says that he took responsibility of the entire charge which was framed against him, and he also said that he also took responsibility of the violent attacks which had happened after his speech. He said that I wanted to avoid violence, as non-violence is the first article of my faith. It is also the last article of my creed. But I had to make my choice. I had either to submit to a system which I considered had done an irreparable harm to my country, or incur the risk of the mad fury of my people bursting forth when they understood the truth from my lips. So he said that I do not ask for mercy. I do not plead any extenuating act. I am here, therefore, to invite and cheerfully submit to the highest penalty that can be inflicted upon me for what in law is a deliberate crime and what appears to be the highest duty of a citizen. Because he said that freedom of speech and expression is not just a right, but is also a duty to speak your mind against the violence committed by the government. So therefore, he said, it is my duty, and I owe it perhaps to the Indian public and to the public in England to placate which this prosecution is mainly taken up, that I should explain why from a staunch loyalist and cooperator, I have become an uncompromising disaffectionist and non-cooperator. To the court too, I should say when I plead guilty to the charge of promoting disaffection towards the government established by law in India. So then he starts describing his journey from South Africa and thereafter what the events happened later. And then he says that because of the events in Jallianwala Bagh and the Rowlatt Act, that he became, and also the events that happened with regards to the Muslims in India, that he had lost all hope on the British government. And therefore, he further says that I came reluctantly to the conclusion that the British connection had made India more helpless than she ever was before, politically and economically. A disarmed India has no power of resistance against any aggressor if she wanted to engage in an armed conflict with him. So much is this the case that some of our best men consider that India must take generations before she can achieve dominion status. So in light of this, he said that before the British advent, India was weaving and spinning cottages, and there was growing industry, and it was considered as a very developed nation. But it is because of this British imperialism of 200 odd years that the people in India had come to such a state of penury that there was no life in them. So then he says that no sophistry, no jugglery in figures can explain away the evidence that the skeletons in many villages present to the naked eye. I have no doubt whatsoever that both England and the town dweller of India will have to answer if there is a God above for this crime against humanity, which is perhaps unequaled in history. The law itself in this country has been used to serve the foreign exploiter. My unbiased examination of the Punjab martial law cases has led me to believe that at least 95% of convictions were wholly bad. My experience of political cases in India leads me to the conclusion that in 9 out of every 10, the condemned men were totally innocent. Their crime consisted in the love of their country. In 99 cases out of 100, justice has been denied to Indians as against Europeans in the courts of India. This is not an exaggerated picture. It is the experience of almost every Indian who has had anything to do with such cases. So he says that this is how the system was used against the citizens of India. And the government, which is for the people, was using the people to enrich itself. So therefore, with regards to these all facts, he says that I have come to such a conclusion that there is complete disaffection against the government and the system. And therefore, I should be allowed to express my voice. With regards to this offense of sedition, he says that section 124A, under which I am happily charged, is perhaps the prince amongst the political sections of the Indian Penal Code designed to suppress the liberty of the citizens. Affection cannot be manufactured or regulated by law. If one has no affection for a person or system, one should be free to give the fullest expression to his disaffection, so long as he does not contemplate, promote, or incite to violence. But the section under which Mr. Banker and I are charged is one under which mere promotion of disaffection is a crime. I have studied some of the cases tried under it. I know that some of the most loved of India's patriots have been convicted under it. I consider it as a privilege, therefore, to be charged under that section. I have endeavored to give in their briefest outline the reasons for my disaffection. And I have no personal ill will against any single administrator, much less can I have any disaffection towards the king's person. But I hold it to be a virtue to be disaffected towards a government, which in its totality has done more harm to India than any previous system. And India is less manly under the British rule than she was ever before. Holding such a belief, I consider it to be a sin to have affection for the system. And it has been a precious privilege for me to be able to write what I have in the various articles tendered in evidence against me. In fact, I believe that I have rendered a service to India and England by showing in non-cooperation the way out of the unnatural state in which both are living. So this is how he says that this is why I have come to the conclusion that I have complete disaffection towards the government. And it is my duty to write what he has written. So this is his statement, and ultimately based on his own admission, the court passes a sentence of 6 years of imprisonment. But Justice Broomfield, who had written the judgment, in his last para, quotes that the law is no respecter of persons. Nevertheless, it would be impossible to ignore the fact that you are a different category from any person I have ever tried or am likely to have to try. It would be impossible to ignore the fact that in the eyes of millions of your countrymen, you are a great patriot and a great leader. It is my duty to judge you as a man subject to the law, who by his own admission has broken the law and committed what to an ordinary man must appear to be a grave offense against the state. And I should like to say in doing so, that if in the course of events in India should make it possible for the government to reduce the period and release you, no one will be better pleased than I. So even while passing the sentence, he says that if the government remits the sentence, nobody would be happier than I would be. So this is how he showed the respect to the great man who was tried in his court. And he showed great respect because he said that you are a great man and no one has, I would be never trying a person like you. So therefore, the fairness, the respect that was shown to the accused, and the respect that was shown by the Advocate General himself, and the speech that was given by Mahatma Gandhi in this trial makes this trial one of the greatest trials in the modern history. And this trial also shows that how the entire system, that the colonial imperialism period and the British system that took away India's greatness was in fact, so therefore this was what was on trial, the entire colonial system, and not Mr. Gandhi who was on trial. So therefore, this experience, this trial was a question of morality rather than the legal concepts of a trial. And he showed the world that how the British were trying to subjugate the citizens of this country. So this is a very important event that happened in Ahmedabad, and is a very rich heritage which has to be preserved, and this story has to be told time and again. And we must never forget what has happened with the people of this country and how India has attained freedom, and also the fact that how sedition has been misused or was misused by the Britishers, and it should not happen to the Indian citizens after India getting independence and after the constitution coming into effect, giving the fundamental rights to the citizens of this country, which the people of this country never had before.
Well, this is very powerful message, and I don't want to ask you any question. I don't want to dilute whatever you told us today, because we are talking about the great soul Mahatma Gandhi. In fact, I read somewhere that who's the bravest soldier ever lived in the history of the world, and I was watching top 10, and number 1 was Mahatma Gandhi, because he was so brave. You don't have to use any weapon to show your strength or anything, or use some technique like ninja and all that. It lies in the brain. So I think that was the bravest thing to do, what Mahatma Gandhi gave to India and to the world. So I think I don't want to ask you any question today. Thank you so much for coming into our show and explaining this about this very popular case. In fact, many of these things, I think everybody may be remembering it, but I think a refresher is always good. So thank you so much, Jeet.
Thank you very much, Chandra, for having me.
I will catch up with you next week, and I like to say goodbye and have a nice weekend.
Thank you, Chandra. Same to you.
Friends, welcome to Akulmek Live. I'm Kanchan Verma, and today we have a special guest. She is based at Chicago, and she is heading one of the popular internet Radio Panipuri. She is also running an NGO by the name of Sanjeevni, where she helps people who are suffering with domestic abuse. So stick around to this episode till the end. You'll get more information, and you can also have support and find out how you can escape or how you can come out of a domestic abuse relationship. Welcome back, and today we have Pramila Kumar, who is heading Radio Panipuri, an internet radio broadcasting company. Apart of this, she also runs an organization where she helps NRI to overcome problems which they face on a foreign land. So welcome to the show. Pramila, how are you doing today?
Thank you, Kanchan. Thank you for having me with Akul Much.
Well, we will be discussing about domestic violence. So first of all, I would like to ask you, what is this term means?
Absolutely. And there's a lot of myth goes on with domestic abuse, domestic violence. So, Kanchan, as we all know, abuse in any form for anyone is really degenerative for the soul. Our self esteem, our pride takes a plunge, and we feel helpless or we totally ignore it. But feeling it or ignoring it doesn't make it go away. And domestic violence also stays on. So, domestic abuse or domestic violence not only is between a couple in the sense girlfriend, boyfriend, husband, or wife, it can be between any members of the house, between father and son, or son and mother, from one parent to the child, child to the parent, between siblings, and also to any members of the household. But when we talk about domestic violence, the picture which comes into our mind is between spouses, husband and wife. So, and especially as you know, Kanchan, in the past a year and a half, due to the COVID situation, things have not gotten well in domestic abuse situations. So, if you want a definition, domestic violence is the willful intimidation, physical assault, sexual assault, or any other abusive behavior which is systematic and which is against one intimate partner to the other. It can include physical violence, sexual violence, psychological violence, and emotional abuse, not to say financial abuse. So, that is the actual definition of domestic violence.
Well, when we are talking about domestic abuse and domestic violence, so lately this has come in the picture very vividly. People are talking about this, but is this a new practice or it was already there in the society and somehow we ignored earlier and now we are noticing it, acknowledging it?
Oh, it was always there, Kanchan. It was always there, but nobody wants to talk about because of the stigma. And what has happened lately because of COVID, because people are staying in the same house. There's no outlet, so it has increased. And sometimes when it becomes unbearable, women or men come out and get the help. And now that's why everywhere we will see a talk or concerns about domestic violence.
Well, you have an organization, Sanjeevni, where you help all these people uh, who require help in domestic violence or abuse or any kind of support you want to give to uh, the people in the community. So, what kind of support is required for a person who is suffering with domestic abuse?
The first thing is, as you mentioned, there's a large NRI population, immigrant community in the US and other parts of the world outside of India. And when women, again, I'm going to just cite women in this scenario, but men also get domestically abused. They don't have support system as in India. They are in nuclear families. Information is not available. The laws of the land are not available. They do not know how to get the help or how to approach for help. And the other part, Kanchan, most often people don't even realize that there's domestic abuse going on with them. So these are some of the key things which people come to us, and Sanjeevni organization helps them with all the resources, all the actionable tools, so that they are safe and they can make informed choices. Do they live with the spouse? Do they have to go for a divorce? Do they go back to India? What about the children? How can we stop physical abuse? How can we make them financially strong?
In India, we have a strong laws, and there was a practice of dowry, and it's now is being abolished, and we have a very very strong setup when we have a domestic violence. So, do we also have a rule set in America at your community near Chicago and other states of America?
Absolutely, Kanchan. The laws are equally strong in the US and I'm sure with all the other countries. But the key thing is people have to report it first. And most often people are ashamed of reporting indicating that there's something wrong with the marriage. What are people going to say? So they try to hide it under wraps. But if it is reported, then definitely there are very, very strong laws.
Well, when we are talking about the domestic abuse, so as we mentioned, generally we understand it is between husband and wife. So, but as you said, and very, very clear about that, that even the old people and children also suffer with the domestic violence. And sometimes animals also suffer with the domestic violence.
That's
I'm
very
going to say.
correct.
So, so what are those things which we can practice in the community to stop this before it really begins?
Firstly, one thing to clarify, there's a lot of senior abuse happens. Abuse happens with children also. Pets are being abused. So as a society, if we find a woman, a man, a senior citizen, or a child behaving in a manner which is not conducive of what they are, so always requested that let's ask the questions. What happened to you? What's happening to you? Are you okay? Are you safe? Can you share any information? Let me provide you all the help. Let me provide you the support. Let me take you to another organization, or maybe the consulate office or the embassy where you can get the requested support. Are you financially not strong? So these are some of the questions we always encourage the community ask. So let's not turn a blind eye. Let's be very vigilant, and let's be aware of our surroundings.
Well, when there's a case of domestic abuse and somebody who comes to Sanjeevani and wants help, so what are the steps you really do, apart of the discussing and apart of helping them, counseling them? What are other steps you take to really ease the situation?
And the first step we tell them is that you're not alone. You're not alone in any situation. There's help available, and the help is unconditional. There's no condition attached to it, and there's no judgment. Just because some things are happening does not mean you are weak. And Sanjeevani provides resources for this person to become financially strong, to gain the confidence, and we give them all the options. What can you do? Can you stay? Can you go back to your country? Can you live separately? Can you have a lawyer? Can you have another a police case to be filed? So these are some of the things which is immediately offered to the person who comes with a complaint of domestic abuse.
Well, definitely, it's very, very bad aspect of any society when we talk about domestic abuse and domestic violence. But going forward, what are those key aspects when it doesn't happen? Does it help with education, or we need to do a behavioral change in the person who has maybe from very early a domestic violence history, I mean to say. So what we can do actually so that all these kind of cases they don't occur, because in the end what happens, there is always a person who is sufferer. So before anything starts, let's abolish or destroy the suffering only. So do you have any idea on that?
So Kanchan, you pointed out, will it make any difference if a person is educated or is having a degree? Unfortunately, education has nothing to do with it. There are people with the highest of degrees but still being abused or being the abuser. The first thing what we can do, Kanchan, is to, supposing you have daughters and sons, to teach the son to respect a female, and to teach our daughters that if there is something wrong happening to them, they should immediately voice their concern. They should not be affected by that. Those are some of the two things which will help our kids become strong, matured, and responsible citizens, and respecting each other. So if that is the case, we can abolish a lot of the domestic violence situations in future.
Well, actually, you are very right, because I think it requires a lot of understanding, lot of emotional support for both the sides, because sometimes people are violent by nature. So I think that is support which we require. And apart of this, we also want that society should be very concerned about both the parties, like somebody who is a sufferer and somebody who is doing a violence and abuse. So, last words you want to address or want to say somebody who is a sufferer or somebody who is doing a violence in the relationship?
Our culture is a patriarchal culture, so things will change, but it may be in a gradual process. To anyone going through domestic abuse, either you are the abuser or you are being abused, please stop then and there. And if someone who is being abused, you always have options if you want to get the help. Please stand for yourself, because if you don't stand for yourself, the children or anyone will also follow suit. If you are the abuser and for whatever reason that you are abusing, step back, think about it, that why you are doing it. Is the person being affected part of your family? Love them, respect them, because that is what makes it go forward. And it's okay to say sorry, it's okay to apologize for anything wrong done. Stand up for yourselves both, especially the one being abused.
Well, what happens, somebody who is an abuser, who has a violent history, and he wants to change? Does your organization Sanjeevani provide support at that point also? And do you have a community support also for that person who wants to change himself or herself?
Absolutely. Yeah, again, help is always there if somebody wants to be helped. There are group counseling available. There are also lots of activities which take place to help this person be less abusive. And remember, Kanchan, the abuse doesn't stop right away. It's not a full stop. There are many commas in between. So it takes gradual steps. But the first thing is to say, I have abused. I'm sorry. I want to change. And then the help is always available.
Yes, definitely, because I think it's better to revive yourself and to enhance your skills and to be supportive, have empathy in whatever we do. So I think you mentioned very critical points, and somebody who want to help, they can join you at Chicago, and help is there for everybody who is facing domestic abuse. So it was a good discussion, and we got a lot of information from Pramila Kumar, and we'll be meeting again with some thought-provoking episode next time. Till then, bye-bye, Pramila. See you.
Thank you.
Take care.
Thank you so much.
Hello friends, this is Chandra from Akulmac Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. Today we are joined by Alec Barreto, who is the CEO of Advantage Bricks, a company based in Brazil. Alec joins us from Sao Paulo, which is where his headquarters is. Welcome to Top Brass, Alec.
Thank you so much, CK. It's a pleasure to be here and to join you as your next interviewer. I have been seeing a lot of your videos with other top leaders, and it's an honor to be here with you.
It is our pleasure, Alec, to be able to speak to you. Thank you. You found some time on a Sunday. We are in India and we are under total lockdown. There are certain districts within India which are in very extreme, lockdown, where people cannot even step out. And today is day 26 for us. So how does it look like in Brazil?
We have had a partial lockdown in various states, not a total lockdown as in India. That is, part of the population believes that COVID-19 is a little flu. Part of the population believes in science and know that COVID-19 is a deadly virus. But here in Sao Paulo, we have a lockdown, a partial lockdown. Essential services are on until early May. I think probably 3rd or 4th of May is our lockdown, or 22nd May, which might extend a little bit more depending on conditions. Our hospitals are fully booked for ICUs. There isn't space anymore for the sick. So they had to extend a little bit more this lockdown.
So you are also in the similar situation as rest of the world, and I can see you're taking this call from home. So most of us are working from home, and since you are in the area of management consulting business, you talk to so many people on daily basis. Uh, do you see in your circle, in your network of business, any lowering of business sentiments because of this lockdown?
Yes, in Brazil especially, uh, Brazilians are very accustomed to a face-to-face connection. It's a lot of what they call calor humano, which is body warmth, where you shake hands, you hug people, you have face-to-face meetings, you do a lot of things together in person. So a lot of things have changed with the lockdown. You don't see people anymore, you don't meet people anymore. So with this, businesses are complaining a lot. They are not accustomed with home office. Advantage Bricks, our consultants have been working home office ever since we started. Well, whenever possible. Sometimes we have consultants that have to work at client sites. But mostly we have consultants that work at home, and they like the experience. They stay less time in traffic. They spend more time with their families. They can take their children to school. But overall, we see a lot of the business sentiment that the lockdown is affecting businesses. Truly, it's going to affect the small and medium scale companies. And for these companies, we expected or we hoped that the government will help them more. But it's being difficult here in Brazil. There's a lot of discussion on what is science and what is politics. Whether COVID is an economic issue, it's a health issue, it's only hysteria, or it is science, it's medicine, which is going to affect millions.
So I'm sure people will read about it and gather more knowledge. Um, but coming back to our business discussion, and in your business, you talk to so many companies within Brazil and even outside. So you also get involved in a lot of cross-border businesses as your company. So do you see that now there is a lowering of sentiment, and at some point in time in future the lockdown will be lifted? So from your point of view, what government of any country today should do to increase the sentiments, so that the recession can be should not set in and business come out of that recession and start doing rapid business?
Well, we have seen many countries that are experimenting a partial lockdown, are trying to stay away from either a full lockdown or partial lockdown and opening businesses slowly. We see the case probably in India that we have read something about pool testing, where they're trying to test populations as a whole to find out if that circle of people have been infected or not, and allow them to work. So some countries are probably trying new things. It's essential to have businesses open for us to increase, to get the economy running back as it was. But in the same way, it's important to be a healthy way forward. So it's a very tough question, CK. It's very tough to know what is the formula to lift the lockdown and have people working again, when we know that COVID-19 is a deadly virus and can affect young people. It affects elderly the most, affects people with conformities also. I myself, I'm in the high risk group. I have chronic asthma. So it's a very difficult way forward.
In fact, there will be new ways of doing business, and as you mentioned that the people in Brazil wants to have a face-to-face interaction. But I think that process will change, and new processes will be identified and brought up, because obviously, like you mentioned, you are a CEO, very successful professional, but you have a medical condition. So obviously you will not take risk with your life. So similarly, there are other people with some other medical conditions. So I think people like you and your industry colleagues will come out with some innovation which will drive the business forward. And as far as the countries are concerned, I think they have all the wisdom and advisors available to guide them through next couple of months. So I'm assuming that there will be less of country specific boundaries in future. That is my opinion. uh, but you please take care of your health, don't step out, and also your colleagues, ask them to stay and stay safe and work from home.
Yes, we will do that. I think, as you mentioned, in the future, the use of technology, use of conference tools will increase. We have read about so many companies that have had increases in millions from the time COVID-19 came up in the specific countries. And very soon, we expect that a lot of business closings will happen through a conference call, through a video call. We can present ideas, we can discuss ideas. There are tools for brainstorming, electronic boards for brainstorming. Canvas has something similar on that. So the need to be together eventually is going to phase out slowly. And with this, you can cross barriers, you can cross borders. We already work with a few countries, and we are going to implement all that know-how of working with the countries that we work within Brazil. So we see that change already. It's going to be slow, but it's coming.
It was wonderful talking to you, Alec, and thank you so much for finding time to discuss a few things. And very soon we'll find another opportunity to talk to you regarding more business-related issues.
Thank you so much, Sike. It has been a pleasure.
Until then, be safe, be positive. We'll catch up again.
Same. Bye-bye. Ciao.
Bye. High five.
High five.
Hello friends, I'm Kanchan from Akulmek Technologies. You all are welcome to Top Brass Likeable Leaders. Today we have Mrs. Meena Patange, who is the Dean of College St. Anne's in Hyderabad. St. Anne's College of Women is one of the top institutions in Telangana and across South India.
Dear CEOs and industry leaders, you are most graciously welcome to Akulmak Business Bunker. This is a forum where you are able to showcase your products to the masses, to the investor, to the prospects, and to your client. And if you want to promote your company and yourself, you have landed at the right place. Before we continue, do like and subscribe our channel. Friends, as you know, we have our expert, Mr. Naveen Toshniwal, who has been guiding us during the past few weeks about the grapho analysis. And last week, we did a episode where we actually analyzed a handwriting live on the show. And today we want to basically discuss how this therapy works and how this person's handwriting changes attitude. So it is going to be a very interesting episode today. Don't go anywhere, friends. Before we start our show, let's welcome Naveen ji.
Hello everyone. Hope all are doing well.
Welcome to the show, Naveen. Everything is fine, and I'd like to wish you, uh, most profound greetings for our 73rd Independent Republic Day. I beg your pardon, which is 2 days from now. And also, I'm very happy that Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose statue has been coronated also at India Gate. So I'm very happy, and I want to share the same feeling with you.
Yeah, it's definitely very nice to know that. And I too wish all the viewers a very happy Republic Day.
Great. So last week, Naveen, we actually analyzed a handwriting, and subsequently you gave your therapy to this person. And after a couple of weeks, this person wrote another handwritten document which we want to compare today. So over to you, and I will bring up the document also.
Right. So last week we had done some very brief analysis of the first handwriting. And thereafter, this person went through a therapy for 3 weeks. And as I told you, the therapy is a very simple process where you are required to practice the stroke changes only 5 minutes a day. See, I'm repeating 5 minutes a day because these days we hardly write. So people are a little afraid and apprehensive how they can go through the therapy. But it's now no big deal. Finding out 5 minutes a day to improve yourself for ever is a very, very simple thing by graphotherapy. So now we will compare what I had analyzed last time, what therapy was given to this person, and how this person felt after the analysis and therapy. See, now over here, if you see the original handwriting, uh, carefully note the T bars. You will see that the T bars in the first line, last word, the, then again the in the next line. They were cutting towards a lower side. Now, if you go down slightly on the fourth, fifth, sixth, fourth line from the bottom, there is a probably a word which is university or something. The TY you can see clearly. There again, the T bar is cutting very low towards the bottom of the T stem. This was a sign indicating low self-confidence or low self-esteem or lacking confidence in abilities. After this person went through the therapy for 3 weeks, now you see in the right handwriting how the changes have come. See the T bars very carefully. The second line, you again, but you will see the T bar cutting towards the top. The word just below that, don't, D-O-N-T. Again, the T bar is cutting right towards the top of the T stem. And again, the next line after that, we are going to TO. There again, the T bar is cutting towards the top. See, now it is not just the T bars which have changed. In fact, the person has also changed. The person has expressed in so many words that the desired changes are being experienced or felt by that person. That is what is more important. That is visible now in the strokes which have come into the natural handwriting of that person. So now we will see some other letter in the handwriting. Okay, now let us see the downstroke of Y. I am showing you the new handwriting. In the fifth line, there is a word Friday. The Y is ending word in the word Friday. The Y is finishing straight down. The straight downstroke indicates a person with a strong determination. And 3 lines below that or 4 lines below that, there is a word nutritionally. Again, the Y is finishing straight down. So, and even more Y's are coming after that, even in the third last line, DAY, day, and the second last one line, only and today. Everywhere you will see that this Y is finishing straight down. In the earlier handwriting, the Y's were either incomplete or incomplete in the sense the loops were not fully completed. They were going just halfway through. So now the Y ending words are finishing straight down. That indicates that the person's determination has increased, because the Y ending stroke down stroke is an indication of strong determination. Okay. Now, the most important thing which we had to tackle in this handwriting was the resentment. Now you see the first line in the old handwriting, the last word the. You will see a small tail coming in the beginning of the word. When the T is starting and going towards from bottom to top, there is a small tail-like formation. Even the word in the next line, there also you will see this straight line going from top to bottom with a tail. So this was a sign or indication of resentment. Now, resentment, as I had explained to you in the last episode, is a negative stroke because it prevents a person from moving ahead. Person is just resenting over some incident or episode which might have happened days back, weeks back, months back, or even years back. But the person is not able to get over this resentment and regularly broods on the thing whenever the thought comes to the mind. So it is of no use, because whatever has happened is over. What is the use of brooding over something which is already over and finished? So this was the stroke of resentment. Now we will see the new handwriting. Now in the right side handwriting, you will see there are no initial strokes at all. All the strokes starting in the beginning of the words are does not have the tail, does not have the tail. Now if you compare the first T and the T is written over here, or any word starting where the stroke is going from bottom to top, that is not a single stroke of resentment. So this person has got over the resentment, and this person has even expressed. See, now remember one thing. When we say a person getting over resentment, one of my clients asked me that why don't you make me forget the episode which is giving me resentment? Now that is practically not possible, because handwriting analysis or therapy is not for wiping out the memory. It's practically not possible. Yes, it will change your way of thinking, the way you will face that particular situation when that thought comes to your mind. Earlier, you would have resented and felt sad and brooded over that incident. Now, when the same thought comes to you after the therapy, you will just try to ignore it. You will say, okay, forget about it. What has happened, and you move ahead. So that is what therapy does. It changes the mindset, and it actually helps to get over the negativities in a very systematic and scientific way.
Naveen, thank you so much for covering this in detail. And I think a couple of questions I have of my own. One is that, some may say that these two handwritings are not looking very similar. I mean, if you look at it, these two handwritings are not looking similar to each other. So that is why some may question that, some may question the effect of the therapy itself. So do you have any opinion on that?
No, actually, see, from expert's point of view, there is a difference only in the strokes. The handwriting is of the same person. And see, let me also tell you that there are also some positive side effects of the therapy. For example, you are doing therapy for two particular traits, like gaining self-confidence and increasing determination. So if you work on these two, it is quite possible that your other traits which were negative might also take a positive step ahead. then it may also help you to define a long-term goal. So that stroke will change automatically because you are going through therapy for some other traits or characteristics. Some other traits and characteristics may also improve on their own. So those stroke changes will come automatically in the handwriting. But you can be rest assured the two handwritings are of the same person, and this person is not, even after the therapy of 3 weeks, this person is in touch with me on a regular basis and keeps taking my advice on what further changes are required after the first therapy was over. So this practice is not required every day now. Even if you write, say, once in a week or twice in a week, so that you are not going back to your old traits because of the prevailing circumstances or situations. So the handwritings are of the same person. It is just that the strokes have changed. So it appears to you that they are of different people.
So Naveen, how much strokes can be changed? I mean, as you can see that the T is something which is very personal to us. You know, T creates a lot of artistic way of writing. When we learn, when we are starting to write in school, you know, we want to be more artistic, and T is one of the word which is very artistic. But here you tells us that, you know, if there is a tail to the T, it is a negative trait, and you have made this person change and increase the determination in this person's attitude. So how many, you know, how many layers to this improvement are, you know, if I have to ask you that?
See, what happens is that when we start a therapy, it is practically not possible to change 5 to 6 strokes at a time. It's very difficult. So what we try to do is that we try to give change of, say, 2 or 3 strokes when we start the therapy, trying to take care that those 2 or 3 strokes take care of the maximum possible improvement in that person. For example, when we change a T bar, it may have multiple effects. It will help you to build your willpower, to define your long-term goals, get over resentment, and uh, get over self-doubt. So one T bar has the power to change 4 traits at a time. So in the first therapy, we might go in for just 1 or 2 or 3 letter changes, like finishing a Y straight down for determination, making the T bar towards the top, and that will take care of multiple strokes. Once that improvement is felt by the person, then we can go in for the next therapy for other minor traits which are to be changed in the person.
Well, Naveen, I think it was such a great pleasure learning about these things, and this is a very vast subject, and it requires years and years of practice, like Naveen has done. So, viewers, if you want to basically leverage this thing, you can actually reach out to us. We can make the connection happen. And if you want to subscribe to Naveen's services, they are listed on our website, and you can go to akulmac.com/subscribe and you can directly subscribe. Or if you want to have a conversation, send us an email. We will make the connection happen. The email will be listed at the end of the video. So for today, I like to say goodbye to Naveen, only to catch again in the next one. Good morning, friends. Welcome to Akulmak Live, and I'm Chandrakant. As you know, that there has been a big impetus on the Digital India initiative in India, and the Modi government has actually uh, put their resolve behind making India a digital superpower. And in this connection, there are few announcements today. And before I tell you about the announcement, in fact, I want to tell you the history behind the India movement, and that is with regard to this company which you see behind me. It is called Digital India Corporation under the Ministry of Information and Broadcasting Ministry, and uh, this basically is a company which is responsible for creating programs for Indians under this Digital India initiative. And the DIC, as it is known in short, has a history. It was already existing company known as Media Labs Asia, and it was renamed in 2017 by the Modi government. So currently, DIC has many programs running. They have launched many programs which are meant for people to interact with the government. So they have started the various programs which are used by farmers, by various people to access various services which are provided by the Indian government. And it's a company which is owned by Government of India. They are running this initiative like a company. So that is the number one thing. This is very, very important because there is a CEO, there is a entire structure in this particular company. And the company comprises of today about 468 team members, and they have already rolled out to different projects to come up with these different ideas like databases and rolling out these e-services, e-governance services, which are worth 250 crores. So their objective is to basically identify a project, get the private partnership into that project. So they usually come out with RFPs, and they also employ consultant as the need arises. But the whole idea behind Digital India Corporation is to identify which are the applications that needs to be developed, and once these applications are identified, then they go out by launching their RFPs and inviting private partners to help them out to roll out these applications, which are eventually loaded on the NIC backbone and then rolled out across India. So basically, as I said, they have already rolled out 250 crores worth of project in past 3 years, and now the Modi government has announced the expansion of the Digital India Corporation so that more future ready applications uh, can be designed. So under this initiative, uh, they have decided that DIC will undergo rapid changes. They will quickly ramp up to have about 1,000 people working for them, and their turnover will also be doubled. So nearly about 500 crores is the estimated turnover and estimated team size. But what this new initiative this new team will do, basically they have decided that they will roll out new projects in the area of artificial intelligence, emerging technologies. There is, as you know, India is a multilingual nation. So there has to be some sort of application which is required for bringing everybody on the same plate. So there is a national language technology mission which will also be rolled out. So I don't know what this particular activity will be. I'm presuming that various forms of the government will be available in different languages. You should be able to interact with localization, etc. Then there is an initiative about the managed service providers for cloud services. So eventually, all of this will be loaded into some sort of a managed services arena. They will have a support system. They will also have a call center so that people who are not comfortable with the digital platform can actually reach out using a call center facility. They will also link with payment gateways, etc. So hence there is a new project which is going to be launched in the area of e-commerce services. There is going to be opportunities for all of these areas. People have companies, people, MSMEs who have expertise in these areas, which are artificial intelligence, emerging technologies, localization services, which is natural language technology mission, cloud and service provider arena, e-commerce. And right now, the e-commerce is rolled out into a Ministry of Textiles based application. But I think there will be a requirement for other ministries to come forward and take the system on. And that is why the digital India will be a great success, because more and more people start using these applications. They are also talking about a portion tracker. The portion tracker, as if portion is an Indian word, so my friends who are watching this from who are non-Indian, portion is basically the meaning of portion is feeding. So there is a portion tracker which is which is going to track the midday meal which has been provided for students in the school, and there are other services for people who are living below poverty line in India. There is food which is provided by the government, free food, or very heavily subsidized food which is provided to young students and also to poor people. They can go to one particular counter and they can take the food. Very nice quality food is provided through this outlet and very fulfilling. So people who are homeless, living below poverty line, and also to school students of parents who are living below poverty line. So this is, I think this is going to be a tracker which will be used to digitally track how many foods, how many plates are served across India. So this will actually ensure leakage of any wastage of revenue, etc. So there are a lot of these projects coming up. I want to tell all Indian entrepreneurs to try it out, because I myself went to their website in the morning today. There are a lot of RFPs which are floated by Digital India Corporation, asking for various type of people to participate in their journey. And the RFP documents are also freely available. There is no entry fee which normally has. So if you fulfill the criteria, then you will be considered for developing those systems. Eventually, it is going to be application development activity which will be hosted on some platform. So these are the few things which are coming up, and there are opportunities for consultants. So people who are not having organizations or MSMEs or and who wants to participate with Digital India mission or initiative, then there are positions also published on their website, about 5 to 6 different categories, including social media, including trainers, etc. And also, people who can actually motivate others. So those kind of positions are available as a consulting assignment. So I think if people are interested in associating with Digital India mission, I think this is something that they should look at. So friends, this is something which happened just today, and I thought I will analyze it and bring it to your notice. So if you're not watching the space, I think this is the time to watch the Digital India space very closely. There are new opportunities, and new applications will be provided, including artificial intelligence. So I like to say goodbye for today, only to catch you next time. Hello friends, welcome to Akul Mac Live. My name is Chandrakant. And you know that the entire world is reeling over the pandemic, and there are so many patients. The hospitals are overrun by patients. Uh, there are more patients and there are less doctors, and because of that there could be some communication gaps between doctors and patient. So this is exactly what we want to discuss. How do doctors or patient improve their communication skills while everyone under pressure? Before we start our discussion, a word on our giveaway. We have some unique Akulmek memorabilia which will make you look outstanding. The graphics on these corporate gifts are based on the global best business practices. To become recipient of one of these gifts for free, you have to watch this video till the end and provide your valuable comments. Or you can also share your experiences. The person who makes the best comment would be chosen to become a recipient of these beautiful Akulmak gift, absolutely free, delivered to your doorsteps. The winner would also get a chance to be invited live as a distinguished panelist during our next video. What are you waiting for, friends? Please subscribe Akulmak and smash that like button. Now let's get back to our discussion. Hello friends, let me introduce our guest today. She's joining us from London. Her name is Dr. Neha Sharma. She is very popular. She is also a beauty pageant. And today we would like to discuss about the role of smart communication, specifically between doctors and patient. So without further ado, let me present Dr. Neha to you.
Hi, CK. Thank you so much for inviting me here. And I'm very excited to speak about how to be an effective communicator, and which is a key for any healthcare professional. And I think this topic is very close to my heart because of the obvious concern which we see on a regular basis on the social media, how much it has impacted, like how much to what extent the doctor and the patient relationship has been impacted. And somewhere I feel that this is a very hot topic, like how we can improve those things. And I feel like that communication is one of the key, which if it is being improved from both the patient side as well as from a doctor's side, then a lot of things can be prevented. So that's the whole idea of talking to you today about how to be an effective communicator.
Well, Neha, actually, the issue here is that, especially now when there is so much pressure on the medical system and a lot of patients are reaching the hospital, doctors usually are very polite. You know, they understand the problems of the patient, they listen to them very politely and give solution. But right now, I think everybody is so much stressed. So my question would be how doctors must still stay calm, maintain their cool, and respond to the patient in a proper way. You have any tips, guidance for the doctors?
Definitely, CK. I think the most important thing at this current moment is like this global pandemic has hit everyone equally. No, it's just not the layman or the common population. It's equally very challenging and very, very traumatizing experience for the entire medical fraternity. And currently, if you see the situation, many doctors, many nurses, many healthcare professionals or the key workers, they have died serving the patient. And it is very challenging time to meet the expectation of the family when we know that situation is really very badly hit. Even in India, we can see that complete medical fraternity is right now in a situation where they're struggling. And obviously, the expectation of the patient and the family is also very high because they are concerned about their near and dear one. At the same time, there are medical concerns, there are need for hospitalization, there is need for more strict observation in the hospital. But at the same time, it's really difficult because we are running out of the resources. We are massively in manpower crisis. A lot of doctors and nurses, they are isolating as well at the same time. And those who are working on a regular basis, like, in order to cover the shift for their colleague as well, it's equally very difficult for them. So my most key or important advice for any of the healthcare professionals or even to the patient is try to be a good listener. And that is a key to be an effective communicator. And what I mean is that unless until we are proactive in terms of active listening, we can't be a very good or effective communicator. Only once we know how the person in front feels about his or her current condition, or about his or her relative who is being brought to the hospital or to the doctor, unless until we know their genuine concern, unless until we have a habit of actively listening about their feeling, we can't give them comfort, and we can't give them any further advice or suggestion which can make any change in their life. So I think the first key important thing is to be an active listener.
Well, Nehaji, the issue is that if there are many patients together and everybody's life is important and everybody needs to be saved, so the doctors are getting a lot of pressure from all sides, the lack of medicines, the lack of working staff, and more number of patients. So, what is that, they should do? But after all, end of the day, they're all human beings. They get distracted, and while your advice is to be a good listener, but I think when there are so many things happening together at the same time, how the doctors must train themselves to cope up with this situation.
I think, CK, like one of the key fundamental thing for the doctors is like, obviously you have to listen, you have to be empathetic, you have to build up that rapport and trust when you're talking to the patient. You are very right in saying it is difficult, specifically if that same kind of thing is not there from the patient side or the relative side, because you can see everybody is impatient. Everybody want the treatment to happen proactive, like very quickly. They want the result. They want everything to know, but it isn't something a rocket science. It takes time even to know exactly what are the condition, what are the cause behind the suffering, or why this patient is brought here, whether it is COVID positive or is it a COVID negative with some other comorbid condition. It takes time to come up to that conclusion that this is the diagnosis and this is the treatment for that. I think right now the major issue is nobody has got patience, and that is the main thing which actually puts this doctor and patient relationship into more vulnerable situation. And I think it has to develop from both the side. We have to have a patience. At the same time, I think when a lot of people are coming at the same time and they all are talking, obviously we have to take a step back and we have to request them, see, this doesn't make any sense to us. We need to understand, but let's sit down together. Let's listen what is happening right now. Let's have an on table discussion about what's happening right now. What are the things and possible differential diagnosis here, like for the patient, and what will be our strategy to address this current condition. So I think it has to be in that way, but that will only come up when we have a mutual trust and when we are ready to listen to each other and to make a concrete plan in order to benefit our patient. But that has to be from the both the parties. It's not just something from the doctor's end, it has to be from the patient end as well.
Well, Neha, this is something like a crisis situation, and suddenly it has extrapolated, or I would say exponentially aggravated, and nobody is prepared for this. Doctors are not prepared for it. Patients are never having a lot of patience as we speak. But I think there is no time for training. There is no time to learn. There is no time to waste, and it's a matter of life and death. So in such a situation, I think the communication is very, very critical. But I know I've been to hospital recently for my parents, and I've seen the doctor being so calm, cool all the time. Patients will say whatever they want to say. They will vent out on the doctor. Doctor will not react. But now, for past 10 days, I am seeing a different, totally different attitude from the doctors, and there is no time for training. So how, what is your two letter mantra for the doctors they should follow?
I think it's very hard for me to say, CK, because the situation is quite individual, like it's quite different in each scenario. I think it is a very challenging situation for everyone, and everyone is human being, and it's just not about patient being feeling like vulnerable and in a situation where the things are completely out of control. Even as a healthcare professional, at this current situation, we feel being helpless as well because we wanted to help the patient, we wanted to save their lives, but many things are not in our hand. We are trying our best, but at the same time it is impacting us, it is impacting our mental well-being as well. And even like it's not something easy for us to have every day facing this thing for last 1 year and still being very positive in our attitude, still being very calm and composed. It is something which is like very, very draining kind of experience for everyone. But at the same time, the things which helped me, CK, which I'm saying on my personal experience, like I don't know about the other my other colleagues, but the thing which has helped me is, um, I do regular meditations and yoga. I do regular exercise, and I do listen to spiritual leaders on a regular basis. For me, like I hear BK Shivani ji on a regular basis, Gaur Gopal Das ji on a regular basis, Sadhguru on a regular basis. And these three people, apart from my parents and some of my very close mentors, these are the people with whom I'm speaking regularly, and I'm sharing my views, like, this is how I feel. And my husband as well, obviously, because I'm here with him for 24 hours. So it is important. It is important, even as a doctor, even as a human being, no matter what side of where you're standing, whether you are standing at a receiving end or at a giving end, to share your feeling, to share your emotion, how you feel like. Even as a doctor, it's important for you to say that, I don't feel okay with that. I don't, I'm feeling traumatized. And a lot of, I have seen even in the healthcare professionals having that post-traumatic stress disorder after seeing so many deaths in the hospital. And it's not easy. We all are equally vulnerable. But the only thing, CK, which can prevent us is being open, being honest about our feeling, being very clear and concise in terms of our thought process, even when we are giving any sort of message to the patient, being very, very clear what is the situation, how the things are, making them realize that this is the realistic thing on the ground right now. This is how the things are going. And once we have that kind of trust, mutual respect, and a clear message exchange between the two parties, I think a lot of things can be prevented. But the first and the most important thing for any healthcare professional, I would say, is please don't ignore your mental well being. And that is very important, because if you are mentally strong, which is very, very hard in this current situation to maintain, please be open, please share it with somebody whom you are close. And if you think you're still struggling, get a right help, because there are a lot of people, there are specialists, there are psychotherapists, there are psychiatrists as well. There's a lot of people who are there around you, or maybe your parents, maybe somebody whom you're close to, maybe your partner, maybe your close friend. But just share your feeling. Don't just keep that negative feelings to accumulate within yourself, which will impact your mental well-being. And I think this is the hour of the need, that we have to be careful about our mental well-being, at the same time not losing our hope, having a positive attitude in life, and spreading the right cause. This is what I feel, CK, that can prevent many tragedies in future.
Absolutely, Nehaji. In fact, I think we can expect a lot from the medical, industry, especially doctors. We sometimes feel that doctors can do wonders, but we do not, we do not remember. They're end of the day, they are also one of us. They are also humans. They are also affected by emotions. So my appeal to everyone today, because these are trying times, we must develop patience, and some of the guidance that the Dr. Neha Sharma has given to fellow doctors, I think that is applicable for everyone. We must calm down, take the whatever wrong is going on in a positive stride, trying to make sure that we don't overshoot our emotions and vent it out on medical professionals or doctors. I think that is my learning from you after talking to you, Neha.
Thank you. I think God has given us one mouth, CK, and two ears. So that is for a reason. We have to listen first, we have to hear more, and we have to speak less. But at the same time, there's a difference between when we say that somebody is a talented communicator and somebody says that he's a very effective communicator. There's a difference between a talented and effective. Okay. And the main difference is an effective communicator is the one who is trustworthy, who is empathetic, who is a good listener, who understand and who believes in resolving the conflict rather than actually supporting the conflict. So if these things are there in any of the individual, I think a lot of things can be changed.
Absolutely. I think we are still reeling over the pandemic, and it's not over yet. I think we will discuss this subject once more again in future sometime, and also much more interesting subjects with you in the programs which are going to come in future. So for today, I'd like to say goodbye.
Thank you. Thank you, CK. Pleasure is absolutely mine.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmek Technologies and welcome to our first week of 2021. And we are starting with a lot of great news that we are bringing to you. And before I break the news, let me invite my friend from UK, Mr. Neville Gun.
Good morning, CK, and good morning, everybody. Yes, 2021 starts off, it's a new era. It's a new decade, beginning of the second decade of the 20th century, 21st century. Blimey, need my teeth in. And of course, this is the week for news. New news. We've got vaccines which are now being rolled out. We've got the new Oxford AstraZeneca vaccine, which is literally being delivered today, which is all great news about beating this particularly nasty coronavirus. And I've got a little bit more news to give people today. And this is about future jobs. The World Economic Forum are constantly updating where future jobs are going to be. What are the characteristics of those future jobs? What do you need to have? What talent do you need to have? What academic qualifications you need to have? What leadership qualifications and soft skills and the right attitude? All that's a given, but what jobs are going to be there? And that's what people, young people, particularly, probably 14, 15-year-olds, that might be looking at their first job in 5 or 6 years' time. What jobs should I be looking for now? What jobs should I be being aware of now? Because they're all being told artificial intelligence is coming in big time. Machine learning is already there. Some of the mundane jobs that you and I would call mundane jobs are being replaced by robots, which is really good news because, quite frankly, who on earth wants to do a mundane job? You just don't want to do it. So lots of jobs are going to disappear, but that means that there's an opportunity for new jobs to come through. One of those new jobs that not a lot of people have heard about is being a drone pilot. Any idea what that is, CK?
Neville, to be very frank with you, I have always wanted to be a pilot, but never made it. So I became a businessman. But when somebody asked me in school, "What do you want to be?" I would say, "I want to be a fighter pilot." But I think there is an opportunity for me. I think you have started something new, which our viewers would like to know.
Well, it was always those chat-up lines when you were going to meet girls in a bar, and they asked you, "What do you do?" "I'm a pilot," or it's sort of one of those glamour, or "I work for MI5." Not that they believed you at any one point, but it was always a good laugh when you were talking amongst your friends. But yes, when you talk about being a pilot, an airline pilot, it gives that level of professionalism, the level of integrity, the credibility that comes with it, even if you're a really bad pilot, But as we know, there are no such thing as bad pilots because they're all of a very high quality. Why? Because we trust them implicitly with our lives. Pilots don't sit on the ground. They take us up in an aircraft. And typically, there are two. There's a pilot and a co-pilot and a whole crew. But we put our faith and our trust in that pilot. And under those circumstances, yes, of course, there's a level of leadership that you come with it. I mean, what sort of words come to you as you talk about an airline pilot?
Well, I think to begin with, intellectually very sharp. That is the first thing. Ready to take a decision in a split second. So ability to take decision at a very high speed. So that means brain works faster than normal person. And then travel the world, go around, see new places, make new friends. And also wherever you go, you are treated with a lot of respect because you are special. You are among the creme de la creme of all professionals. It's very difficult to become a pilot because I think you can be a doctor, you can be an engineer, you can be a colonel in an army, but even to become a pilot, It's just 1% of the professional cream that is used to select the pilot. So I think the pilot pedigree is only 0.001% from our society. It's a very special job.
Exactly, it's a very special job, you know, and you and I have never trained to be a pilot, so we got no idea, really, let's face it. You know, I've jumped out of a plane with a parachute on the back a few times, but I've never trained to be a pilot. I really don't know what they go through, but I have an expectation. A few thoughts go through my mind. As being an accountant, I know what professional training I had to do to be an accountant, and I just expect them to have done more professional training, frankly. You know, all of a sudden they're on a different level because I'm putting my trust in them. Now, as the world has condensed itself and shrunk itself a little bit recently because of COVID, there hasn't been actually a huge demand for pilots because most airlines have been grounded. However, one of the future jobs that we do know is going to be there is drone delivery. Now, you might say, well, what's drone delivery? You know, because if you look at drones in the USA in particular, the drones are vehicles. Amazon and all of them, you know, including Elon Musk, are experimenting in delivery vehicles that literally get themselves from the dispatch office to your front door. Whether that's a business front door or it's your home, that's where drones, if you like, delivery have come from. However, in many parts of the world, aviation is a massive issue. Imagine in the worst cases, disaster recovery arenas, you know, when there's been an avalanche or there's been a volcano eruption, then the NGOs are looking at getting people and product services to that local area very quickly. Typically, that's currently being done by airborne drones. For every airborne drone, it's just like an aircraft. You need a pilot. And most of these pilots currently, as I've been experiencing over the last couple of years, are independent. They're only as trained as they want to be trained. They're not necessarily classed as professional. They're not given that accolade as being an airline pilot. And yet they're still actually managing an aircraft in flight, delivering much needed goods that could be a heart that's taken from one hospital to another that needs to be there super quick. And in London, you get jammed in, even with the alarms going on, you know, with the ambulance going no, 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 from one place to the next. People still have to get out of the way, and it takes time. Drones have got a clear line of sight, bang, peer to peer, point to point, A to B. They don't have to deviate. Those pilots actually are going to be worth their weight in gold going forward. And what we need to do is to today start recognizing that there are good pilots and bad pilots currently. And what we need to be doing is looking at their training, bringing them together, making them more professional, and at the same time, doing the marketing for them, getting them good jobs. Because these are solopreneurs, remember, you know, and the problem that consultants have that you and I know about all the time is when they're working for this project, they're not actually marketing themselves for other projects. So it's as though they need a 24/7 marketing support so that it's constantly saying, this is what we're doing, this is how we've done it, this is where we've done it. Hence, from the 1st of January, I'm proud to announce that we've launched, along with friends of mine, the Global Drone Pilots Association. And any drone pilot can join, and the real word is for free. We're not going to charge for the entry point. We just want to have a focal point where all drone pilots can show their wares, show how good they are, and we will help them with a bit of training, make them more professional so that actually they've got, this is a real career. So rather than being a service that people don't value, it's a career service where people do value, which means you need to invest in your own element of that service. So you need to show how good you are, that you are professional, and you're there to do the customer service. And the other thing is, by the way, what do you think you need to be a drone pilot? What technical capability do you think you need to be a drone pilot?
Well, I'm already a qualified drone pilot, Neville. I play a lot of games. I have a drone.
Exactly. Exactly. It's the game, it's that game arena, because gamers actually make really good drone pilots. They're constantly looking at a screen. They're getting feedback from a screen, a big screen or a small screen. They're maneuvering. They've got great hand-to-eye coordination. They can maneuver this. They're using all of their digits to make things happen. Almost like a Formula One driver, that everything's on the steering wheel. And the feedback is not just from the steering wheel, but from where you're going in front of you. So your Formula One driver, the big screen is live, But they have their own drone arena where they go in what they call the simulator. So anyone that loves playing in this simulator arena, my goodness, there's a career opportunity out there for you beyond the gaming arena. And remember, it's not one pilot for 10 drones, because that's just physically impossible. It's one pilot per drone. So if you imagine, and let's just think going forward now, because we're seeing the adverts on the TV, if you want your McDonald's takeaway, you go to an allotted slot and someone brings it to you. In the UK, we've got Deliveroo. So that, in essence, what you might call a tuk-tuk driver or a motorbike rider, brings the meal to you. It's going to be done by drone. It's definitely going to be done by drone going forward. Why? Because motorbikes, tuk-tuks, etc., even electric vehicles can only go on the highway, can only go on roads. If I go to my local McDonald's, it's about 3 miles away and would take even a motorbike rider about 15 minutes because of the traffic lights, the traffic, and it might even take 30 minutes on a bad day, despite the fact that the motorbike rider can weave in and out of traffic. How long would a drone take to go 3.5 miles? Well, actually,
It'll take hardly 5 minutes, I think.
Exactly. 5 minutes. 5 minutes. And equally, once it's delivered, it can take away the rubbish. So it could wait for you to unpack it and take away everything that it's been sent with. Okay, so we're actually saving the planet many times because this is an electric vehicle, not creating carbon dioxide, not utilizing any, not adding to traffic problems. All of the benefits that you can think of with a point-to-point, 50 meters up, assuming the Civil Aviation Authority allows it. So those are big issues you've got to get over. But again, once you become a professional organization, the aviation authorities are going to say, actually, okay, this is self-regulation now. These people are really regulating themselves. So they will recognize that unless you've got certain qualifications, you can't manage a drone. And then the organization, the industry becomes self-regulated. So all I'm doing here is putting a can-do hat on and thinking forward 5 years, what would I as a consumer want from a drone delivery? Because it's going to happen. I want it to be secure. I want the people to be professional. I want to make sure that they're not damaging anywhere. I would like them to be economic, efficient, and environmentally beneficial. What better than to start with the pilots themselves? So that's the theory.
So Neville, I have just one simple question. You already mentioned that joining your group, your forum, the Global Drone Pilot Association, is free. But are you putting any qualification criteria? Who will be eligible, who will not be, so that people know exactly what kind of quality of resources that the forum is maintaining?
Just like anything else, this is brand new. There is no qualification around drone pilots apart from what have you done before. So, if a farmer, typically, farmers employ drone companies all the time because they like to have the topology of their farm worked out, what crops are growing faster than others, where's the water problem, etc., etc. Huge amount of feedback from this little drone about so big that just travels all the way around their particular acreage. There are no qualifications currently. It's literally, what did you do on your last job? So just like when you employ a consultant, it's how good are you? Where's your references? So in the first instance, we're going to say, if you are currently a drone pilot, you must be doing something. Whether you're doing it good, bad, or indifferently, only you will know. But come with us and we will show you how to be professional. Of course, we will bring in qualifications down the line, but in the first instance, this is calling all drone pilots, wherever you are, or even potential drone pilots. Because there are a few university students out there that are good gamers are thinking, oh, I've got another option here. I got another employment opportunity, something that I really enjoy. And I'm doing a degree that I really enjoy too, but I could actually make money about something I enjoy. And that's the answer. And as you well know, and I regularly say, if you're doing a job you enjoy, it's not a job, is it?
Absolutely. In fact,
That's the whole point.
absolutely, Neville. If you look at Will Smith, he was very brainy. He is brainy. He reached Harvard, but then he quit Harvard to become an actor, and he enjoyed doing that. In fact, I like to say that I will be among the first few applicants on your forum. I consider myself as eligible for drone pilots. I will register. I will also tell my friends to register because I think there are a lot of enthusiasm. There is a forum which is coming up globally, a database of all the drone pilots across the world, which can be leveraged. So I think I wish you all the best. It's a fantastic initiative, Neville. I think this is going to go forward from here.
Well, I hope so. And as I say, this is the job of the future. It's a job of today, but not many people recognize it. So what we need to do is to say those that have got accountancy qualifications, those that have got architect qualifications or acupuncturists with qualifications, why not drone pilots? Because all of a sudden that takes you to a completely different level. It becomes a recognized profession. And under those circumstances, it will be a global commodity, a global service. Remember, a drone pilot could be living in Delhi and working in Minnesota. How about that for an online opportunity?
That's the power of digital, and I think it is going to affect us all. And I'm very excited, Neville, that you've started this. I know you personally also. I would register, and I'll ask all the viewers, my friends, my family, who feels that this is something they want to do, can register. So I wish you all the best for this new initiative which you have launched in 2021.
Thank you very much, CK. Have a good day, everybody. And remember, something you enjoy is not a job.
Absolutely, Neville. We will catch up with you again with some interesting subject. Until then, bye-bye.
Bye-bye, everybody.
Hello friends, I am Kanchan from Akulmek Technologies and you are welcome to our series Great Kings of India. And today we are discussing one of the wonderful king, Lalita Ditya. He is the most powerful king of ruler of Korkota dynasty. And it is said that in few chronicles that he is a world conqueror. And his empire included not only Indian parts but also Afghanistan and Central Asia. To discuss more about this wonderful king, we have a reputed historian, Ms. Meera Joshi, who is the head of the department of one of the prestigious college, St. Anne's College in Hyderabad. Welcome to the show, Meeta ji.
Namaskar, Kanchan. How are you?
I am fine. How are you?
I'm also good.
Yes. And today we are discussing a wonderful profile of great King Lalitadit. And I just want to share one thing. I happened to visit his Avantipur in Kashmir. And since that, I'm mesmerized the kind of structure I've seen there. So I would like to listen more about this wonderful ruler of India.
See, Lalita Ditya belonged to the Karkota dynasty of Kashmir, and it is also said that this Karkota dynasty evolved from the mythical Naga dynasty. Okay, and he was termed as a word conqueror by one of the writers of Kashmir, Kalhana. So Kalhana wrote one account known as Raj Tarangini, in which he describes Laitaditya as a word conqueror. And to tell you, Kanchan, the meaning of Raj Tarangini is rulers of the river. Okay, rulers of the river. So Kalhana has explained his reign as such that he was ruling all the extents of the rivers of India, not only in India, Afghanistan, Central Asia also. And if you view the historical accounts, not only in Kalhana's Rajtarangini, we get the mention of Lalitaditya in the book of Tang Dynasty of China. So that means he had relations with China also that time. Some historical accounts they put up that one of his ministers, Count Kun, was of Chinese origin. So that means he had, extent till China. And if we see his time period, it is from 724 to 760 CE.
Okay.
Why he is termed as a world conqueror is that he was the king who not only stopped the Arabian and Turkish invasions in India, but also established his empire in most major parts of India, Afghanistan, and the Central Asia. He is also termed as the Alexander of India. So why? Because Alexander also boasted to be a world conqueror. So same way, the Kashmiri author Kalhana, he wrote about him that he was a world conqueror, not only a world conqueror, a person who built the empire, who developed all the areas of art, architecture, and he was a great builder. Apart from a military general, he was a great builder. Why he is termed as a world conqueror? Because first of all, he defeated a very famous king, Yashovarman of Kannauj.
Right.
And finally, Yashovarman, submitted to him, and not only Yashovarman but other rulers that time, they all accepted his suzerainty. And why he is, praised in all the records is because he was the one who stopped all the foreign invasions. That time, all the Arabian the Turkish invasions which were happening in India, and the time period in which he ruled. He ruled for around 37 years. So that time period in which he ruled, they are free of foreign invasions. Otherwise, before that, you find lot of foreign invasions happening because 326 you get Alexander coming to India and many other Arabian and Turkish invaders also.
Right.
But his rule, that almost 37 years he ruled, that was free of invasions. That means his army was very strong, his empire was huge, and he was a good administrator because he was able to manage this huge empire sitting at Srinagar, because Srinagar was the traditional capital, but he developed his new capital that was known as Parihaspur. Still it is there, Parihaspur. Parihaspur means a smiling place. So he developed his capital there and he controlled the entire India, Central Asia and Afghanistan from there. Not only in terms of his military conquests, he is also known in history because of his, love for temples. There's so many temples he built, and one of the temples, which is 3 miles away from Anantnag in Kashmir,
Right.
it is the Sun Martand Temple. It is the Sun Temple. We only get the ruins now because it was ruined by one Islamic invader. He ordered rather to destroy the temple. So this Sun Martyr temple has a huge temple in between, surrounded by 84 smaller shrines.
Right.
So, and very beautiful architecture. Very beautiful architecture.
Yes.
And not only this Sun Martin temple, he built temples of Shiva, Vishnu, all deities. He built the temples, but unfortunately, the invaders who came, they destroyed all the beautiful architecture which was left by Lalita Aditya. Not only this, because that time, there was scarcity of water probably because of, as we know, Kashmir is very, very cold. So he built many bunds. Bunds means small, small water bodies for the purpose of irrigation. And canals, which he got built from the rivers, canals for the irrigational purposes.
Right.
So not only we can remember him as a military general, but a builder who has left a good legacy. But unfortunately, as I said, the invaders, the Islamic invaders, they ruined it. They rather gave orders to ruin it, so, which is very, very unfortunate. And see, it has not only happened in Kashmir in the reign of Lalita Aditya, but if you move down to Gujarat, Mahmud Ghazni, he attacked Somnath temple many times.
Right.
Why? Because it was a very rich temple.
Right.
Very rich temple. So, to tell you the fact, Ghazni, he invaded India 17 times.
Right.
From 1000 to 1017 AD. So not only in Kashmir, so many places these invasions has happened, which have, destroyed our heritage, because all these temples, monuments, they come under heritage, and they tell us about the history. You
Right.
know?
Right.
So much of destruction was done in the previous years, in the past, and now I will divert from the topic, Kanchan. Now, when I'm not talking as an individual, I'm talking as a common person. Now, when we we want to undo that which has happened. So lot of communal questions they come up. Many communal questions
Yes, right.
they sprung up.
Yes, actually, we don't realize this is a part of our heritage and we should be proud of it. As I told you, when I visited Avantipuram, it was so mesmerizing because even the ruins, the architecture on the pillars and the stones which I've seen that point of time, which were really very artistic. And you really feel and you have that kind of greatness when you touch any of these stones, and it is spread on a vast area, and that unfortunately it is all in a stone, I mean ruined.
You are getting the ruins,
Right.
and just imagine if we had the original temple, how grand, how beautiful it would be.
Right, right.
Main temple surrounded by 84 small shrines.
Right.
And it was the temple of sun god, because Martand is another name of sun. So not only for the sun, but he built temples for Shiva, Vishnu, and other Hindu deities. And why Lalitaditya is also praised in the pages of history, as I told you, not only for his military conquests, but for the work which he did for his subjects, for the public, because he cared for the public. He built those water bodies, bunds, canals for irrigation. And not only that, we in Kallana's Raj Tarangini, we get account that the statues which were built, they were huge, and maybe that was exaggerated also, because seeing the time period, you feel little confused at how they were able to erect so huge statues of gods and goddesses. But Kalhana's Raj Tarangini, which was written in the 12th century CE, gives us a very detailed account about his reign, about Lalitaditya's reign. Though he, see, now if you do a comparison, because some people, they compare Lalitaditya as a word conqueror, and they also compare him with Alexander, because they say he was the Alexander of India. But one unique thing about him was he was not into brutal killing, which Alexander did. So that difference we have to understand. He was not. He just when he went for conquests, there was always this option given to the king, that if it is your wish that you submit to us, or you have a battle or fight. So that way, treaties were also done, and many agreements were made. So it was not all that brutality. So when we compare him with Alexander, it is good, because as the history portrays Alexander as a great king, Alexander the Great. So we should also call Lalitaditya the Great. But unfortunately, Kanchan, mention of Lalitaditya is not in our history books, which is very, very sad.
Yes, very sad. And any who doesn't,
why our children are deprived of the heritage and the great times which our kings had in India.
Right.
So this is little unfortunate, actually.
Yes, really very unfortunate, because any king who has ruled such a vast empire and so for so many years, he should be, and without benevolent or without caring of subject, no king can rule in such a vast area and such a long time. And of course, Lalita, that has to be taught in school and of course in colleges also, because he is a part of our rich heritage and he was a great king.
And even Al-Baruni, even in Al-Baruni's accounts, he is mentioned because his name was Laita Ditya Mukta Pida. So Al-Baruni mentions Muttai, which is an upbranch of Mukta Pida. Tang dynasty of China, they mention his name. So that means he was known far and wide. His, his glory was far and wide. So, but unfortunate that foreigners knew about him, but now our generation, they don't know about, the great kings. And I should be thankful to you, Kanchan, because at least you have taken up this task of, exploring the great kings of India. So at least through this series, we will be able to tell our students, the common public, about the great kings which existed,
Yes,
who were really great.
yes, and actually it is something which really makes us proud, which should make us proud that we belong to such a great country, that we have so great people like Lalita Ditya, or like maybe Harshvardhan, maybe Ashoka, Chandragupta. So, and then we should have pride in this aspect of our culture and traditions.
Yes, and see why India was known as Sone ki Chidiya that time, because of the prosperity.
Right.
And it was this wealth and prosperity only which lured the foreign invaders to come to India. Alexander, Gori, Ghazni, they all came to invade the wealth.
Right.
So, and how India was so much wealthy and prosperous because of the rulers, because of their policies, because of their administration. Because see, if a head of the family is not good, you cannot expect a good family. Same way, if the ruler is not good, you cannot expect a flourishing country. So that means our kings were great.
Right.
Who were glorified even in our Puranas, Vedas, all the ancient texts. They sing the glory of our kings.
Right.
So we should be proud of that heritage. As Indians, we should be proud of our culture, of our heritage, of our history, which is really magical, mesmerizing, beautiful.
Definitely. It was so wonderful to talk to you, Mitaji, today and discuss one of the greatest King Lalita Ditya. We'll be discussing more about his period in our other series. Till then, bye.
Yeah, we will cover about his military conquests in detail.
Yes, we'll be discussing military conquests in detail in our next series. So till then, bye-bye. Take care.
Thank you.
Hello, friends. Welcome to Akulmike Live. And in this series of understanding grapho-analysis, grapho-therapy, we are actually having discussion with Naveen Toshniwal for past couple of weeks. And today we want to discuss yet again with Naveen. And he will tell us something very interesting. So without further ado, let's welcome him.
हेलो, कैसे हैं आप?
Welcome to the show, Naveen. We are all fine and hope you're taking care, because I think yellow alert has been announced in North India because of the cold wave. Hope things are fine at Jaipur as well.
Yeah, it's all fine. And in fact, we are used to this cold at this time of the season. So it's perfectly fine. We are prepared. We are having mufflers and sweaters. So it's fine.
Great. I think your subject of grapho analysis has really, triggered the interest level of our viewers. And I think today you want to tell us something very, very interesting, specifically regarding one particular letter. So over to you, Naveen. All ears. We want to hear what you want to tell us today.
Yeah, I think in last couple of sessions, I had told you about the slant of the handwriting and probably the upper loops, lower loops, and A's and O's, and the way you are writing M's and N's. I think we have discussed this in the earlier episodes. Now, T is one of the very important letters in handwriting analysis. And in fact, the book from where I've read, it has got 3 chapters on T. So, of course, I will briefly show you in the chart what various types of T will mean. See, now here, this is a normal T. I hope you can see it. And this T bar is crossing the T stem. And this T bar is slightly on the higher side. So this sort of T bar, which is closer towards the top, but not going above the stem, this shows people who are ambitious and they have a well-defined long-term goal. This T bar is going above the stem. This indicates people who are actually overthinkers. They think too much, and the actions to achieve their thinking is not there. They will go on thinking, I'll do this, I should do this, but that is all in thought. They will practically not do anything to achieve it. Now here you see a T bar is going low. This sort of low T bar indicates people who are lacking confidence or who have self-doubt. These people know they might be having difficulty in trying to initiate something. Even if they are trying to initiate, they may get self-doubt and they might leave the task in between. Now, this T stem, you will see it has got a sort of inverted V formation. This indicates people who are stubborn, jiddi. They are a difficult nut to crack. Now here the T bar is going to the right of the stem. This indicates people who have short temper. Here the T bar is going to the left of the stem. This indicates people who have procrastination, habit of keeping things pending or delaying decisions. Now here you see there is a T bar which has got a hook. This hook indicates people who have got jealousy or they have got some sort of greed in them. So it's not a good stroke. Now here the T bar is starting thick and finishing in a point. This sort of T bar indicates people who are sarcastic. They have sarcasm in them. The T bar with a down slant indicates people who are dominating. They have tendency to dominate. A T bar slanting up indicates people who are optimistic, positive thinkers. Okay, now let's come to the next line. Here you will see the T bar is hardly visible. It's very, very small. It's almost like a dot, the T bar. This indicates people who are lacking willpower. They are not able to exactly give themselves a push to do something. Now, this one is having a curved T bar, convex if you look, concave if you look from the top, and this T bar is having a concave shape. It is a curved T bar. This sort of curved T bar indicates people who have got good self-control. Now, self-control can be related to small things like, I want to do this, or if you've got diabetes, I should avoid sweets. If you've got like BP, you should avoid salt. And it may also indicate more important things like suppose you realize that you have some negative traits in you, which you are consciously trying to get over. That is also a good sign of self-control. Now here the T-bar is having a wave sort of formation. This indicates people who have a good sense of humor.
Yes, I think there are a lot of lot of variation in tea, and that determines how difficult it is to understand the character of the person. There are 24.
Sorry, there was a slight disconnection. Sorry, there was a slight disconnection. So now I'm back. Okay. So this sort of initial long stroke over here, this indicates people who have got resentment. They resent some old episodes which they are not able to get over or forget. Now, this is a T bar where a T bar and T stem are joined together. See, these are two examples where the T stem and T bar are joined. This is a positive stroke. This indicates people who are persistent. They will not leave anything if they start it. They will leave it only after they are able to finish the assignment. Now, another thing is you have a short T bar and a long, short T stem and a long T stem. A short T stem indicates people who are independent. They are not bothered. People, they know exactly what they are doing. They are not dependent on others. A long T bar indicates people who have vanity or pride. So it may tend to be a negative stroke if there is too much of it. So these are some various varieties of T's which we find in the handwriting. And as I told you earlier, it is the repetition of the strokes which carry the most important value. The particular strokes which are repeated more number of times, that particular trait has a more prominence in your characteristics. So I hope this will give you some idea the importance of T in the various ways the T's can be written.
Well, Naveenji, it is so amazing to even hear from you about just one alphabet, which is T. And there are 24 in English language, and there could be, I mean, if you look at other languages, there are more alphabets. So it could be very, very complicated, to understand the character of the person looking at the handwriting. Because if you look at combination itself, using the formula of probability, it could be millions of combinations, which will then filter down into a character of the person, isn't it, Naveen?
Yeah, it is. No doubt it is complicated. It's a very not so easy to learn science, but then again, it is very accurate. And after so much knowledge gaining and experience, it is quite easy for me now. But as you rightly said, if for a beginner, it will not be so easy to understand. It takes time because it's a vast subject. And whatever we are discussing here is maybe just 2 or 3% of this subject. And even today, I am also learning. There are many strokes, weird strokes, which I see in the handwriting, which I am not able to understand. So I have to try and analyze what that stroke means. And I also know someone in America who is an expert in this field. I have to consult him also, that please guide me what this particular stroke means. So learning, as I told you, is a lifelong process.
Certainly, Naveen. In fact, you were also mentioning about the therapy, because having identified certain negative traits, you can then help people to overcome those negative traits. So I think we don't want to talk too much about it. We will have that area covered about, especially about therapy, in the next session, which is next Monday. But you can tell us how actually it works, so that our viewers know that. Even if some negative traits they have, which they were not aware, and handwriting is telling them, those can be corrected, those can be rectified. A few words from you, Naveen.
Yeah, see, actually, therapy is a very proven part of graphoanalysis and graphotherapy. If you do it sincerely, you just have to devote about 5 minutes a day for 3 weeks, practice the stroke changes, and you will yourself be able to see or witness the change in yourself within a small duration of this 3 weeks. But remember, therapy is something which is always individualistic. Same therapy cannot be applied for everyone. If someone lacks willpower, the therapy for willpower has to be given. If someone is having short temper, the therapy for that stroke has to be given. Someone lacking self confidence, another stroke has to be changed. So it all depends on what uh, uh, therapy is applicable for particular people. Accordingly, the therapy is given to them.
Certainly, Naveen, I think it was a very interesting session we had today to understand implications of how do you write T and what it means when it talks about your character. It was very, very interesting. But I think in the next session, we will know a little bit more about the therapy, how therapy is given, and like you very briefly told that it's a 3 weeks program, but then is it permanent, not permanent? We will discuss all of that in the next session, Naveen. Thank you so much for joining us today, and hope to see you again in the new year or maybe before that.
Yeah, let's hope so. Actually, next week I would be traveling, so I will let you know whether we'll be able to do it next week. Otherwise, week after next is for sure.
So enjoy your holidays. Merry Christmas to you, and wish you all the success in your endeavor towards which you are heading to. And I will catch up with you next Monday, Naveen. It was always a pleasure to talk to you.
My pleasure too. Thank you so much.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Commodities Technologies, and today we have a very important topic for discussion in the legal matters, and this is concerning the government functioning and their buildings and their infrastructure, which is also known as Capital Vista. And to discuss this further, let me invite my friend from Ahmedabad, a very eminent lawyer, Mr. Jeet Bhatt.
Thank you, Chandrakant, for having me today in this discussion of the judgment of the Supreme Court in the Central Vista redevelopment and modification challenge. And I'm looking forward for this discussion with you.
Right, Jeet. So before we start the legal aspect, I just want to give a little bit of a preface to why this development is important for a country like India. So very briefly, I just tell the viewers that when the India got independence in 1947, the number of representatives in the parliament were decided on the basis of the population, and the population has almost like 3 times from that day in last 70 years, whereas the representatives in the parliament have not gone up. So it is like 530 and odd in the lower house, and about half of their strength in the upper house. So about 700 and odd uh, people are representing the Indians in the uh, judiciary or the Parliament of India. So, uh, the whole issue of expansion has been known to the Indian government for last 30 to 40 years, even before that. And the reason being that for some reason or the other, this expansion of the parliament was postponed. And at the same time, during the British Raj, a lot of Maharajas were having their palaces, summer palaces, when they come to meet the Vice Chancellor, Viceroys of India. They used to live in their own palace in the New Delhi area, which are now very, very very old buildings. Some of them are almost like 250 years old, which requires the sort of renovation. And after the independence, these palaces were converted into various government buildings. So I think the government officers, when they are working from these buildings, they are at risk. So there are two aspects to the Central Vista redevelopment. One is expansion of the parliament, which is mandatory because the current parliament does not have space for extra member of parliament to accommodate. We need to expand. And why it is so critical? Because right now, one MP represents nearly 3 million Indians. If you do the math, which is very very high, and 3 million cannot be adequately represented in the parliament. So that is why we need to increase the member of parliament, uh, and that will also have the democratic process. So I think that is a whole basis of this government going ahead with the redevelopment of central government buildings, which is also known as Central Vista. And recently there has been a judgment by the Supreme Court also. So I think uh, I will have Jeet talk more about it. So Jeet, over to you.
Yes, Chandrakant, you rightly said that this modification and redevelopment of the Central Vista is very much required today because when we became independent, our population was less than half of what is today. And at that time, uh, uh, around 530, which is the legislature which are in the lower house, are not adequate as they represent 3 million people in the country. So that was what was the object and aim behind having this redevelopment of the entire Central Vista and having a modern ultra-tech parliament. And as you are aware that this Central Vista lies in the heart of the capital in Delhi, within the Lutyens Bungalow zone, where the Central Vista is located between the India Gate and the Rashtrapati Bhavan. And the parliament, which was originally started construction in the year 1927, is a 93-year-old structure. And post 1971 census, where the total population of India was recorded around 54 crores, and the number of seats of the house was fixed at 545. But today the population has spiraled exponentially, and it is approximately more than 130 crore mark. And therefore, certainly, it is required to have changes in the number of parliament, the member of parliament, and which is expected to happen in 2026. And therefore, the present central hall of the parliament, which has a seating capacity of only 440 persons, which already falls short of the present need to accommodate members of both houses together during a joint session. And there is no scope to expand the existing central hall. And therefore, it was decided by the central government to construct a new parliament building with a futuristic approach, and the House of People being 3 times the size of the present number. So certainly, this was very much required and is a huge project. And the planning, which has been conceptualized, is that this will be opened in on the 75th Independence Day of the country in 2022, which is within 2 years, when the global G20 summit is also to be hosted by India in the same year. So the objective of this redevelopment plan was to have a new parliament building with space and technology to meet the present and emerging needs of vibrant Indian democracy. Also, to have a common central secretariat with all ministries in a single location for efficiency and synergy in functioning. Because as you said, that some of the offices are more than 100 years old structures, and also the government is paying a huge rent for all these offices. And therefore, it is desirable to have a common central secretariat with all ministries at one location for convenience as well as for efficiency and for saving the cost. And the third purpose was the Central Vista to be redeveloped as a world-class public space and venue for national and international events. So certainly, this is very much required and important project of the central government, which is very much essential to the democracy of this country. So the development, what was coming in the way, and what some of the petitions were filed before Delhi High Court, and ultimately it were transferred to the Supreme Court, and thereafter the Supreme Court finally coming out with a judgment 4 days ago on 5th of January, permitting the government to go ahead with this Central Vista redevelopment plan. The objections that were raised were basically that there was a change in land use of 8 plots, which were earmarked for redevelopment, and it came in the way of the Development Act, Delhi Development Act, and also with respect to certain clearances from the CBC as well as certain clearances from the Heritage Site Board, also with regards to the environmental issues and environmental clearances required under the environmental notification, and also with regards to the principle of public trust, and uh, also with regards to providing necessary information to the public domain, as the petitioners had alleged that certain necessary information was not provided in the public domain, which ultimately led to the redevelopment in a clandestine manner by the government, not bringing out all necessary steps, which was against the democratic principles. So all these issues were dealt with by the Honorable Supreme Court in its judgment. And the Supreme Court, with regards to all these issues, negative the contention of the petitioner, and ultimately in its concluding para observes that the Supreme Court declares that there is no infirmity in the grant of no objection by the Central Vista Committee, that is the CVC. Then the approval by the Delhi Urban Art Commission as per 1973 Act is correct. The prior approval of the Heritage Conservation Committee under the clauses of the building bylaws for Delhi are also correct. It also holds that the exercise of power by the central government under Section 11A2 of the Delhi Development Act is just and proper, and thus the modifications regarding the change in land use of plot number 2 to 8 in the master plan are also confirmed. It further recommends, with regards to the environmental clearance by expert appraisal committee and grant thereof by the Ministry of Environmental Affairs, is just, proper, and in accordance with law, including the 2006 notification. And therefore, the Supreme Court upheld the same, along with appropriate directions therein to ensure that the highlighted mitigating measures are followed by the project proponent in their letter and spirit. The project proponent may set up smog towers to adequate capacity as being integral part of the new parliament building project, and additionally use smog guns at the construction site throughout the construction phase in the progress of the site. Uh, so ultimately, the Supreme Court, by a majority of 2 judges, upheld the entire redevelopment plan by issuing certain directions and also declaring that the proper approvals and objections were taken by the government in finalizing this plan. So that is what the Supreme Court has held. Also, with regards to the principle of sustainable development and with regards to environment and development, the Supreme Court has observed uh, that environment and development are not sworn enemies of each other, and it would be anomalous approach to consider environment as a hurdle in development and vice versa. The entities like Environment Appraisal Committee and the National Green Tribunal are created to strike a just balance between two competing interests, and a time-tested principle of striking this balance is timely invocation of mitigating environmental measures amidst a development activity. But it says that sustainable development and precautionary principles need to be understood in a proper context, and the expression sustainable development incorporates wide meaning within its soul. It contemplates that development ought to be sustainable with the idea of preservation of natural environment for present and future generation. Because it says that it is the duty of the present generation to think about the future generation with regards to environment. So it also holds that the right to development is an inalienable human right by virtue of which every human person and all peoples are entitled to participate in, contribute to, and enjoy economic, social, cultural, and political development in which all human rights and fundamental freedoms can be fully realized. So right to development is a part of human right which is inalienable and is available to all citizens, and without which all other fundamental freedoms cannot be fully realized. So certainly development is one of the most important aspect, and considering that the India is at this stage in, and considering that it's going to be one of the most developed nations in the world in coming years, such type of development projects are extremely important for the country, for the present and the future. The only thing is that it has to ensure that the environmental protection is also ensured. So this is what the Supreme Court has held. With regards to change in use of land, also the Supreme Court holds that the master plan does not say that there cannot be no change in change in use of land, and therefore it holds that it is incomprehensible as to how the proposed changes would be termed as substantial enough to alter the basic identity of the plan, or for that matter of the zone concerned. So because the changes in the plan was basically that the plot numbers 2 to 8, which were the which was what also be changed, is that they were reserved originally for transportation, that is for bus parking, terminal, etc., for recreational purpose, for public and semi-public facilities, but which were now to be changed into having government offices and also recreational and government offices. So this was the only change in the plan. So the Delhi Development Act itself provides that the change in plan should not alter should not be so substantial. It alters the entire plan itself. But the Supreme Court held that this does not alter the entire plan, and therefore this was permissible, and it was done after taking necessary permission. So this is what the Supreme Court has held in the Central Vista judgment.
Thank you very much, Jeet, for explaining this in detail for the benefit of our viewers. And also, I like to add that in 100 years, the technology has improved almost like 10 times. So what was applicable 100 years back is obsolete now. So with government, it's not only the parliament; it has a Rashtrapati Bhavan, which is the resident for the President of India, and then there are in the Vista there is a provision to also build houses for vice president as well as for the prime minister. And at this point in time, very close by, there are various ministries which exist in different buildings, and this infrastructure like rail ministry, finance ministry, just to name a few, Sena Bhavan, which manages the army affairs. So for every ministry, there is a dedicated ministry building nearby, and these are the 12 to 15 buildings actually govern Indian government. So they roll out all the plans, they roll out all the bureaucracy around the entire country. So it is very important to have a new system, more secure system, while keeping a balance. So I think this is the first step, building the larger parliament, and I think we should not stop there. We should also revamp all these ministry buildings, build a very secure infrastructure around them, and wherever there is a need to move between different government buildings, because people go from one building to other every time and then there are a lot of security involved and there is a lot of wastage of time. I have experienced this myself while pursuing some of these opportunities with the government. To enter this building, it takes about 4 to 5 hours because of the security clearance. So I think the central vista concept is very important, because then the entire infrastructure can be secured, and then you can move around using tunnels underground without impacting the environment. So I think there is a huge need to revamp the Indian governance system and all the ministries, especially when we are such a large country with so much of bureaucracy involved in running the day-to-day activity of the country. At the same time, having more member of parliament to represent Indians will also be beneficial for the federal system of the country. This is what I feel as a layman, without even I'm just talking in English, not talking anything in legal terms. But what is your opinion, Jeet?
Yes, absolutely. Because as the judgment itself mentions, that today the country's population has increased to so many fold times, and it is more than 130 crores, and the entire country is being governed from this central vista, and therefore certainly it requires to be modern. It has to have adequate capacity, and also it requires to be up to date, and considering that in future, the future prospects also, it has to be redeveloped and modified. So certainly it's a welcome judgment, and hope that the construction and redevelopment completes by uh, before the 75th Independence Day, and it can reopen and welcome the G20 summit, which is to be hosted by India.
Yes, Jeet, in fact, there are new gadgets being implemented, new systems being implemented in the new parliament. And it's going to be completely paperless to start with. Everything will be recorded. There will be new type of surveillance system. And what I've heard, what I've read in the papers and what I've heard on the news is that there will be a separate entrance for president, and there will be separate entrance for prime minister and for vice president and for ministers. So the parliament will have adequate meeting rooms so that people, who want to meet the member of parliament will have adequate rooms, meeting rooms, etc., to be available. Because right now there is a huge shortage, and adequate justice is not given to the system. So I think it's very important for us to move to a new parliament. And also from security point of view, considering there was a parliament attack way back in the early part of previous decade, I think it's important to have proper security for president, prime minister, and vice president. I think that is being provided here in the system. Jeet, I think this is just a start. What do you say? I mean, there is an opportunity to convert the entire Central Vista, isn't it?
Um, well, that will be difficult because there are certain heritage sites, and Parliament is also a heritage site grade one. So it cannot be entirely well. It material changes can happen, but not a new entire development, because there has to be some restrictions on development in a heritage site. So considering those provisions, and with respect to environmental objections, otherwise within the permissible limits, everything can be changed.
Right. I think there is one building which I know for sure is the Rail Bhavan, which is extremely old, and from outside it looks very gorgeous and very jazzy because it looks like a palace. But from inside it is almost crumbling. There is a rail museum there, and there is a railway ministry operating from there. I think some of the buildings can be selected and can be revamped because obviously railway is a very large ministry, requires it's one of the largest employer in the world, and requires a proper building.
No, absolutely. Yes, infrastructure offices are very much required, and if efficiency is ultimately increased by having good offices and infrastructure facilities, then certainly that is the need of the hour.
And it is a very remarkable judgment by the Supreme Court, giving clearance to the starting the construction of the parliament, and it will be done in less than 18 months. So I'm sure they will use the latest construction technology, modular approach, best technology to not only build the infrastructure, which is earthquake proof, fire proof, and will have the latest gadgets, completely paperless, um, with all new kinds of security, Wi-Fi, etc. So with this, we can end our discussion. Jeet, thank you very much for finding time and joining us in today's discussion. We will meet you next Thursday again in Legal Matters with something more interesting.
Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Good morning, everyone. This is Chandrakant from Akulmak Technologies, and welcome you all on this edition of CEO Roundtable. Before we start our discussion, let me invite my friends, Mr. Naval Gund from UK,
Good morning, everybody.
Miss Farida Charania from Singapore,
Hello. Hi.
and Miss Kanchan Verma from India.
Hello.
So, friends, today we would like to discuss about the impact of COVID-19 situation, lockdown, and what havoc it has created on us. With specifically discussing what impact it has on the media business. And as you know that media is a big segment. It has various different aspects. It has entertainment, it has news media, it has print media, and it has digital media. So whole lot. So what impact it has, and since we are not seeing too many movies coming out because of this lockdown, artists are not able to travel to studios for recording. Since there is nothing to edit, editors are not finding jobs to edit, and the whole lot. There are a lot of daily wagers who are involved in this industry which are getting impacted. So, Naval, what is your opinion? What is the impact in UK and worldwide? What do you see future of the media business?
Well, it's a really good question. It's a huge question to answer because when people talk about the media, they just think of the performing artists, those that are on now moved on to YouTube or may have gone on to Zoom because the theatres are closed, the cinemas are closed, the open air theatres are closed. But we also should recall, the media is even bigger. It's the whole art world. So museums have closed, and lots of work goes on in that particular arena. And then if you start to look behind the scenes, it's the agents of these people in the frontline media. And then it's the people that move all of the sets around the world, the musicians, the following musicians, the graphic artists, the designers, the costume designers, the makeup artists. This is a massive, massive industry, and it actually is probably the forerunner of the gig economy. In other words, it's one gig followed by another, followed by another. So all of these people that are employed in the media tend to move from one project to another, to another, to another. Some projects are quite long, some projects are quite short. So um, a concert on a weekend, it's really quite short, and then everything has to be in one place at one time, and then all of a sudden it's dismantled, stuck on a plane or transportation and taken to another venue because it's a calendar. One follows another, follows another, and all of that has been decimated by this pandemic. So I did ask someone a little while ago, could they put a figure as to the size of the industry? Well, just in the UK, we are talking several £billions. And the UK is quite small compared to what's happening in the media. So it has had a big impact. And the funny thing is, we turn on the TV and we watch the news and we treat that as media. And yet, if you look at some of the news stations, the BBC inclusive, they've restricted, they've curtailed some of their activities. So this has affected everybody around the world. It's not just the UK. This has been devastating. So it'd be interesting to hear Farida and Kenchan's take on it, because India's 1.4 billion people, which is a damn sight bigger than the UK. We've got a mere 65 million here. So how's it affected you over there?
Yeah, I feel that whatever points you have put across, they are definitely worth discussing, because media industry definitely are at the blow, because there are unemployment, films are not being produced. But then media and communication industry are inherited linked to human behavior and perception. So we, especially in India, we enjoy entertainment and we find out the ways to do that. And I feel that digital platform has played a vital role in doing that. And I think media space being taken over by digital media, and many of the films are being produced on platforms like Netflix or Prime. But yes, there are some people, a chunk of people who are working, supporting this whole industry, they are jobless because there's no movie which is being produced physically in the studios. So whatever they are doing online, and sometimes they are separately doing. I mean, individualistically, they are approaching and showing their creativity. So that is a quite a grim situation, and we need to discuss out and maybe give a solution to these frontline professional who support. It's a frontline as well as support professional to really work for upliftment and work for this media.
I'll just pick this up from where Kanchan left. I have a slightly different view on this. I don't think we can offer solutions to people who are jobless because of this pandemic and because of this entire shift, because that's going to be difficult. I live in a very small country. We are less than 5 million people, but still the loss of jobs, specifically in the media industry, is huge. Now, if you look at 2020, it's been a watershed year for the media and entertainment industry. Consumers and advertisers are actually shifting to digital channels, and they are expecting greater value for their time and money. They are also raising the bar for the customer experience. And competition is intensifying quite heavily to, basically be able to use this granular data which is available on the internet, and, to actually improve the customer experience. There are different business models which have come up, or rather they've mushroomed so quickly to evolve, to accommodate this new class of consumers and create hybrid monetization, opportunities as well. Now, even the platform companies. So if you take example of India, the OTT platforms are already under scrutiny, and they have been, kind of put under the same radar as films, medias, etc. So it's not all that hunky dory. Maybe the delivery has changed, but still, work is going on in the background, and probably the medium is shifting. So the brick and mortar and digital world, the gap is widening, which was anyways expected, but COVID somewhere accelerated it. Now, job losses are mainly in the areas in the brick and mortar industry, for instance. If you talk about a theater, someone goes to a theater for an experience, and to provide that experience, there are so many people who are involved. There are people who are involved in serving you at the cafeteria, suppliers to the cafeteria, the ushers who bring you in, the staff that the theater actually employs. And these are people who are actually losing their jobs because the entire activity has gone down so much. I don't think it is so much editors or the lightmen who are part of this, because still the production is going on. They are definitely impacted, but perhaps to a lesser level than people who are in the brick and mortar spaces. For instance, the museums, they are closed, and all of those people might not have jobs after the government support schemes end. So because it's not going to be very easy for all of this to come back to pre-COVID levels very quickly. So it is a big problem. We cannot offer a solution. We can discuss it and probably offer some advice uh, based on our experience and what we see, because we are from different parts of the world, so we encounter different situations. But would love to hear your take on this, CK. What do you think?
Well, Farida and Kanchan, I think you summarized the whole problem quite nicely. I will break it down into smaller chunks for the benefit of our discussion. For instance, when we talk about print media is the worst affected segment of that market, because nobody's buying any magazines, nobody's buying any entertainment, and nobody's certainly buying any newspaper. And most of this media was dependent on the advertisers. So advertisers have gone and found a different medium, which is the digital media, what Kanchan was mentioning. Most of the advertisements are now happening on the digital platform. So the print media is suffering. In fact, there are a couple of very popular print media in India are closed. The shops are shut. So when I say the shops are shut, it's the print media which is shut, and they have prudently transferred their business to the digital platform. So all of those print is now available on the digital platform. So Farida, I fully agree with you. They have found a different way to stay relevant. However, the physical print media is almost non-existent basically. Now let's look at the TV platforms. In my opinion, the TV or the entertainment on TV or the news on TV also runs on the advertisers. So this situation of COVID has created a snowball situation in the market where when some merchandise is being advertised on TV, the chances are people will go on the digital platform like Amazon or Walmart and they will pick up that merchandise from those platforms. Now, since nobody is watching these TV ads or nobody is selling these merchandises or nobody is buying these merchandises, whatever the situation may be, the advertisers are not spending too much money in advertising itself because people are not buying in abundance as they were doing in 2019. And since the money is dwindling, the financial impact on the TV platform is also huge. So when we look at the next level, which is the bigger level of movies like Hollywood or Bollywood, uh, there were about 700 to 800 movies, mainstream cinema that used to come out from India, and almost similar number used to come out from LA. So those movies employ at least 1 million people across India and America. Those people are totally jobless. There is no light boy, there is no daily wages, there is no extras which are being deployed. So while people can come out with a new way of doing things, but that affects only the cream de la cream of this market segment. The lower people are suffering. So I think that for us, when we are discussing this matter, I think we should also give little bit of guidance in terms of what these people should be doing. If these artists are good, really, and they are forced to work as extras, I think here is an opportunity for them to really showcase their skills because now there is no bar, there is no, as we say, there is no media agent. If you are good in your skills, here is a digital platform, leverage it for free and showcase to the world what you can do. What is your opinion, Neville?
I don't know about leveraging for free because there's always a cost to these things. And remember, some of these superstars are not used to doing this like impromptu Zoom arena. They're still in the world of the lighting needs to be right because actually they're portraying their persona over the screen. Whether it's a Netflix type screen or just a PC screen or what have you, they're still trying to put a message over. These are professionals, let's face it, at the end of the day. And indeed, we've seen some of that happen in the UK. There's been some really interesting new releases from a few very good actors, Martin Freeman being one, who's probably well known for The Hobbit, etc. And Sherlock Holmes, he was Dr. Watson. He and a few other people have done really interesting shows on the TV. In fact, one group has put a whole pantomime together on the TV, which on the screen, let's say, wasn't on the TV. So there's been some ingenious ideas that have come through, but I think we need to go back to the root cause of this. And the COVID pandemic hasn't really changed anything apart from it's accelerated what was already happening. People's behavior was changing. You mentioned initially, CK, the paper media, newspapers, articles, magazines. All of the newspapers in the UK have all moved onto a digital platform, not just in the last year, but they were all already moving there because they could see that print media was really on its last legs. I mean, we've heard this. I mean, I've heard this for over 20 years. You know, no one's advertising in print, etc. But they still did. You know, no one is going to pay for printing, but they still did. So, what COVID has done is it's accelerated the process, and the interesting thing is people's behavior is accelerating this process, not because we're now being driven by what the media wants us to know about. So let's look at Netflix. Farida mentioned bricks and mortar. Well, apart from a few buildings that Netflix rent around the world, they're just another Facebook, another, another Uber, and another Airbnb. They really only had a great idea, and that idea actually sits in the cloud, and they're just streaming what we want to see. This is what we want, remember. So the people that are going to make the real benefit out there, are going to make that real transition, is to listen to your customers. I mean, I don't know how many times we've said this in the past. If your customers are asking certain things of you, give them it, because that's what they want. Don't give them what you think they need. Give them what they want. And I think this is polarized, actually, the issue in media as a whole. And I don't think we're going to see newspapers as I knew it, have ever known it, ever again. I can't see newsstands ever having even free newspapers anymore, because I think we've just gone away. We're scared of touching things that might contain a virus. This is what's going on up here. We need to recognize what's going on. Whereas my iPhone, my PC, I clean it. It's my responsibility. My TV, my home, everything's going to be streamed into the home. And we just have to wake up to the music and just get on with it, really. So think about where your customers are. We've said this time and time again in coaching any business. It's not just my view, by the way. Thousands of people are saying the same thing. It's just a question of when are people going to listen.
We in India, we have a projection that India would have a billion digital user by 2030. So, and then I feel that this all been accelerated due to COVID, because everybody wants to see and enjoy in the comfort zone. Apart of this, there are many home productions which have opened up. So there's no limitation. If you have a skill, if you have creative, you can work from your home and provide your message and creative things through media, digital media.
I just like to add to this. One of the other things that has happened, which could be viewed as an opportunity as well, because content creation has started outpacing the ability to monetize. Again, CK was saying that if they have the skill, they can showcase it for free. And, so based on those lines, yes, there are platforms available to showcase your skills for free. And there is now not much difference, or the lines between, say, amateur, professionals, creators, distributors, it's all kind of fading away. So there is an opportunity for someone who's really, really talented. But I'm talking mostly about the performers and people who create that performance. I'm not talking about the people who are impacted by this because they are the support staff. They are not part of the creation process. There is also tension between profitability and distribution, because this is the time to disrupt. Everything is changing. So what worked for you last year is not working for you now. So again, the advertisers have moved their advertising spend to channels where they are getting a response. So all of that, like print media, yeah, it's dead. I kind of completely understand, and it's going to change the consumer behavior, because now we are so scared to actually touch any surface we are not aware of, right? Even if you go to a restaurant, you would basically see that it's been cleaned before you actually take your table. So I think that also is something which is changing. A lot of regulations will come in as well, but that will not hold back disruption, because this is anyways expected. It's just that, like Neville said, it's COVID has accelerated the pace of this disruption and the consumer behavior changing and the delivery of entertainment or media changing. Yeah.
And just picking up on that, behavior change. We're now seeing Universal Studios, for instance, that have taken that leap of faith. They're the first one, and what they've done is they've decided that all new releases next year will also be streamed live from the date of release. Will that change me? Actually, no, it won't change me. If I want to go and experience the new James Bond film, which has been, Sony were releasing it in March of this year, and then we were told it was September. Now we're told it's next year. I want to see the James Bond film. I don't want to see it. I've got a very big TV screen. I've got a 72-inch TV screen. I still don't want to see a James. I want to experience that James Bond film in a cinema with the surround sound and all of the shaking seats and goodness knows what else, and the crowd that are there as well, because this is a community type of experience. So have Universal jumped the gun? No, not really. They're just recognizing, I believe, that different people want different things. And equally, they're reaching a far bigger audience. So maybe you will see it on the TV and think, well, maybe I won't go and see the cinema. And if it's so good, you go to the cinema. So this is almost like the classic consultancy arena. I'm going to give you a little bit for free. I mean, these streaming program, I mean, $5.99 for a month of Netflix. This is not expensive. That's pounds or dollars. It's not expensive. But if I want to see a movie that I've seen on Netflix, I will go to the cinema, because that's my second behavior. And interestingly enough, it was always my second behavior. I'd much rather see a trailer and then go and see it if I really want to see it at the cinema. So again, we just need to be looking at what consumer behavior is doing. We are changing, and we're changing quite rapidly. And remember, some consumer behavior has killed companies off in a matter of months. I mean, on the UK high street, we've seen so much devastation. And I'm not talking about COVID now. I'm talking about pre-COVID. Toys R Us. Toys R Us was an experience. If these type of companies have recognized that Disney has it right, that if you imagine that Disney ride that you would go on lasts about 2.5 minutes, 150, 150 seconds. That's not a long time, and yet you're queuing up for an hour on some of these Disney rides, but you're entertained for the whole journey. And I think this is where, Disney, when you think of Orlando, when that was opened well into last century. So just imagine what a little mouse has done for us over the years and where it's gone. And even Disney have moved into the digital arena. They bought Pixar. Very smart move, So companies can be ahead of the game. I know what I'm talking about, big picture stuff here, but at the end of the day, that's going to drive everything that happens with us. So this could be an exciting time for people that do things slightly differently and just don't accept the norm, because the norm has gone.
I like to also make one observation. You see, when everything is moving to digital media and the OTT is becoming more and more relevant, there is a need for consultant who will guide these players in terms of regulations. Because now with OTT, when you start streaming your content on OTT, will follow the government regulation. What you can stream, what you cannot, what format, etc. So there is a new breed of media experts which are required here to guide all of these people to ensure the government regulation across all countries. So you see, what is happening is that while the constitution of each country gives freedom of speech, freedom of expression, however, because of OTT coming and becoming relevant, there is going to be regulated. The media itself will get regulated directly or indirectly. So I think these are all very profound changes, because one side we say freedom of expression, and other side we have to follow regulation. So I think this is interesting time, as you said, Neville. The whole lot of changes are happening. The new opportunities are coming. As in this discussion, we identified that there could be streaming experts, there could be consultants who will guide people on legal aspects. There could be new type of camera, there could be new type of editors required, there could be new type of storytellers, um, and so on. There could be animation work required, there could be green screen experts. So who knows, I mean, the whole scenario is completely changing. And Neville, I think you made one comment that it was always happening. The pandemic only accelerated the whole matter. You see what was going on. If somebody is shooting Iron Man, Robert Downey Jr. will wear a suit and basically stand in front of green screen. So they pretty much do the same thing, standing off in front of a green screen, but at a home.
Yeah, it's very true.
Addition
It's
of
very true.
yeah, there will be an addition of new user every year, so that makes the digital platform more reachable, and it's more required by media people to really use this platform.
So I think this is a very vast subject. Probably we can break it down into smaller chunks in future edition of CEO Roundtable. Um, but I think we have just touched the surface, and we brought out some of these opportunities and some of these threat areas for the media professionals today in our discussion. So I like to thank all the panelists, Naval, Farida, and Kanchan, for finding time and joining us for this important discussion.
Pleasure.
Thank you
Bye,
so
everybody.
much. Bye. Have a good weekend.
Bye-bye, and
Bye-bye.
we'll catch up in the next CEO Roundtable.
Hello, welcome to Akulmek Live. I'm Kanchan Verma, and today we'll be discussing that how we can be positive and healthy during this COVID period. But before that, I would like to remind you there's a free gift available only for you. So stick around to this episode till the end. We will guide you how to avail your free gift. Hello friends, welcome to the show, and today we will be discussing about how to be healthy and positive in this period of COVID. And we will be inviting our guest today, and she has been practicing a lot of things to remain positive. So we'll welcome Ritu Gupta. So how are you, Ritu? Welcome to the show.
Thank you, Kanchan. I'm absolutely fine. Good morning to you. And I hope you're also staying happy, fit, and fine.
We are good. We are coping up with this pandemic, and now it's more than a year, and we are also waiting for our second dose of COVID vaccination. But
Yes.
then there is always a positive side, and we'd like to discuss how to be healthy and positive in this period.
Yes, Kanchan, it is very important that one should stay healthy, positive, and remain happy. Also, you have to remain active also. So I feel that there are certain lifestyle tips which one should need to follow to stay healthy during this pandemic. And it's something like, eating right at the right time, doing some kind of the physical activity, having adequate rest, and taking care of our mental health. And this not only improves overall health and wellness, but makes us more strong towards dealing with various other diseases, whether it's COVID or something related with COVID. So it's very important, the lifestyle, one needs to just alter certain things from the lifestyle, adapt new things, think positively, because your mental health is directly involved with the other parts of the body. So it's very important that one should remain positive. And to remain positive, there are certain things that you can do. What makes you happy? Do whatever makes you happy, because time is not running now. We have ample time. So we can, restart our hobbies, do something which makes us happy, eat right. This is also very important, to eat right things and eat at the right time.
Well, yes, this is the requirement of the hour, because you have to be hydrated and you have to boost, you eat those kind of food which can boost your immunity. But I would
Right.
also want to ask you that now it's almost a year plus, and we are locked in our homes. So
Yeah.
how you really visualize the future? Maybe in 1 or 2 years, how you feel that the lifestyle, we can bring a change in our lifestyle, I mean. So what we can do, and you have mentioned a very good point, that is, you should take up those hobbies which you missed out when you were growing up. So let's discuss about this aspect of our lifestyle.
Kanchan, what I see that, what I read and what I see, and when I talk to people, uh, COVID is going to be here. It's going, since we all know it's going to be here, it's not going anywhere. So first of all, we have to accept that COVID is here, and we need to alter the lifestyle accordingly. And as per that, because vaccination, I'm sure everyone is going to get vaccinated, everyone must have taken the first dose, must be going for the second dose. So vaccination, I'm sure people are very much aware. People should know what are the things they should do and what are the things which they should not be doing, and as per that they should plan for their future. And as I was talking about hobbies, so there are certain things, everyone has got some kind of interest. So start the hobby part and see how you can convert your hobby into profession also. There are some people who are interested in baking, there are some people who love cooking and like music. So one can start improving on the hobbies. So one should improve the hobbies, become a professional in that, and then you can also start a small kind of business. And it's very important, you should know your target audience, your area, and start doing the same thing which you learned. Your hobby can become your profession also. So this way you remain busy also, and then you earn some money also. That's important.
Well, I think this is a very good time that we can strengthen our relationship with our family. We have children at home, and I think that is the best time we can interact. Otherwise, in good times, they were going to the school, so, and we were going to our offices. But now this is a good time that we can interact. We can develop new hobbies which can benefit the children also. Now, while coming to kind of creating or taking up a new hobby, I had been hearing from my friends and my colleagues that they missed out painting, so they started taking up painting course, and they missed out a sculpture, or they missed out watching some movies. So I think this is a good way, and I think that making a timetable is very, very important because we all are at home. So would you like to really tell our viewers that how we should make a positive timetable to remain busy and be productive and be positive?
I agree with you, Kanchan, that there should be a routine in life, and every day there should be a timetable. One should follow the routine, and the routine should, in a way, be such that it helps you out physically, it helps you mentally also. So one should go for physical exercises. It's not important that you need to get out of your house, but you can do exercises by staying at one place only, whether it's jumping on the spot, walking on the spot, doing yoga, whatever it is. And as for the hobbies, yes, it is important to again restart your hobbies, or if you do not have hobbies, I'm sure everyone has some kind of hobby, so why not re-inculcate something? People, they love reading, please start reading. Perhaps you may become some kind of a writer also. Perhaps you may write some good books also. And if you love watching movies, yes, why not? Please start watching lots of good movies, and perhaps you may become a film critic also, because people are writing their reviews online, and slowly they become professional critics also. So I think it's a very good thing. And one should really look out for the things which they really love, like painting. It's a very creative thing. At least it diverts your mind from negativity to positivity, and whatever you have inside you, it's a platform that you can give out, you can give vent to your feelings and draw something nice, and people appreciate it, and you also appreciate your work.
Yes, it was a very good advice, and I feel that timetable should be like getting up early and taking up yogas and do making a new dish every day. That brings happiness
Yes.
in a day-to-day life. So it was
Yes.
so lovely to really talk to you today, and we will be meeting again. I'm sure that the viewers will be getting more insight and maybe rekindle the way they are living. And because Ritu, this pandemic will remain for a long time, so it is better to be accustomed and to not crib about this, because we are at home and we have to do new things from our own home only, because social distancing we have to follow now, or maybe 3-4 years more, right, Ritu?
I agree that we should have acceptance that this is going to remain. And yes, even if you are maintaining social distance, you are not away from your friends. You are just one phone call away. So call up your friends, call up your relatives, and the people who are living with you, your family. You can develop some kind of relationship with them, for them to getting along with you in your hobby. This is also teamwork. A family is it's teamwork. And start doing things, enjoy things, start cooking together. It's a fun. The family people, they cook together, it's fun. So I think it's a good time to establish communication and talking to people. You don't have to step out of your house, but then there are things you can do by staying at home. And I'm sure everyone is going to maintain social distance for some coming years till the time everyone is vaccinated. It is very important to take care of your health and to take care of other person's health also. This is everyone's responsibility at the moment.
It was so lovely to talk to you today, and we will be meeting again with our next episode with a wonderful topic. Till then, bye-bye, and again, stay safe and stay healthy.
Thank you. And you also stay safe and healthy. Thank you so much, Kanchan. Bye-bye.
We have some unique Akulmek memorabilia which will make you look outstanding. The graphics on these corporate gifts are based on the global best business practices. To become recipient of one of these gifts for free, you have to watch this video till the end and provide your valuable comments. Or you can also share your experiences. The person who makes the best comment would be chosen to become a recipient of this beautiful Akulmek gift, absolutely free, delivered to your doorsteps. The winner would also get a chance to be invited live as a distinguished panelist during our next video. What are you waiting for, friends? Please subscribe Akulmac and smash that like. Welcome back, friends. The Indians have started landing their aircraft on their highways. Why there is so much of confusion around it, and people are voicing why Indians are landing their fighter planes and also defense aircrafts on the normal highway. Well, this is not for the first time India has done it. They have done it in the past, and it's not only India, it is the United States, UK, China, all the major powers are trying to find alternatives to land their aircraft just in case when there is a battle between two countries. So in order to create alternatives, landing airstrips, you can actually double up and land your heavy duty fighter aircraft and transport aircrafts on normal highways. However, these normal highways are not the highways which you and I actually drive our cars. Typically, I want to clarify this whole point around what it takes to land an aircraft on a highway and what are the specifications of the highway which can support the weight of the aircraft. As you know, the aircraft is several tons, and when it actually hits the ground, it hits with the entire momentum of this several tons of material or the metal which actually hits the tarmac. The runway is also known as tarmac many times because it is constructed with very specific concrete and very specific asphalt, and that is why collectively it is known as tarmac. And as I said, the aircrafts are very heavy, so there are some minimum specifications defined by defense analysts about the thickness of the portion of the highway which will support the aircraft. And typically a straight line is required for aircraft to land, and the runways have most of us seen that in the airport the runways are always straight line. However, I think one thing which most of us overlook is that the direction in which the airstrips are made, they are actually aligned to certain magnetic poles, and most of the aircraft fly through their compass, which is calibrated with the Earth's magnetic field. So there is a specific orientation of these runways, and hence if we are converting our highways to enable the aircraft to land on the highways, that portion of the highway has to be exactly in that orientation which is prescribed for aircraft landing and takeoff. The landing can take and takeoff can happen from both ends of the runway. So the prescribed length for any aircraft to land or any airstrip to support the air traffic has to be minimum of 6,000 to 8,000 feet, because aircraft has to taxi, it has to take off, it has to land. So it should have the sufficient length, straight line, absolutely straight line, to accomplish these activities. So if we are converting our highways into emergency landing strips, these specifications in those strips are taken care, and especially those strips are constructed using these specifications which can support the aircraft weight, the speed, and also secrecy is maintained because an enemy should not know where the aircraft can land. So just in case in the time of war, if enemy decides to bombard the airfield, which is a conventional airfield from where the aircraft can take off and attack them, they can actually create a preemptive strike and destroy the airfield. Now, in such a eventuality, which is a reality, what will happen to our own aircraft? We should be able to move inland and use the infrastructure which is built inland. And what infrastructure is better than expressway, because expressway is usually straight line, and certain section of the expressway can be oriented in that direction, which is prescribed for aircraft to operate, and you can have a straight line up to minimum of 6,000 to 8,000 meters, feet, beg your pardon. So if that is the case, then it is logical to build these secret landing strips inside inland, away from the border, and the enemy should not know about these things. So when others are preparing for any eventuality, and if India is also preparing, why there is a national news around it? I think this is logical. When India is constructing new roads, certain portion of these roads, some may be opened up because of the media glare, some portion may be classified, we have no idea. But in case of any eventuality, these portion of the expressways can be used for aircraft to land, refuel, and again take off on their sorties in the eventuality of a war. So I thought this is important to cover, and this is the everyone should know that India is also prepared, just like other countries like China, United States, etc. We are also preparing our infrastructure to support our defense and to support the covert warfare which is going to happen, which is a deterrent also. If you are not covertly prepared, then the war will be very, very predictable, and enemy will know exactly where our arsenals are, and they will attack them preemptively, and to gain advantage in the air superiority side of things. And history has taught us that in the first few days, if the enemy nation achieves air superiority over us, that means we have already lost the battle. It has happened in Iraq, it has happened during Second World War, it has happened in India-Pakistan war. So I think it is very important for us to have alternatives other than our usual military bases. We should also have other alternatives which are secret, which are covert, and which are classified. Friends, do share your thoughts on this, and I feel very proud about these developments which are happening for past at least 20 years, and I feel very confident and safe when I'm living inside India that we are prepared as much as China or any other enemy nation. So friends, do write in your comments. I'm looking forward to receiving your comments and your participation. I will reply to each one of your comment as much as possible, and I will catch you in the next one.
Hello friends, welcome to Top Brass Skill. Hello friends, welcome to Top Brass Skills Gap discussion. I am Kanchan Verma. Today we have Dr. Bharat Bhushan Singh, who is the head director of. Welcome friends, I am Kanchan Verma. Final. Welcome friends, I am Kanchan Verma
from Akulmat.
Welcome friends. Welcome friends, I am Kanchan Verma from Akulmat Technologies. We are in the show, as you know, Top Brass Skill Development. Welcome friends, I am Kanchan Verma from Akulmat Technologies. You all are. Welcome friends, I am Kanchan Verma from Akulmat Technologies. You all are welcome to our show, Skills Gap Discussion. ठीक है? Top Brass नहीं हुआ.
How never?
नहीं
चार सेंटेंस है तुम्हारे पास, तो भाग होनी चाहिए. पढ़ के बोलोगे ना कभी.
पढ़ के नहीं बोल रही.
Hello friends, this is Kanchan Verma from Akulmat Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass Skill Gap Discussion. इतना बोलना है ना?
हाँ बस.
उसके बाद डॉक्टर भरत भूषण सिंह.
Hello friends, I am Kanchan Verma from Akulmat Technologies. Welcome to Skills Gap Discussion.
Yes.
Hello friends, I am Kanchan Verma from Akulmat Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass Skills Development Hello friends, I'm Kanchan Varma from Akulmek Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass Skills Gap discussion. Today we have Dr. Bharat Bhushan Singh, who is the director of Vishwani Institute of Management and System. एक बार और कर लेते हैं. Hello friends, I'm Kanchan Varma from Akulmek Technologies. You are welcome to Top Brass Skills Gap discussion. Today we have Dr. Bharat Bhushan Singh, who is the director of one of the premium institute in Hyderabad. Hello friends, I'm Kanchan Varma from Akulmek Technologies. You are welcome to Top Brass Skills Gap discussion. We have Dr. Bharat Bhushan Singh, who is the director of Vishwani Institute of Management and System, Hyderabad. We welcome Dr. Bharat Bhushan Singh to the discussion of skills gap in India.
Hello friends, this is Chandra from Akulmak Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass Likeable Leaders. This week, I am honored to present to you Mr. Subir Saxena.
Friends, I'm Kanchan from Akulmek Technologies. You are welcome to Top Brass. Today, we have Ritu Gupta, who is the CEO of Four Seasons PR. And as you know, she has a deep interest in Ramayana. Welcome to the show, Ritu.
Thank you so much.
Ritu, we see an instance we had been discussing about few aspects of the life of Ram. You see, in those eras, those times, king to marry multiple times, and they used to have multiple wives. But Ram married once, and he devoted all of his life to Sita. So, would you like to throw some light on this aspect of Ram?
During those days, for men, especially from the royal family, there was no rule forbidding them not having multiple wives. But Ram had only one wife, Sita, and which shows that he was a very honest person, and which also added to his greatness. Now, when he was in exile in a remote jungle, he was seduced by Ravan's sister Shupnaka. She tried seducing him, but then Ram never lost his control. Now, this thing says that he was a ideal husband and ideal lover too. He followed the path of dharma, and this dharma protected him in return, and that is why he could win the war against Ravana. So Ram was an ideal man. He loved his wife. Sita ji had her own identity also, and they basically, this story Ramayana is about two characters, Ram and Sita, and they both were great lovers. So this is it. Ram was an ideal husband, and I think every husband should be an ideal husband. Like Ram, he was a perfect gentleman, and he protected his wife, loved her thoroughly, and in wife in return always did what husband wanted to.
Okay, when we are in a modern times, and when we look back, and when there were a chance for him to really get married, and he can go for another wife also at that point of time, but he didn't. So what this signifies?
In today's time, if I take it, should I take it from today's time? In today's time, it's very difficult. What I see, people divorcing, people are into live-in relationships, and they are getting married multiple times, and it's very common in metro cities especially. So I think Ram was never into all these kind of hassles. His life was on domestic front and on personal front. His life was away from all these hassles, and so he could become a very good king also later on when he came back from exile. So if you are personally satisfied, you're professionally satisfied too. So on his domestic front, he was very much happy, a satisfied man. He gave 100% to his wife, and in return he got 200%. In today's world, if I see,
this signifies that people are not happy. The loyalty factor is not there, and that is why they are not personally happy and they are not professionally happy too. So people should be honest in their relationships, like Lord Ram was. They should be loyal and they should be loving and should sacrifice certain things which are not important in life to be, to be giving 100% to your domestic life.
Yeah, correctly, you have mentioned. We'll meet again with the other aspect of and discuss the other aspect of the life of Ram.
Thank you, Kanchan. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I'll see you tomorrow again. Bye-bye.
See you. Bye-bye.
Hello friends, welcome to Akulmek Live. I'm Kanchan Verma, and today in this episode, we are discussing how to become a good public relation professional. A PR is critical to businesses, and a good PR story is far more better than a front page ad. To discuss about this topic more, we have guests today, so stick around to this episode till the end to find out about the finer points for becoming a public relation professional. Hello friends, welcome again, and we have a very interesting guest today, Ritu Gupta. So welcome to the show, Ritu. How are you doing today?
Thank you, Kanchan, for inviting me to the show, and I'm absolutely fine. Thank you so much.
Well, Ritu, pandemic is there and lot of job opportunities are not as good available to the people as it used to be pre-pandemic. So now, but one industry which I would like to talk about is public relation industry, and you are from public relation industry. So tell me about this industry.
Kanchan, this public relation industry is very interesting industry. And if you are, I'll tell you, the growth, the success rate, the new opportunities, it's very high in this industry, whether it's pandemic or no pandemic. The work is always going on. You are always there dealing with your clients. You're always doing something or the other. Let it be any kind of industry, whether it's hospitality, education, or the media industry itself. The work is always going on. And this is one industry, if you are, interested in meeting people, interested in licensing, interested in branding, promotion, publicity, then I must say any child, any fresher, any person who's interested in all these things and looking out for new avenues every day should try to join this industry.
Well, generally it is said that this industry belongs to women because you will find more women employees, and I feel is that women are more capable of doing multitasking. That is one thing which is being admired by the industry, and I think strategical strategic communication is also one thing which is very much required in public relation, and women are at the best. So what is your opinion on this or your ideas on this?
Absolutely. I agree with you that this industry belongs to women, although there are men also, and men have done very well. But then somehow this industry belongs to women. It welcomes them with open arms. The reason being is this, that women are very honest. They are very good in analytical thinking. They are absolutely good in giving presentations, meeting clients, communication skills. In public relations, you have to talk to your clients all the time, explain to them about the various strategies. Why are you doing certain kind of strategies? Why are you taking certain kind of course? So the patience level, the way they explain the things with all the pros and cons, the way they, charm the client. Let me use the word, the charming the client, the way they explain things. This is one industry which is very welcoming. So the reason being, they are honest. They are very good analytical thinkers, and they know how to give presentation with lots of patience.
Well, we had been hearing storytelling from my grandmothers, and you must have heard the storytelling. But I think when we're talking about public relation industry, the way the story is being told gives revenue. It enhances the opportunities for getting a mind share and the footfall. So that is something very good, and I think women gel with this kind of activity. But here, one thing which I want to maybe express my feeling, that all the leadership in any industry goes to men. So this industry is gender biased.
This industry is not gender biased, whereas I've seen that women are leading. You go to any hotel, and if you see the PR head, it is always the woman. I myself was a PR head in one of the NGOs for more than 6 years. So this industry is not, they will not say, okay, we want men to head the industry. This is not at all chauvinistic or industry which is biased towards men. It is open for both. And somehow, in PR industry, in many of the verticals of PR, I find that women are heading the verticals, and it is very good. Hospitality, even the education industry, the women are heading the PR cells.
Of course, times are changing, and so is the attitude towards women, so is the opportunities for the women in the business and in other sectors. But somehow when we were, I mean, I am also from advertising background, and when we were in working in a company, and always you feel a man leading any organization. So I think that we should change, I think, because women do have leadership skills, and they are very multitasking souls. Yes. So that is one thing which has to look into. Now I would like to tell somebody who is a fresher and now who's looking towards getting a job and public relation, what is the preparation he should be doing?
See, any fresher should, if they are looking out to get into the public relation industry, they should have the required qualification. They should be graduate, and they should have the required diploma, degree, certificate in the particular program in public relations, or they can do it in mass communication. And they should have love to meet people. You should know how to sell out your proposals. You should know that, and if you don't have those qualities, they can develop their soft skills. They should develop their good communication skills, because at the end of the day, in public relations, all you need is good communication skills. You should know how to speak to your clients. You should know how to tell the story about your product, your company, your idea you are doing the public relations for. And you should have that go-getting attitude. You should have analytical skills, and you should love talking and meeting people.
Well, great. Actually, as you mentioned, the communication skills and other analytical skills, I think that is always required when you are doing, we are heading a business, or you want to do. And in case if you are into education also, there also you require some communication skill to deal with the students, deal with the parents. So that is something very essential. Suppose, because this is very critical question when I'm asking you, because I am from an advertising background, and I always loved people who are in public relation, and there's a lot of pressure for pressure on these professionals. So suppose if somebody wants to change from one horizontal to another, how it is possible? Suppose somebody wants to change from advertising or marketing and enter into public relation. What is the preparation which is required for that person?
I have seen personally what you are saying. I've seen personally people getting from advertising to public relations, and from marketing to public relations. And so this is, public relations go hand in hand with the marketing and advertising. Not much preparation is required. It is just that you should love the thing, your particular project. You should know about your product, because public relation is a subtle form of marketing. It's not direct marketing. but it is helping out the marketing and the sales department. It is helping out the advertising department. So you should have knowledge for all these things, but at the end of the day, you should have your own brains to tell out the story, to promote the product, to meet the client. And at the end of the day, you should be a go-getter. You should always chase your clients and let them know that you do exist in the market. This is what promotions is all about. Whether you are there sitting at home in pandemic or you are not there, you are going out, but your product, your stories should always be there in front of your clients, in their brains. This is the attitude you should have. So good communication skills, and to know how to leave a lasting impression on the people you meet, your prospective clients, your present clients, your would-be clients. You should know how to make good impression on them. So these are the things, small things that one should know. And one should also love, looking good, dressing up nicely, meeting people, should know certain qualities of liveliness, should know certain qualities of making short talks also. These are the things one should know.
Well, definitely, as you mentioned, a very important point that you have to be positive. You should have a good communication skill. You're ready to take up the challenges. So I think that is what required to be a good public relation professional. And in the last, I just want to add that the impact in businesses done through public relation is far better and far effective when giving any one-page advertisement. So that is one thing. So any last thought you would like to tell the people who are interested to make their career in public relation industry?
I would definitely tell people that they should definitely try out their hands in public relations, and I'm sure they will not get out of this industry, because this industry is full of activity. It is a very charming industry. It's a very peppy industry. Things never die out. You're always trying out the new strategies. You're always living up to the present time, whatever the situation may be. And that's the challenge of this industry. And people who are in this industry love taking up these challenges. So I will tell people to definitely try their hands. They will never leave the industry.
Well, it was so lovely to talk to you and get your insight about the industry and how people can join public relation and make their career, and maybe people who have deemed to be a PR professional. I think this is the way which is being told and discussed by Ritu today. So we'll meet Ritu again in the next episode. Till then, bye-bye,
Yes.
And you take care.
Bye-bye. Take care. Thank you so much.
Friends, welcome to Akul Mac Live, and today we have a very interesting show, and this is going to be a daily show, as you know. And if you want to interact with me live, then there are three methods in which you can interact. One is you can use the chat function here, and if you chat in your social media, it will instantly come here. I will read your question and talk about it by taking your name. Other method is you can actually join live with me with your camera and microphone. Use this code which is given here, As you can see, this is the code that is given here. It is the Meet code, and the lines are open. You can reach out to me and we can have a chat about the subject being discussed. The third very interesting method is join as an expert. So if you want to talk more about your opinions and what you do, then you can write to us in this email, and you can reach out to us and book your slot. So there are three methods by which we can actually have you interact with us. So moving on with our program, this is called Assimilate with Kulmak, and very interesting thing happened last week, and this is about the ISRO, which is a premium space research organization from India, launched their solar power calculator. Now you would say that, what is a big deal? I mean, I've been seeing the solar powered calculator for so long, but this is exactly where our thought process is going wrong. Basically, the solar powered calculator is not what they have launched. They have launched solar power calculator. And to explain this in detail, the earth gets the highest amount of sun on the equator and least amount of the sun rays on the poles. So as progressively you move away from equator towards the pole, whether north or south, the amount of solar energy that you can get progressively start. So the countries, if they want to invest, or if you as an individual want to invest in solar power, you want to get the solar power installed in your home, or as a district head, you want to completely do away with conventional electricity, but go on an unconventional, which is solar power. But you have to know how much power is required and how much investment is required for me to basically get this whole plan rolled out. So, in order to know that, people will have to do they have their own mechanism, but this is something which has been done by ISRO for very, very long time, and now they are providing it to the rest of the world, whoever wants it, so that they know exactly in their land, in their piece of land on Earth, surface of the Earth, how much power is available potentially. And in order to do this, you have to rely on satellites. So when I say that it is not a solar powered calculator, it is the solar power calculator, and they're using the satellite technology. And for this activity, the geosynchronous satellites are used simply because they are stationary, as the name suggests, and they are way, way far away from Earth, almost like 36,000 kilometers, and then they start rotating in 24-hour orbit. And as a result, they stay stationary on a place on the Earth. So ISRO has been pioneer in launching their geostationary satellites. They've been doing it for the last 20-30 years, and the calculator will actually give you potential solar energy which is available on the piece of your land, and they use the satellite technology. They will, so in the application, all you have to do is key in your coordinates, latitude and longitude, and the application will tell you what is the potential of the solar energy that point on Earth gets. So this is very interesting, friends, and this is something which is being done by ISRO, and anyone across the world can actually um, utilize this application or a process or a system to get hold of how much solar power their piece of land is giving, and that will give them a lot of headroom, elbow room and leg room to plan their activity. Maybe they have to try a combination, because now they know that the set amount of solar power they are getting on their piece of land during daytime, uh, and it is not going to fulfill their need to run electricity in that district or house. So they can then start planning in terms of whether they need to go for conventional power, or they need to go for wind power, how much solar energy they can generate, and how much deficit they have, which needs to be fulfilled somehow. So I think this is a very good thing. It will help citizens of the world to start thinking about about the plan, the moving on to the solar power, and move away from fossil fuel, because even in the COP26 pledge that has been taken is to uh, reduce our carbon footprint, and we have to get to the goal of net zero. So I think solar power is most viable, always available. All you have to do is harness it, and in order to plan your activity, you have to know how much solar power is available in your area. And I think this solar power calculator from ISRO will be very helpful. As you can see in this picture, director of ISRO is announcing about this to the rest of the world. And I think this is a message for anyone who wants to utilize the application to plan their solar power requirement. I think this is something that will help them. So friends, I will move on to the next story, and I will just go take a break for a minute, and I'll be joining back just after a short break of 1 minute. In the meanwhile, you can actually start dialing in. If you have any observation, you can dial in using our link, which is meet.google.com ndn EUVN-SMT, and this will bring you directly into this live show with your camera and microphone. So I will catch you after the break on the other side, and don't go anywhere. I will have a very interesting story lined up for you. Welcome back, friends, and we move on to the next story today. And today being the festival also, but this is a very interesting story. I think it is relevant to the business people, and this is a ruling given by Supreme Court of India. And the ruling is that in case some company does something wrong, and they get caught in income tax or some sort of procedural activity which they get caught. So what we have been saying in the media is that immediately their directors are arrested and put behind bars. So many times it could be a system related issue which requires a very simple explanation, and even if they are willing to pay the fine, etc., but because of this, the directors are arrested and put behind bars, and then it brings a lot of humiliation to the people who are actually running these organizations. So this has been happening, in case there is some text related activity, that the law is going to take its own course. But then in the meantime, before the charge sheet is produced in the court of law, the police basically arrest these directors, and they say that they need this remand of these people so that they can come up with an evidence and strengthen their case, and they can build the case basically against these, while these people actually relinquish in the jail. So this is a very big thing, and people are really annoyed because of this. Many people who are affected, because many times in ignorance mistake can happen. So I think to prevent this and to also uphold the democratic right of everyone, of all Indians, the Supreme Court has ruled, saying that in case the company does something wrong, you can take action against the company, but the authorities have no right to arrest the director of the company. So, they have very clearly given this ruling, and this ruling will actually mean that the entities, the differentiation in entities, which is the company is one entity and the director of the company are another entity, and they are related with the relationship of working for the company. Directors are also a set of employees, very senior employees, who are working for the company to ensure that the company uh, progress and produce the right results that they are expecting. But in case there is some complaint against them, or something which has gone wrong in the system, you cannot arrest the directors and put behind bar, because that is something which is counterproductive. And in case there is some very grievous, jail in a democracy is meant for very grievous people who have done some grievous activities. That is why there is a need to keep these people out of normal life from society into a confined area like jail. Now, in this case, where the companies have got a complaint against them, either in terms of not being able to provide customer service or income tax relief or something else. So, in case there is an inquiry on the company, for that inquiry, directors of the company need not be arrested, and they have to give full cooperation in investigation, but they need not be arrested and put inside a confined area which is meant for dreaded criminals. So I think this is something which has been defined by Supreme Court. I think my lawyer friends in my circle would like to join me in the next session, and maybe require more details about this, because I think I'm not a legal man, but I think lawyers can join the session and talk to the people in our expert category, and they can use this link uh, with an email, which will basically, we will actually fix up a slot. So appealing all lawyers who want to basically participate in our program, they can send us an email and we can fix up and we can discuss this very item, which is about not arresting the directors of the company in case there is a complaint on the company. And I think they can explain in a much better way, because they will be able to tell what are do's and don'ts, what are the implications of such a ruling from Supreme Court. So friends, there is a message from Edified Learning, especially the message is that it is very relevant for the business fraternity. So I agree with Edified Learning. I think thank you very much for sending your message, and do continue watching our program. We want to bring more and more value added information to our viewers. So friends, I will meet you in the next item after a minute break. Don't go anywhere. I'll be back just after a break, 1 minute break. Welcome back, friends. And this week, Prime Minister had a very big agenda. He went to Glasgow for G20 meeting. I mean, he went to Italy for a G20 meeting. After that, he went to Glasgow for COP26. And the next day, he came back, went to Kedarnath. and he announced many activities there. But I think the biggest attraction in Kedarnath is the statue which he has unveiled, and it's a Adi Shankaracharya statue. So before I actually get onto the actual statue part, let me tell you who's Adi Shankaracharya for the benefit of viewers. The Adi Shankaracharya is a person who hailed from Kerala, and so not covering the entire story. There's a very long story, but he actually established the Shivite movement, and he actually created he became an inspiration, very knowledgeable person. He was respected by all kings and people, by and large, across the length and breadth of India, and he traveled across India, and wherever he went, he actually, in the four corners of India, he actually set up the Adi Shankaracharya Mutt, where today these are some of these prominent religious places. And Adi Shankaracharya gave a lot of wisdom and a lot of knowledge to people. And finally, at a very young age, he passed away Kedarnath, where he took Samadhi. So Samadhi is another method of going another life, or Punarjanam, as in Hindi. It's about going to the next journey of yours after death. So instead of cremating the dead person, in case these are very enlightened soul, and there is a method defined in Hinduism where they can samadhi inside in a pit, and they can actually, there's a process, there's a whole lot of process and procedure to take a samadhi. So samadhi, and this place where he took samadhi is called Kedarnath. So as you know that in 2013 there was a major flood in India that washed away most of the establishment in and around the Kedarnath temple, and including the Adi Shankaracharya old statue that was also washed away in the flood. So a lot of activities have been going on. Lot of redevelopment programs have been running in Kedarnath, and in fact, I will talk about the redevelopment in the next story after the break. But in this section, we'll talk about the Adi Shankaracharya statue, which was inaugurated. This new statue was inaugurated by PM Modi in Kedarnath just 2 days back. And the salient feature of this statue is very interesting, because this is a 12 feet high statue, and it has been created by a very well-known, well-established artisan from Karnataka, and this is made of a stone which is very resilient to weather, so sun, water, and other wind, erosion, and all that. Very hard, very sturdy rock using which this statue has been created, and it's 12 feet high. As you can see, it's a big statue. Before the statue was the sculpting of this statue was undertaken, 9 different designs were presented to the government of India, and eventually all these 9 designs reached PM Modi bureaucracy, and finally he actually chose this design. And as you know, many of you may be knowing that Modi, during his young time, he had spent almost like 3 years in Kedarnath area trying to find answers, why we are, etc., and many more questions he be having in his mind. So he went on a life like a hermit in Kedarnath when he was young. So he has a very strong bond with this area, and that is why he actually decided that the statue of Adi Shankaracharya, Guru Adi Shankaracharya, has to be like this, and this is now installed in Kedarnath. I think it's very interesting, very detailed, and if you can see, this is minutest of the details have been captured in this sculpture. It's amazing. I think it's really amazing. I am now waiting for corona pandemic lockdown related issue, or even the pandemic related issue to go away in the past, so that we can freely move around and go without any risk to Kedarnath and have a darshan of Lord Shiva, and also get to see the statue of Adi Shankaracharya ji. So I think this is amazing. This is something which is quite heartening to see that the reconstruction of the Kedarnath township is going on, and in a very modern way. So don't go anywhere, friends. I will join back and give you more information of what is going on in Kedarnath in the next story after the break. Don't go anywhere. I'll be back after a minute. Welcome back, friends. Our lines are open. You can use this link which is given here, NDNEMT, to dial in using your mic and camera, or just mic if you have any observation want to add to the discussion that we are having. I'm waiting. Join and I will bring you live or show. Or if you want to join as an expert, send us an email and we will schedule your slot and we will get you in the future programs as an expert. So friends, moving on, I think we were talking about Kedarnath, and the Kedarnath, we were talking about the statue. However, the Kedarnath redevelopment program is on full swing, and as you can see, Kedarnath, there is no road which will take you there. So I think the last journey from the last motorable road, you have to do it on foot or on a horse or a pony or different cradles. So if this is quite high, and this is a sort of a small plateau on which the temple has built. Surprisingly enough, there are two rivers which flows on the side of the river. So during the 2013 flood, most of this town which was built, and a lot of dharamshalas and hotels and shops for pilgrimage were washed away. A lot of people died. They something like estimate perished. However, unofficially, some people say more than 200,000 people perished in flood. Was very, very devastating. So the surprising thing, the temple stayed protected by the rocks, and whole water which was gushing out because one of the natural dam collapsed up in mountains. So now, as part of the Kedarnath redevelopment, one course for redevelopment, and eight new programs for betterment of Kedarnath. So now they have changed the structure completely. They have built different areas. All these 138 different projects make sure that the city have adequate lodging facility, hotels, media center, floor things, um, rivers goes on both sides of the temple are Saraswati, Mandakini. They actually have been given a proper channel out of their coming naturally, because previously for the flood there were no pathway defined for the river environment. Now, a proper pathway, in case there is a lot of water, water has a channel which take the water out without affecting the town or not. And the temple has been rebuilt. The temple stayed thoroughly repaired. There is a big platform which has for worshippers outside, and a lot of structure very haphazardly designed or just came up on need basis have been removed, and structural method chaos has been, I mean, there was a structure which was missing, so they've created a. They've also built 900 steps on the platform and reach the. So this 130 crore is used. Surprisingly, you want to take dip. In fact, take major. So if you want to take a dip in these ice cold rivers which are flowing sides, you can now, because there are carts being constructed as part of this new renovation program. Carts have been renamed, has been named behind some big people. So you can go down and worship the Lord and also take a holy dip these rivers. So there are ghats, multiple ghats are coming, that there are no crowding in one area. At the same time, there are proper token systems, that there is no proper queue, unnecessary crowd built up. So to ensure all of this, all the announced 8 new projects, which amounts to 130. Very interesting to see the whole redevelopment plan of Kedarnath. I think by the time this pandemic is over, I think operational, we will here see have a divine connection with God. So, friends, I think I move on to the next three. Lines are open. You can join me using this link, and if you want to join as an expert, as a speaker, you can send us an email, and the lines are open. So I'm waiting for you to join me and also your comments. So I will take a short break and join you back after. Just welcome back, friends. China was missing from the global forums last week. They were missing from G20, also missing COP20. So why, all why they were missing? Why they are one of the most populous country, and the environment related are definitely genuine, or everyone should be a genuine concern. Not only the leadership, but also the people of the world. Also includes China with their 1.5 people. So why they were missing in action? Why they were not participating of these global forums? I think this requires my attention. The whole point is that the China has come up in a communist country. We don't know what goes on inside that. Freedom to people. Yes, So whoever wants to report taken for a task, purge as they call it in world, purged, or horrible things may have people, we have no idea. So coming back to the environment issue, uh, in area of environment, I'm only thinking because they have progressed, so they don't care about the all. In India, which is the second populous country, we are very concerned about the legal ramifications. We don't want to do illegal globally. As as a race, we are very particular about following law, and I can't say as much with a lot of confidence Chinese because individually they may be doing it, but there is a lot of pressure to use these small things. The smallest of the supply chain is coming from China. The people who are behind this supply chain may be producing these things, and because of that, the government, which is one party system there, communist government, the government have taken the global format, taken those consideration to the people. For example, if India has to do things, then we have to follow different global regulations like anti, or have to do import export, follow the import export law. In case there is some person who committed a crime and fled the country, have the back. So there are international laws. We need, while keeping the rights of the citizen, not only of foreigners but also citizens at par with the foreigners. So the Indian citizens' freedom is equal to any free citizen across the world. We have to ensure all that as a race, as a country, as the government, which I don't see happening because there is one party which is ruled by one person in China, any other communist country. So it's not entirely democratic. And if the leader is good, things will work properly. The wheel will rotate properly. If the leader is not good, then things can go south. So now I have no problem with Jinping. He is a great leader. His intentions are good for his people. However, as the country, you have to remain in coherence with the rest of the world. You cannot start multiple fights at the same time. So I think this is something that they are doing, at least in the media, are always part of a heated debate. However, they were missing from these forums, which are very important for the world itself. So I think they have not created the ecosystem for environment. They have actually built their industry and the global supply chain today based on violating a lot of environment friendly policies, environment processes. And we all know that none of the living, I mean, they have zero ethics for the rights because the habits are like that. So I think when it comes to environment, animal protection is also part of that. Animals eat them. So I think the whole ideology of China as a country dependent on violating different global laws. There is no democracy. Nobody can object to what the government, and within the government only people will have the power, most power. Rest will be just followers. So in such a scenario, China to agree to net zero targets, it's impossible because if they were allowed to follow that, I think they are the biggest polluter today because of the industry. They are not their industry, which is a scale industry in nutshell, not be completely automated, may not be completely environment friendly, not be completely clean. So they have a lot to do in order to get zero targets. for their country. And if they to the global pressure, then the Chinese economy will collapse. It's collapsing, but it'll take time. It'll take 20 years. So by this time, China has take corrective measure. But if they for a net carbon emission target 50, their collapse will happen just in 2 years, because it's not easy to all that, because they are built their economy by violating everything, by violating every environment friend that is 10%. So I think to build that pressure, to that framework, tell their people, to train them, sensitize them towards animals, sensitize them towards environment, air pollution, so on and so forth. It is a Herculean task for. This is why, in order to do a face saving, they by registering their token resentment, and they said that, hey, we don't want to participate. The two absentees, prominent absentees, are Russia, China. But Russia is not a big problem, because not a big. I mean, they are a big country, but the population as China. China being the largest polluter, they have a lot to do with this net targets, and you can't say that, hey, I will not. You guys all follow good practices. I will not follow. So I think the pressure will start building. Don't help them, even if they don't become absent, because we have only one Earth. It is a closed system. China is a country in heart of the people, but essentially for nature, there is no country. Just one race, one environment, one closed system, which everyone has the responsibility to fully pitch in and take care of our environment. And the way it is going, rise of 2.6 degrees temperature of these towns, it's better for them to come up global community, work with the global community, and get their own terms, because I think time is limited. I think this is what I feel happened, and because of that, the China stayed out of COP26, and while China was out, India has taken limelight, because second most populous country, also the third largest polluter, but per capita pollution is the lowest in the world. So India is right. We can control our pollution, and Prime Minister Modi already said that he has set up the target. Moving on, the biggest pollution is the power generation units, which are based on power. So I think there has been a target. Almost like 50% cars will be electrified by 2030. A lot of activity going on. Highways are coming up here where trucks will not run on gasoline, run on wires, powered by the wires, and these are so the routes have been electrified so that have any gas guts. Very heavy traffic highways for transportation of goods carrier. So those things are being. So the target has been set up almost like 50% journey we will finish in 2030. Rest 50% will depend on the environment justice discussion underway. I think the COP26 weeks we will following that and offer the analysis as and when. So don't go anywhere, friends. I will be joining back with a new after it. Welcome back, friends. So the last story today is about a new gadget which has launched by Reliance Jio, and this is a smartphone. I think aware of this, but I think the new smartphone is Horizon, while the first phone was the cheapest smartphone uh, being developed by Reliance and Google, tech giant from United States, and this current smartphone is available for just 3,000 rupees. Next one is more powerful and will be available for 6,500, something. So, so this mobile phone is slightly more punchier. It will have more tech in it, and see what happens is when we use our mobile phone, like 1.5 lakh rupees to buy these devices. Uh, but um, I think security is becoming now. When we talk about security, half of the things that we cannot do, even if we spend 1.5 lakh rupees for $1,000 mobile phone, or even $1,500 mobile phone of dead weight, basically, the expensive. Most of the things which are which we do is this low cost mobile phone. 90% of our activities that we do today, WhatsApp, checking, browsing, watching a movie, this device, which is a low-end device, just 6,500 is going to be launched very soon, a couple of months' time by Reliance Jio, and this is going to do most of the things that we mobile devices, smart devices for. So we don't have to really do uh, these are expensive to so much, and because of security, half the things are not allowed now. What were what was allowed, applications are allowed, like app are not allowed anymore. So what's the point in having an expensive mobile device when you 90% of your job is taken care by this device? I think this is so interesting, and it's logical. The thought process behind this device is also very logical. It is going to be Android powered, and they have created a new OS called Pragati. There's an Android OS. It's done in partnership with Science and Google. They have a low power Qualcomm Snapdragon processor, which is 1.3 gigahertz. And because it's a 1.3 gigahertz, you don't need a very battery. I mean, if you have a very heavy, high powered CPU, then you need a good battery. 1.3 battery size is also. So these are the main items in file where it has Qualcomm Snapdragon processor, good quality. OS is Android, which is designed especially for this mobile for Geo. Google has Bluetooth of 4.2, Wi-Fi 0.11, like Wi-Fi 5, but and it has a graphic card, and also has a wireless. So the size of this is 4.45, quite watch. The decent size watch here comes with 32 GB internal, also RAM. So I think you can then enhance this to higher storage, external cards. I think this is something which is good and quite reasonable, because most of the things that we need our devices to do can do it at just 6,500 rupees, and get this device as a launch. I mean, the device is already available. This is slightly more powerful device, which is now available smart smart device with just 3,000. This is going to be launched very soon, and as it when come out with a new device, I will my analysis. But today I like to just say that as the technology is improving, security concern is making sure that we don't actually get to do anything and everything on a mobile. So there is no buying a mobile, especially when you want to just do chatting, calling, media viewing, emails, etc. So go for a low-end mobile device, this one, and save the money for the rainy day. Use it more intelligently. So friends, I will be back tomorrow at 2:30 again, and I look forward to your participation either via video or via your chat messages. And as you know, friends, we are live on all social which us any of the social platform. You can actually become part of our program live. These are the links. These links are also available in the you can save them as a bookmark browser, and so that you know exactly you can get on live with us. So friends, I will say goodbye for today. Hello friends, welcome to Akul Bank Live. There was a T20 World Cup match between India and Pakistan. In fact, this is a legendary match, just like UK and Australia has Ashes. India Pakistan is always, it's like a do or die type of a match. And obviously, India lost in this match after a gap of 13 victories. So it is just a game. Everybody enjoyed. Everyone has their favorites. However, the events which took place after the match for almost 48 hours were very disturbing. It's about weaponizing social media using bots to bully a Muslim player in Indian team, and we basically discuss about this in our show today. And to discuss this further and provide more perspective, I will be joined by my friend Mr. Nibergun from UK. So let's welcome him. Hello, Neville. How are you doing today morning? Welcome to the show.
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. And yes, there's always a great side to social media, isn't there? Especially in the game of cricket. You know, it's a fabulous game, but it's only a game. And the good side about social media is we can hear things really quickly. We can get information literally on our iPhones when it goes beep, 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 beep. And I have to be honest, I was watching the game on the TV and my social media feeds were just going absolutely bonkers. So I just had to turn them off and just listen to the game and watch the game because it was it was a joy to watch, really. I mean, both teams going at it, you know, as we have a phrase in the UK, hammer and tong. They were both really giving it their best. And yeah, you know, guess what? One team beat the other one. I mean, that's the whole point of the game, isn't it, CK? But the downside, the real sad side to this is that we've seen now the worst of social media. And what we're here to do today is to make people aware that bots are controlling your actions. Now, if you don't know what a bot is, I suggest you look it up because these are automated, almost like catastrophic events of the web. They pick up on a thread and they hammer it home. a bit like indoctrination. Now, whether that thread is right or wrong, these bots don't care, frankly. They just pick up the information and they spread it around all of their other bot friends, because a bot has a friend and it's called another bot. And then they've got more friends, which is more bots. And they've got more friends, which are more bots. There's no real person in here, apart from perhaps the person that's instigating the initial conversation. So, CK, I've seen some really horrific bot messages that have come out. And frankly, I'm appalled that the platforms have allowed this to happen. What do you think?
Well, Level, I really feel disgusted. In fact, I have never interfered in what was going on. I was not interested. Like you, I actually switched off my social media because this was too much. In fact, for first 24 hours, Mohammad Sami, who is a well-known cricketer in Indian team, he was trolled, and it looked like that the Indians were trolling him because he was the main culprit, as if he was the main culprit for losing the match. Well, most of the Indians know this is a match, and in fact, everybody, even Pakistani, knows it's a match. It is not a war, so it's just a match. And one team will lose, one will win, as you mentioned, and the better team win this time. And Indian skipper hugged the Pakistani skipper, and he, in fact, in his interview, he said that, you know, we didn't play as well as Pakistanis, and that's why they win. However, there was a malicious activity going on, and there was some trigger going on. So I will take another 2 minutes to explain this. You see, one of the players actually sat down soon after defeating India on the field itself, on the pitch, and he performed namaz. And back home in Pakistan, a lot of people actually came out with these trolls saying that this is a victory of Islam over Kafirs. And there were tweets that came out like that. So, you know, we as a world, we are divided between left and right. You know, there are ideologies on both sides. So after an hour, Mohammad Sami, who is a Muslim cricketer in India, he was trolled very badly. In fact, the trolls went up to the extent of asking proof to show whether he is a Muslim or not. So that, you know, and surprisingly, after 24 hours, many Indian players also came out and requested, hey, please stop, because first 24 hours, we were thinking the Indians were trolling. And some investigation was done after that, and it was found that it is the bots. So bot is it's a sort of a program which replicates itself. These are the bots in and around the area of Islamabad who were creating these trolls, and then they were using their global presence to amplify these trolls. So for 24 hours, they were amplifying, and after 24 hours, it became bad publicity on India that, look, you know, how India has become intolerant. And then it was picked up by all the social media major publications. It was published. But now we have been told that it was a bot army. You see, as you mentioned that, you know, we have to be very careful what is right, what is wrong. I think as individuals, we have to know, you know, something is going wrong. We should not be party to it. And in fact, there are many things happened. I will update you, but after your comments.
Well, you know, CK, you're absolutely right. You know, let's get to the bottom of this first. It was a game of cricket, and as you quite rightly said, Kohli hugged the Pakistani captain as well. I mean, these guys, they're just ordinary people doing extraordinary things on the field of cricket. And what we've now got is social media platforms that are taking over our world. And I really want to talk about resilience here, because this is about personal resilience. This is about individuals' resilience to what's happening. Listen, I'm the first person that can get passionate when I'm watching my team. You know, whether I'm watching my team on the TV
or I'm actually physically in the ground watching my team. And my team could be soccer, could be football. You know, I'm a great Leeds United supporter. I was born in Leeds. No team is better than my team. Well, that's a load of rubbish, isn't it? Because they don't win every week. So there are other teams that are better. But I wear my heart on my sleeve, and I'm incredibly passionate about my team. But at the same time, I'm also pretty smart when I look at social media. Because just like any team in the world, whether it's a national team or a local team, they've all got their own social media presence. Equally, all the fans have also got their social media presence as well. I mean, I'm on Facebook and I see probably I'm in, I think, somewhere in the region of 5 Leeds United supporters clubs, Facebook pages, and I see vitriolic statements when we win, and the opposite to vitriolic, which I can't comment on social media, when we lose. You know, it's always someone's fault. You know, they didn't play well. The managers lost the plot. You know, frankly, emotions take over. But this is where we as individuals have got to now control the internet. And we control the internet by controlling our emotions. It's really as simple as that. As I say, I'm one of the most passionate people around when I get into a sports arena. In many respects, I'm even happier when I don't support either team. I really want the best team to win. You know, and when it came to Pakistan and India, I was indifferent, really. I mean, this is T20. This is the World Cup. I want the best team to beat everybody else, and the one in the final beat the other team and deserve it. I mean, that's the whole point of sport. But what I don't want is my words in my ears being manipulated by these bots, by nasty, narcissistic individuals that take over the web and therefore take over our minds. And what we've got to all be doing is be resilient to it. We've actually got to take a step back and saying, is this a real person? Do I really want to follow them? Why are they on my feed? You know, this isn't what I want to hear. You know, I want to hear some good stuff. And you've got the power in your hands. Swipe left, swipe right, delete. And the more people that do that, the less these bots are going to have control of our life. I'm equally passionate about sharing good information, CK, as you well know. But these bots, quite frankly, are worse than trolls. I don't know where they come from, but they come from people, and that's the worst thing. They come from people that have written so-called clever AI algorithms, and unfortunately, they're dictating what we do in the world rather than we dictate what happens in the world. Rant over, CK, over to you.
Well, I think it was an orchestrated activity. In fact, just half an hour after the match, one of the minister who was in the government of Pakistan came out on their television, and he actually gave a speech, about 5-minute speech. And in fact, if you have not watched that speech, you should. He says, "This is my final. This is my country's final. We have defeated India. Even if we lose this tournament, it's fine." And you know, this was the first match of the tournament, and he said this is Islamic victory over rest of the world. So he made it Islamic, and then after that these bots took over and created a bad publicity, and they found a soft target in Indian team, a player, a well-known player, very smart player who happened to be a Muslim. Well, what religion got to do with cricket, a game of cricket, a global tournament like World Cup? But these bots made it. And this was a handiwork of 1 or 2 companies in and around Islamabad, because most of these accounts which are used by these bots are 1 day old. So investigation of 24 hours showed that these are created with hardly any followers, like 10 followers. And so this bot army was created to troll and create a narrative, and then made it Islamic and anti-Islamic and so on.
and then utilize the fault line to carry out some political agenda. A game of cricket is being used so badly, and as you said, my mind is being misused. This is going on. I think we need some regulation around it, because today it is happening to such popular people, globally acclaimed people, for no reason. And the best part is Muhammad Sami kept quiet in all of this, because they kept hitting him below the belt, but he did not utter a word. A lot of people in Pakistan came in his support. A lot of veteran cricketers, well-known cricketers, they said, "Hey, please stop doing that." They were publicly insulted on television channels and thrown out. You know, that is the level of controversy here in this case, and conspiracy. So I think, I think we have to be very, very vigilant. And now in the new world, new time, our kids are also getting exposed to the internet. I think this is very, very serious. I think in the World Cup, it happened in UK, where a couple of footballers were trolled very badly. Now it has happened in India and Pakistan. Same things, very, very dangerous. It can create a civil unrest. Whole lot of things can happen here. It can trigger a war. So I think we need to give that message very clearly for the sake of our kids.
You are absolutely right, CK. And the interesting thing about activity on the web is that these bots thrive on activity, and in many respects, the only way to stop these bots acting is to say nothing, because they've got no fuel. They're all written on very clever algorithms. So if you don't respond, they've got no fuel to take together, shake it around, and send it out again in a different format. But you've raised the point about today. It's about manipulation of our mind. And there's a lot of people out there that believe what's said on the internet, is true because it's written. It looks like computer printout. And for everybody out there, what we need to do is stop responding. We need to start thinking first. And this is the first step of resilience. Become aware of what's happening. Are you getting overpassionate about someone that's not real, that's spreading malicious rumor, that's just feeding into your inner heartstrings? Now, only you're going to know that. And as you rightly say, CK, it happened in the European Cup. We had, well-known British, English footballers that were trolled because they missed penalties. We didn't do very well in a particular game. It was down to these particular individuals. And it was absolutely disgraceful. This is the 21st century. We're supposed to be a union of countries that work together for the better of the planet. That means that for the better of other people too, by the way. It's not just the environment around us. People are a big part of that environment. And young people, particularly those that are in school or up to teenage age, are highly influential over what's going on. I mean, we hear this all the time. The biggest problem I hear from head teachers in the UK is bullying in schools. And we're not talking about physical bullying. We're talking about mental bullying. And previously, before the invention of these wonderful things that we have here, these have really revolutionized what we can do. But they've also got the antithesis, because they've revolutionized all the nasty things that might be happening out there. And bullying has become cyberbullying. Whereas there is one way to stop bullying, and that's break the cycle. So when I was in school, and if there was any bullying going on, I would go home, and guess what? The bullying stopped. I didn't have an iPhone. I didn't have an internet connection. It was a long, long time ago, ladies and gentlemen, a very long time ago. The only thing you had was a telephone, and not everyone had a telephone. It was too expensive. And as a result of that, bullying stopped. However, when your child or grandchild goes home, that bullying continues because the majority of these young kids have got smartphones. So what we need now is a concerted effort to educate young people in the world of bullying, in the world of cyber behavior, social media behavior. And if we don't get it right now, in 10 years' time, we won't have bots doing this. We'll have people doing it and more people doing it. So we need to crack this once and for all. Yes, we need to hold the platforms to account. They're the ones that can stop these bots. As you said, CK, most of these have got 0 followers. They're raised overnight. How they've managed to raise them and get around security in all of these platforms is beyond me. Because frankly, when I set up a new account, I've got to have an email. I've got to have a personality. I've got this and that and the other. For some reason, these bots are getting around it. So we need to block those loopholes. We need the platforms to get out there and really stop these things happening. Nip them in the bud. Because we don't want to fuel bad information. We want to share good information. We want to have a bit of fun around the world and enjoy what's going on. We're only here for a short period of time. Let's enjoy it. Again, this is a bit of a rant today, CK, and I apologize, everybody, if you feel it's a rant, but I do feel very passionate about this, is that if we build our inner resilience to it, we will stop the rot that's happening out there. It won't completely stop it because there's always going to be a fanatic that gets out there. But we can see the fanatics. The fanatics actually are real people. They want you to see them. We've seen it in the UK now where people are this... There's a new group in the UK that are actually stopping traffic on motorways, on highways, in busy streets. And they're called Insulate UK. And they're trying to make a point about the government's not doing enough about insulating homes in the UK. However, what these people are doing are turning public opinion against them. But you can see these people, they sit down in front of traffic, they wear big yellow jackets, you know, they got huge signs, and they're there to make to make their opinion count. I have no problem with what they say. I have a lot of problem with what they're doing because they're actually stopping people getting to work, stopping nurses and doctors doing their jobs, stopping ambulances getting through heavily populated traffic jams. So look at that in one respect and look at what these bots are doing in another. And we've got to be resilient to it all. I mean, it's not easy. This is not easy. I'm 62 years old, and even I get caught sometimes in the cyber world. So you just got to be careful. But to be careful, what you've got to do is think. You know, before you engage in a discussion, just think, where's this come from? Do I know this person? Do I trust this person? Just because it's come from your best friend, it doesn't mean to say it's trustworthy, because they may just have shared it with you to say, oh, have a look at this. And they've not really looked at it themselves. And that's how you get your PCs locked. And it costs a fortune to unlock them, because these cyber trolls are out there to make a nuisance of themselves, and they're out there to make you unhappy. I haven't seen a bot, actually. It's a funny one, CK. Have you ever seen a bot that makes you feel happy? I mean, really happy.
Well, bots cannot be seen, and as you mentioned that how bots are actually creating accounts, actually what is happening is that the bot does not require any account. It will use the account to amplify the message for which they are designed, and the accounts are connected to influential people who will then forward it, and that's how it spreads. So bot will keep doing it again and again, reply to a few, and then the few will give it to larger entity and then amplifies. However, as you mentioned correctly, I think the Indian government within 24 hours identify what is going on. They stopped it. There are now, obviously there are left side and the right side. So there are a few bad apples here also who participated in this bullying. So Indian government has taken action on those people, punitive action. They have been, the law is catching up to them. There are few people who are already behind bars within 48 hours, and there are others which will go to behind bar, to go to jail. So I think this action is going on, and I think this is high time that other governments must learn. And if we don't stop it, as you said, it will continue to grow. It will break our society completely. It will bring the world on the brink of war, or maybe initiate Third World War. We never know. So I think this is the right time to stop this nonsense. This is what I feel, Neville.
You're absolutely right, CK. And as you say, words, simpler things have been said to cause a war. I don't think we're pouring fuel on a fire here, but what we need to be doing is just be personally aware. If you've got a social media presence, just be personally aware. Think about what you're sharing, why you're sharing it. A lot of people, because it comes from their best friend, they'll just go and like it. And in Twitter land, they'll retweet it. And in Facebook, they'll put it on their share without thinking. Well, now's the time to take control of the internet. And we only take control of the internet by thinking what we're doing. And it's just it's an automatic behavior that we've done in the past. Perhaps we just need to take a step back and think about what that automatic behavior is doing. We've all got a social presence. I'm not perfect. I don't get it right every time, but I do my best. So all we can ask for is people to do their best. And let's push these bots and trolls into the place where they should be. Perhaps we put them all on a mission to Mars. As we know, that's a one-way ticket currently, so good luck.
Thank you, Neville, for coming over and clarifying these important issues. I think what I gather from listening to you is that I think all of us must have positive attitude, because without having positive attitude, all these nonsense will start behaving and misbehaving with our mind, and we will take wrong actions. So when you say that we have to know exactly, I think the positive attitude is the solution for it. So thank you so much, Neville, for joining us today in the show, and we will catch you in the next one.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Commodities Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass Multiverse. And what we are discussing today, we are discussing about colonizing the space. And as a species, as a species which is intelligent,